Thank you very much, Chris. 248-539-9797. Listen for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Wings take on Tampa. Tomorrow night, it's the home opener at the LCA. For ticket and more info, go to DetroitRedWings.com now. Here you go. Be the sixth caller when you hear Daniel Sprong's goal from last night, which was the first goal of the Red Wings season. The former Kraken got the goal for the Red Wings. When you hear Daniel Sprong's goal, be the fifth caller, like I said, at 248-539-9797. That is also the number that we encourage you to call in, text in. What do you think is going to happen Sunday in Tampa? The score, will they win? Why or why not? Who's going to have a good game? Who's not going to have a good game? I already predicted, unfortunately, to these guys, and hopefully I'll be wrong. And, with my track record, you should be happy. I have the Lions losing 20-16. Part of the reason is the injuries. I do believe Tampa has a really, really good defense. The Lions' offense is not great on the road. It was very good against Green Bay, was a road game. It wasn't great against Kansas City. They scored 14 points. It still was able to win the football game. I get all that. And the Bucs coming off a bye. Baker Mayfield, as Larry Foote told us yesterday, playing really well. He's got the locker room. The people really like playing for him. It looks like Mike Evans will play. Godwin is getting back to where he was before his injuries a couple years ago. So this is not going to be even if they win, it's not going to be an easy game. But that's why I'm picking Tampa, which I know people are pissed. That's okay.
No, we're not pissed. We're just disappointed in you.
Okay, whatever.
I'm going to go full mom guilt.
All right.
not mad. I'm just disappointed in you.
That's all right.
I think the Lions, this is going to be a defensive battle. We know that this Lions offense hasn't performed as well on the road as they have at home, but this year they have performed pretty good on the road. They've got a couple of wins in some tough environments. So I think they can go down there and do enough offensively to win and maybe even do enough to put this out of reach early. It's where this is going to be a defensive battle. And for Baker Mayfield, this offense, I know Mike Evans will be playing. They've Godwin is another really good wide receiver. They're going to be able to move the ball a little bit, but I have faith that this Lions defense can pressure Baker Mayfield. They can force him into making some bad decisions, which he is prone to do. And then it's just a matter of being good enough and patient enough offensively to keep chipping away at that defense. Hey, 3 yards is a nice pickup on the ground. Then all of a sudden you bust a 6 or a 7 yard run. And then you find Reynolds down the field, or you find Amon-Ra St. Brown down the field. This is going to be a 17-10 type victory for the Detroit Lions.
Look, I hope you're right. I'll be cheering for him, cheering for your pick. 248-539-9797. Whether the phone, the ticket text, what do you think's going to happen on Sunday? I wish, we might next week, but I wish we could have these same questions about our college teams. But we pretty much know. Well, actually, the Michigan State Rutgers, I have no idea what's going to happen in that game. But Michigan, they're going to just blow out Indiana, whether they cover or not. It's kind of irrelevant to this discussion. Who else on the Lions has to play good? It's simple. It's to me, it's Goff again, and with one less weapon in Laporta that he's had most of the season. Now St. Brown is back. If he doesn't play, you're right. It's going to be pertinent on him to get the ball into really small windows, the turkey hole, so to speak, as John Gruden used to say. And he's been great. And if Goff continues to Goff, they'll be okay. I just worry about how will they be able to run the ball as effectively as they have against that line, because Vita Vea is great.
Right, but at some point you got a good offensive line. You got to trust that offensive line can run. It may not be busting a bunch of big runs, but you're going to be able to run the football. Mm-hmm. And, if you're a good team, you've got to be able to control the tempo of the game. You got to make good decisions. It's not turning the ball over. So for me, I want J-Mo to step up and play well. I'm really excited about Wirfs and Hutchinson matchup. And we won't see it all the time because Hutch plays both sides and play on the inside as well. But that's one matchup, and I think if Hutch plays well, that they've got a chance to win. But it really comes down to, I think, Jared Goff taking care of the football. If they win the turnover battle and they win the time of possession, this will be a win for the Lions.
This is where Goff earns his money. Can he win when he is short of players and carry a team on his back? It's a good question. I think he can. I'm not saying he will, but he's proven that before. Don't forget our kickers come through in Tampa. Dave Rayner's last-second field goal broke the 3-year road losing streak back in 2010. That's from Tom in Northville. Okay, wow, you're really going back. Let's go to Mike in Oxford. How you doing, Mike?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Stoney, are you going to retire and go do Tampa radio, Stoney?
No.
I swear, I think I think we're still playing, Baker Mayfield, right, on Sunday?
Yeah, Baker Mayfield's having a pretty good season.
I know, but should we not? If we're really the team we think we are, shouldn't we beat Tampa though with Baker Mayfield though? And I understand the Buccaneers, they still have a lot of the pieces from that Super Bowl team. I understand that, but this is a game that they should win, wouldn't you think, Jansen?
Yes, I do. I think they find a way to go down there and match up defensively, stop the run, and put it on Baker Mayfield. And we've got a secondary that's been able to take the ball away. We've got guys up front that can rush the passer and make him force him to be Baker Mayfield, make bad decisions.
Look, there's a reason, Mike. There's a reason the Lions are favored on the road. Most people think they are going to win. It's not even the Baker Mayfield issue with me. It's their defense. I think Baker Mayfield's fine. And look, he was good enough to screw the Lions last year when he won some games for the Rams that screwed up our draft position.
I think it's a big game turnover-wise. Like, the Lions cannot lose the turnover battle. You can't give a team like this anything. Tampa's red zone defense, second best in the league, by the way. The Lions have been pretty decent at scoring from outside the red zone. J-Mo, stop being a disassociated person in the offense.
Yeah, well, that's...
Yeah, got to catch the ball.
Yes, absolutely. Well, when you're throwing away... He was targeted 3 times... He caught the ball twice, and he missed one. And he's got to do better than that.
There's
no doubt about it. We know. That's yesterday's news. Obviously, he has to play better. Lions win by at least 2 touchdowns. Lions win. The Lions win. Detroit 27, Tampa Bay 20. Calling my shot here. Penne will catch a pass this Sunday, Laporta or not. That's from shot from the G-Row.
Yeah, shot from the G-Row, shot caller.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Philly Bake-Eating boy, stop being a wimp and pick the Lions. I'm kidding, but I do think you're overreacting to missing the second-best receiving option when the best option is coming back. That's from Ben in Kalamazoo.
Yes, that would be the return of
St. Brown.
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
I get that. Well, believe me, I get that.
I don't think you do.
No, I do. I do get that.
He gets it somewhat.
Yeah. But Laporta has been this revelation where he's been able to space the field and actually create other things for people like St. Brown. And if there's no option for that, hopefully he'll be healthy enough to play.
So who was the tight end that the Lions were playing with in the last 10 games of last season when they were 8-10 or 8-2?
Brock Wright.
Okay. Is Brock Wright available?
Yeah.
They did have Zylstra, though.
Okay.
They didn't have James, and they had James Mitchell, too.
Okay.
So, I mean.
No, we're giving all kinds of
crap,
especially crap. John. Greg is picking the Lions to lose. This is the Greg that wanted to be part of the Lions club.
It's the NFL. Teams lose.
But he wants to be a Lions fan. Remember, he wanted to get into the club. He wants to be accepted. This isn't a very good way to do it.
Coming back, wanted to be back with the Lions. He went to Green Bay, went to the dark side, and then
what I want to happen is irrelevant here. This is what I think would happen. Just understanding that, I think we got to give Tampa some credit as being a good team, 3-1, good solid start. Their one loss is to Philadelphia, who's obviously undefeated, and I think it's a team that can play good defense at home. And the Lions are playing really well, and in this league, you only play really well for so long.
Okay, so the teams that they beat, Minnesota Vikings, how are they doing?
Not very good, but
the Chicago Bears,
awful.
All right,
well, they're awesome. They're going to turn to the Super Bears, according to. Oh, you missed that. The Super Bears.
And the
somebody
Saints,
said
right?
they were coming back, and the Saints, yeah.
I said, I think it was Wednesday, that if anybody in the North resuscitates itself a little bit, I think it'll be the Bears. They have a very easy schedule. I do. Look at this guy. You know how I feel about Justin Fields. Teams go 7-10 and 8-9. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility.
Those teams are not called the Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We will.
We have the same discussion next week. Even if the Lions win, if people around here are going to, some people, you're going to pick the Baltimore Ravens? How dare you?
So when we talk about the Detroit Lions and we're talking about the fact that we think, okay, it's the Niners, it's Philly, and then most people have said it's the Lions.
Yes.
Okay, so the team that Tampa lost to was the Philadelphia Eagles. Mm-hmm. Where did they lose to the Philadelphia Eagles? In Tampa Bay.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the Lions go in there and they do the same thing that Tampa did. They limit them offensively. Baker Mayfield is largely inept, and they come away with the win. Now, I don't necessarily know it's 25-11.
Are you saying he'll be inept in that game, or are you just calling him inept in general?
Kind of in general. I mean, he's having a decent year, but at some point, I mean, you are who you are, and he will be Baker Mayfield that can't find the second or third option down the field, that's unable to complete some balls that are there. Now, we saw when he went to the Rams on 24-hour notice, he goes out there and he gets a win. I'm not going to argue his competitive nature. It is there. Mm-hmm. But sometimes that competitive nature, because he doesn't have the skill set, is going to get him in a lot of trouble.
Hopefully you're right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Would you trade this guy for this guy? Next, 97 won the ticket.
Hey, when I have a question about my finances, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and they work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They care about you as an individual, not just as a number, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. And you can count on that, since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community, because it's their community as well. And we know that we've all got to work together to help our communities continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com, member FDIC.
Lots of ticket texts here. Lions $21.20. That's from Dawn. Stoney, you must have relapsed on cocaine if you think the Lions are only going to score 16 points. Stoney's predicted the end of the 20-point streak. I think it's finally J-Mo's breakout game with 2 touchdowns. Defense stands tall, 28-10 Lions. Nick in Oak Park. I hope I look like the biggest fool and I come on Sunday after the game with Jennifer Hammond right here at 97 on the ticket and say, I messed up. Scott and Redford, Lions $28.23. Should be a tight game, but I trust Goff and Johnson to find the points to get it done. Lions defense will cause havoc for Baker. Lions offense will be able to do enough. Since 2017, Goff is far and away the best quarterback against the spread. Take the Lions to cover. I'd love to see that data. I think Baker Mayfield turns into Baker Mayfield and the Lions win big 37-13. Stephen Livonia. Lions win 30-17. One pride. Can you relax, Stoney? Look who Tampa has played. Saints without Carr, Chicago and Minnesota. Lions 34-10. LFG. Jeff not working in his truck. The same thing that people are saying about Baker Mayfield is the same thing they said about Geno Smith. I remember before week 2, a lot of people were saying that Geno Smith stinks and the Lions should win for sure. That's from Jay in Utica. Well, Geno Smith did have a much better year last year than Baker. Yeah. Baker was good with the Rams towards the end.
I kind of agree with that. There's like a Seahawks light to this matchup in terms of I think Geno's better than Baker, okay? Mm-hmm. But they do have the 2 receivers, Evans and Godwin, and that's what Seattle had was Metcalf and Lockett that Aaron Glenn respects too much. I'd like to see them play more aggressive than they did in that game.
And the defense, besides Vea, you got White and David. You got Winfield, who's really good. You guys are seeing a different Bucs team than me. The only good team they played smoked them. They won the turnover margin by 3 and still only beat Minnesota by a field goal. Lions are a far superior team and should win this game easily, 27-14. The referee crew is the same one that reffed the Seattle game. Hutchinson was held the entire Seattle game. Are we going to see this in the Tampa Bay game? I didn't check the referees before the game. I heard Don Koharski hates us. On fellas, look who the Bucs have beaten. Chicago, Minnesota, and New Orleans. 3 terrible teams. The Lions win 32-10.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say the Saints are terrible, but they're not that as good as I think they are.
Well, again, it was without Carr.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying I don't think the Saints are terrible is what I'm saying.
No. I mean, the Saints have a pretty good defense.
Yes. A really good defense.
The thing is that they're playing all 4 NFC South teams this year.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And all 4 of those teams are challenged offensively. To me, this is a defense game. I know what people are saying about Baker. I think, Baker can play a clean game that they can keep it close. But there's just no way. I really have a tough time. We're going to be on top all over the defense if they give up over 20 points in this game. They should. Yeah. They just should.
They should not. And that's why I think this is going to be a defensive battle. And my prediction was something in the realm of 17-10.
And I went 23-20. I really think we're going to see – this is the Jets game all over again. A team that had a good defense. You're on the road. They've had 2 weeks off here. You're going to probably see something from the Bucs you haven't seen this year. Maybe that's how they score one of their TDs. Todd Bowles is a good defensive coach, and they have a good defense with, like I said, good red zone defense. We're probably going to have to score a touchdown over the top somehow.
Yeah, J-Mo.
That's like
Let's go.
Brock Wright play last year. It wasn't really over the top, but it was completely all deception.
Yeah, and he was able to run. I mean, how far was that
51 yards.
Yeah, I mean, it's whether it's you're going to have, I think, 2 big plays in this game offensively, and whether it's over the top to J-Mo or it's one that's underneath to Brock Wright or Amon-Ra St. Brown or Josh Reynolds that they're able to catch the ball and run. I'll take Amon-Ra St. Brown in the open field. Like I'll take that advantage every single time, and I think that he's going to have a handful of those opportunities to be able to break one. And this is the game where he's going to have to step up and be the guy that we expect him to be. Not just in, hey, he's always finding a way to get open, he's always catching the ball, but you're going to have to step up and actually make a big play.
The guy I don't want to see do well for Tampa because of the history of this team not being able to defend tight ends is Cade Otton. I don't want all of a sudden this guy to have his career game. And that's on the that's more on the linebackers than anybody else. More ticket text. These injuries are absolutely ridiculous. How is it that Branch is still not back yet and 2 guys have now been injured in practice? Lions lost their B receiver, and Tampa's getting Mike Evans back. My prediction is the Lions lose 20-21. Say 21-20, okay? The Lions lose 20-21.
Everybody's going to start doing that. That annoys you.
Because Coach annoys everybody, as we know. Yeah. Because Coach Campbell tries a two-point conversion late in the fourth quarter for the win and fails.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I mentioned. I think they win 10-17.
I think they lose 16-20. Lions 24, Bucks 17. Thank you. Touchdown each by offensive, defensive, and special teams. That's
wow, special teams touchdown. I'll take that.
Chalk up Baker for 2 picks, 5 sacks, and a butt fumble. Lions roll by over 17 points.
Where do you guys stand on using J-Mo to return kicks?
I don't think they need to because Khalif Raymond is good enough.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
really
fine with
good.
it. If Khalif Raymond gets nicked up, I'm fine with putting him back there.
I know. I'm not knocking or Khalif Raymond at all. I just think, what about that spot time where you throw J-Mo back there?
Maybe.
Like some teams have done that. They used to do that in Pittsburgh, some with Antonio Brown.
Yeah.
You know, some people, I heard a caller yesterday in Carson Anderson. Maybe that's what would get J-Mo going, is to have a big special teams play like that. The downside is he fumbles it.
Maybe.
Or, doesn't catch the punt.
The Denver Broncos were beaten by Kansas City last night, and Frank Clark was a healthy scratch, basically. I didn't even travel. So the Broncos want to get rid of him. He wants to go back to maybe even Seattle.
Yeah.
Or even Kansas City, possibly. What about, I don't know what the Lions would have to give up to get Frank Clark. Because, look, Houston is going to be out for a while, as we know. Quaras are the Quaras. They're hit and miss. Charles Harris is okay. But if you could get somebody like a Frank Clark, and we talked about this with Brian Burns earlier in the week, on the other side of Hutch, because Houston's out, man, oh man, that'd be pretty damn special. Now, look, Frank Clark is not a perfect citizen, so to speak. I know they want to keep that locker room culture great and things like that. But if you have one guy like that,
it's short term.
Yeah.
And he does bring a wealth of experience.
Yeah, he's got a ring.
I'm okay with it. I just don't want to give up, honestly, anything more than a 6. What'd they get snacks for? Was that a 5th? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think if you're looking at this and a guy that, okay, he's been a little bit dinged up. Maybe he was a healthy scratch yesterday, but he hasn't played somewhat because he's been hurt. Mm-hmm. Maybe, and he's a little further along in his career. Now he's a better player, but a 6th or a 7th is something that I would entertain.
Now, the trading deadline is a few weeks away. ESPN came out with a deal of, top 15 deals I'd like to see made. And one involves the Lions. And they have the Lions trading a second-round pick in next year's draft, a conditional third-round pick in 2025, and James Houston, who we know is injured, for Danielle Hunter to Minnesota, and a 2024 fifth-round pick. Now, Hunter would be a rental unless you guarantee that you can sign him, and he's a great player. Brad Holmes has shown he has no problem with trading in the division with this one team, the Minnesota Vikings. He did it at the draft with the J-Mo deal, and he did it in season last year with T.J. Hawkinson. If you think that getting a Hunter for one, even as a rental, is better for this organization than Houston coming back, that type of thing, then I say you go for it. But I would try to re-sign him.
Well, you would have to re-sign him. You'd almost have to have that deal done before, because here's what I don't want to do. I don't want to give up James Houston and a second-round pick. Mm-hmm. To me, especially with what we've seen Brad Holmes be able to do in the draft, that's not something – I think that's giving up too much. Mm-hmm. And so I would say no to that, especially if you're only going to have him for the rest of this year and you don't end up re-signing him. Now you've given up James Houston and you've given up that second-round pick. No, thank you. I don't want any part of that.
I kind of agree with you on that. You have to have a guarantee or some kind of a, wink, wink, nod,
you know
nod.
What? Even for the guarantee, I don't know that I want to do that, because you're giving up, you're giving up James Houston, and now James Houston's never going to be a 4-down guy. He's a pass rush specialist, but I like the fact that he can come back and you can use him in some unique ways. But I don't want to give up that second-round pick. To me, that's of great value. And I don't want to face James Houston twice a year and whatever they might do. Now, you could say they might not draft as well as Brad Holmes does in the second round, but I don't want to give up the opportunity of getting another difference maker in the second round.
Hunter will be 29 in, I believe, like 9 days. So if you had him, let's sign him with a 3-year contract, that position, you can be good for still a long time. I mean,
so here's the question, though. Do you think they're one edge rusher away from pushing to the Super Bowl?
That's why I would only do it. I wouldn't do it for a rental, but I would do it for If they had him for 3 years,
would you rather have
him for 3 years or James Houston in a second round pick,
or James Houston and a wide receiver? And that's where I think they need it the most. Now, obviously, you're not going to get that wide receiver this year. We're talking about just this trade. I would rather have Brad Holmes take a receiver in the second round and have James Houston than I would Hunter.
248-539-9797. We'll take more of your phone calls, your texts, and a thing we're going to see on Sunday that John doesn't like. 97 won the ticket.
I'm a big fan of my friends at Straith Orthopedics because they're the experts at affordable, non-invasive hip and knee replacements. The doctors at Straith are highly trained in the treatment for the hip and knee, including minimally invasive treatment, stem cell, and robotic joint replacement. They're the best of the best and can get you on the road to living a life free from pain. But the best news is you don't have to take my word for it. Straith Orthopedics has tons of glowing reviews from current and former patients. This one is from Dan. He visited Straith Orthopedics 3 months ago for a hip replacement. Now he has zero pain, increased flexibility, and his back and knee pain vanished. Dan says his follow-up has been off the charts, and he'll recommend Straith Orthopedics to everyone. So we'll all ask you the same question. What are you waiting for? Take it from Dan and so many others. If you're suffering from joint pain, don't delay. You deserve to live a pain-free life. Consult the experts today and get back to your old life, going for walks, playing golf, and doing it all pain-free. Call Straith Orthopedics at 855-STRAIGHT or schedule online at straith.org. That's STRAITH.org. Straith Orthopedics is committed to you.
The Michigan State game being a night game. We're going to spend the next 2 weeks occasionally and more so as we get closer to remind all the adults in the room to act as such. Let's get this back to what it was, which was a good, fun celebration in our state. It's gotten kind of nasty, and not look backwards. Let's just look forward, and everybody behave themselves. This can be a great thing, and it should be a great thing. And so I'm not crazy about the night game for personal reasons, but I wish all games were at noon.
Right.
But okay, so it's going to be a night game, which means people are going to have all day to fuel up. First time ever, there'll be alcohol in the stands. So it feels like it's has potential to be combustible, but let's all collectively agree. Nobody wants it to be a bad thing, to be hostile. So,
Well, let's not plant the seed.
well, let's encourage people to be adults.
There you go.
Unfortunately, Wings lose 4-3. Home opener tomorrow night against Tampa. The telephone number is 248-539-9797. We have some texts and phone calls. Let's go to the text line first. Hard pass on Frank Clark. Absolutely not. Okay? I get that. He's kind of a wild card type of a player. Hunter is worth a third only. Okay, I understand that. I'm only making that suggested trade if they re-sign him. I'm not doing that just for a rental.
Right. It's got to be a trade and sign before it's even done.
Burns for a second, Hunter for a third. I think that's accurate. I don't. If you get him long term, I'd almost trade Burns for a first, because if you get Burns this year, there's a good chance Lions will be picking in the late 20s.
I think that's yeah.
Mm-hmm. So we still have a receiving core, Montgomery, with that core behind our O-line with Goff. We should score 30 or more. Our defense is stout. I think the Heat will drain Lions' energy a bit, but we still win 30-23. And they will put in a limited number of offensive plays for Aiden Catchinson. Lions 30-10. Lions proud. Let's go. So to go down there in Tampa and win, and they're not going to be playing against the pewter uniforms. It's throwback time in Tampa.
Yeah.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers will be wearing their creamsicle jerseys that they wore when they entered the National Football League in the late 70s.
How many games did they lose before they finally won one wearing those uniforms? It was like 26 in a row. Or something
Yes.
Like that, yeah.
You know, John McKay the coach had just such great lines about, what do you think of your offense? Oh, we're offensive. What do you think of the execution of your team? He goes, I'd like to see that happen.
Yes.
So he was very funny. They had expansion rules were a lot different back then. They were horrible. They came in the same year as the Seattle Seahawks, but you might not remember, Seattle started out in the NFC, and then they went to the AFC, and now they're back in the NFC. Anyway, I kind of like, you don't. I kind of like the creamsicle jerseys with the, especially with the helmet, with the swashbuckler, the pirate. I like that better than what they have now.
So, I mean, I like the helmet, but no, I don't. The pirate now looks, or their whole makeup looks just better. Like it's more respectable. The creamsicle jerseys is just kind of, it just makes you want to vomit. And if I'm lining up as the Detroit Lions and I think you picked this game to show off your creamsicles, it pisses me off. And I say, you know what? We're going to make you pay for this. Just like you're an expansion team, we're going to treat you as such, and we are going to disrespect you every which way possible by beating your ass.
I can't believe you as a former player would even care what kind of uniforms your opponent.
It's offensive.
Playing.
It's offensive.
So for some reason, when teams play Tennessee, they're kind of creamsicle-ish, right?
Tennessee,
they're powder. All
the
they're
former Oilers?
No, the University of Tennessee.
Oh,
sorry.
Oh, good old Rocky Top.
Yeah, that's same color, right? Are they offensive to you as well? Maybe for different reasons. But.
Yeah. I mean,
look at 97.
Yeah.
I mean, he had to split his championship with them.
They're
because of them.
Yes.
I mean,
theirs is more orange. The creamsicle is like a light orange.
Well, it's a little lighter, but not that much orange. Not that. It's not like Tennessee.
I wouldn't want orange as my number one color. I mean, then I'd just be a pumpkin all year long.
I thought John was Mr. Trash Talk doesn't matter. All of this extraneous stuff around the game doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know.
I was mad over what they're wearing. He's mad over laundry?
Yeah.
I get being a dad being mad over laundry, but this is not what I meant.
Yeah, yes, it's because they can't fold them. They'll probably put it in the washing machine inside out.
Yes.
So, but if they called you up and said, "Hey, you want to come down and play this Sunday?"
I'm going.
And you'd wear the uniform.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah.
He'd serve creamsicles for the team pregame meal.
Yeah, dollar bills are not creamsicle colored.
Let's go to Brandon in Clinton Township. What's up, Brandon?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Man, look, the Lions going to win this game.
Yep.
Montgomery scoring 2 touchdowns. J-Mo scoring 1. Amon-Ra Brown's getting 100 yards. I'm not worried about Baker Mayfield and them orange jerseys. That was an 0-14 team. They brought it back so they can lose in prime time where we the featured team to win. Lions, and don't forget, we got probably the third best quarterback in probably the entire league. The way he's playing right now for the past, 12, 15 games in the league. I mean, this quarterback matchup to me, I don't see Baker Mayfield just beating the Lions. I just don't see it. I'd be shocked. Now, I would say this about the Seattle game. Seattle has the Lions number. I'm worried about them if we do face them in the playoffs. I'm just being honest. This based off of past couple of years, they've been beating our butts. But other than that, I really believe Lions going to win this game. They got to win this game. Good teams win games like this.
Well, yes, and good teams win games like last week where they kicked the snot out of a team. I just think them coming off a bye, I think they have a little bit of an advantage. And, there's going to be games where you think you're going to win that you're going to lose. That's just the NFL. So I'm basically playing the averages and seeing that Laporta might not play. In my mind, I don't think he's going to play, but officially he still might play, and that's why I'm picking Tampa. But we'll see what happens. Hopefully, Lions will prove me wrong like everybody else has done for years. Craig, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I'm trying to step back from this a little bit, right, and take off my Honolulu blue glasses. I had to pick up the phone after the third or fourth text of saying Tampa only beat. Well, if I take a step back, we beat Desmond Ridder, Bryce Young, Jordan Love, guys that have had, you can count on one hand the amount of starts.
And
so the
Patrick
only
Mahomes.
apprehension. Well, no, I get that, but so if you look at the two veteran quarterbacks,
okay, so there's one.
I'm not. I'm getting there. If you look at the 2 games we played against veteran quarterbacks, we won by 1 point and we lost. That's the only apprehension, is that the next 2 quarterbacks we play have a little more in their quiver than the 3 guys that we beat that I mentioned. Listen, John, I love what they're doing, but if you're going to say Tampa only beat, Detroit beat these 3 really young, inexperienced quarterbacks. That's all I'm saying. I want them to win by 50.
That's a good point. Desmond Ridder, who played better last week, by the way. Jordan Love and Bryce Young haven't done squat yet. I get that, but to play devil's advocate, Tampa has beaten Derek Carr, without Derek Carr, no Derek Carr. Mm-hmm. And who else did they beat? They beat the Bears, right?
Yeah.
Vikings.
And the Vikings. So Cousins is probably a better quarterback than Ridder, Love, or Young, right?
Yeah, but he's no Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City.
True. We understand that. Yeah.
A lot of this is going to come down, is it good Baker or bad Baker?
Yeah.
Or even in between Baker. If it's bad and in between, you win. If it's good, you're gonna be in big.
You're gonna have a fight.
Well, the other thing,
good Baker almost knocked the Seattle Seahawks out of the playoffs.
Yeah, but
without
even
Cooper Kupp.
With good Baker, you could still beat Tampa Bay. I'm not saying you can't.
Now, speaking of the quarterback position, we need good Goff as opposed to historic Goff on the road. I mean, Goff on the road is not great. He played great in Green Bay, no doubt about it. But
played good in Tennessee or in Kansas City.
Right. Historical Goff has not been that way. So we just got to make sure we have the Goff that we've had so far this season. Yes, absolutely. Yep. Congratulations to Lyle from Troy. He heard Daniel Sprong's goal from last night. The first goal for the Red Wings this season. So Lyle wins a pair of tickets to see the Red Wings take on the Tampa Bay Lightning Saturday as the Wings celebrate the return of hockey Little Caesars Arena. For tickets and more information, go to DetroitRedWings.com. The telephone number is 248-539-9797. Coming up next, we'll explain why John Jansen and one of his former teammates have the same view on this particular time slot. 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, during the month of October, check out the exciting sales events happening at Fox Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Southfield. Shop Jeep Adventure Days to find great deals on new vehicles. Lease a 2023 Jeep Compass starting at only $299 a month, or shop other special offers happening all month long. The best part is Fox CDJR of Southfield's easy 3-step process for purchasing a vehicle. First, work with the expert product specialist to pick out the perfect vehicle for yourself and your family. Next, the team will help you find the best price or payment for your budget. And finally, after you say yes to your new ride, you can take delivery in less than an hour with their expert delivery team. Stop by the dealership today at 11.5 and Telegraph for the best guest experience you've ever had, or you can visit them online at foxchrysler.jeepramosouthfield.com. That's foxchrysler.jeepramosouthfield.com. See dealer for complete details based on bank approval, proper and required documentation, including employee number, registration, and funds.
248-539-9797. Don't forget all the great podcasts that all the wonderful human beings at 97.1 The Ticket put together. I see TJ Lang's face here, which means there's going to be another pre-Lions game podcast of Necessary Roughness. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
It'll be dropping sometime today. We will have a new Restore the Floor with myself and Evan Jenkins. We've already had stuff from Jalen Duren.
I don't like the drop term. Like, I get it. Like, we're going to drop a podcast, but I don't like dropping things. I would rather say posting another podcast.
Okay.
Uploading.
I'll try to. I'll work on that.
No, well, it's not you.
Okay.
This is just me. This is how I've rubbed off on you. This is you rubbing off on me. This is the inconsequential stuff that all of a sudden has bothered me.
Okay. So, like, what about terms like, you don't wear jewelry either do I, but like people are like dripping with ice. Do you like that term?
It looks good on some people. It really does.
No, I know, but I mean the term.
Oh. All blinged up?
Blinged up, dripping with ice, whatever.
I don't really care.
Yes. The other podcasts out there, Cash the Ticket with Mike and Jim Costa. Of course, 5 Star Zone with Rico and Howard Griff, the Big Ten Network.
Mm-hmm.
Pat Caputo. Bustin' Balls.
Yeah.
And a new one, Kang Collects.
That's right, Kang Collects.
Oh, all right. We got a whole family.
If you're a collector, memorabilia,
the
all that
State
kind of
game
stuff.
being a night game.
Sure, absolutely.
Cool.
Go on that one.
We're going to spend the next 2 weeks.
Tonight there is some college football.
As we get closer to remind all the adults in the room to act as such.
But more importantly, at least for this discussion, Colorado, the Buffaloes, are home tonight against Stanford. And, it's a 10 o'clock start in the East Coast, 8 o'clock Mountain Time, or as they say out there, 8 o'clock prime time. And speaking of prime time, Coach Prime not very happy with this kickoff. Quote, who makes these 8 o'clock games? And that's 8 o'clock his time, 10 o'clock our time.
Yeah, not American time.
Who makes these 8 o'clock games? Dumbest things ever. Stupidest thing ever invented in life. Who wants to stay up until 8 o'clock for a darn game? What about the East Coast? Do they even care about ratings? Is anyone watching it? What are we supposed to do with the kids all day until 8 o'clock? What are we supposed to do in the hotel? And this was on his show, his coach's show, Buff's Primetime. And the co-host said, well, you can watch football in the hotel. And he said, who's playing football on Friday? Well, there is that one Memphis Tulane.
It's a riveting matchup.
I know.
Memphis and Tulane.
Green
Wave.
He also says, thank God we're not going to be in this conference next year.
Yeah. I mean, he could say it because they're not. I mean,
right.
And they're not a threat to win the conference this year either. So it's like he could say whatever he wants. He's kind of got a free pass.
Exactly. But you agree with them.
100%. I've always said night games are absolutely miserable. And it doesn't matter if you're playing in them, if you're broadcasting them, if you're sitting around all day to watch them, unless you're going to watch at home. If you're going to the game, it's miserable because you're not getting home. If it's an 8 o'clock start, game's not over until 11 or 11:30, and there's going to be a little bit of traffic. You're not getting home until well after midnight.
Right. And like if the game is like next week in East Lansing, the game will be over. It starts at what, 7:30, 7:40, whatever. So the game will be over around 11. By the time you get out of there, and let's say you go to a different part of the state,
that stadium will probably be fairly empty before the game's over.
Well, I don't know. There's going to be all these there'll be too many Michigan fans there, so it won't be empty, right?
Yeah.
Although Michigan fans might be worried, they might get
mugged. Yeah. I mean, we got that warning sent out by from 2 to 6.
That's right.
The public service. Thank you for the PSA.
Well, making fun of their own ilk.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they do. They make fun of everybody, including their own ilk. Ilk is a great word, by the way. An underrated
ilk.
Word.
ILK.
You like that word?
Sure. I'm not ranking words right now, but ilk. Mm-hmm. It's a mid word.
Yeah. Okay. So what?
Yes, I went full teenager on you there. Yeah, it's mid.
I know it's mid. Meh.
Mid. Yeah, it's a little sus.
Any other games interest you? College football?
Can't say anything. Use full words anymore. Any other college football games this weekend that I've got my eye on?
Purdue in the past has had a couple of games where they've upset Ohio State at Purdue. They're the spoiler makers. It's a 19-point spread. I don't think it's going to happen this year. Do you? Although Ohio
no, the Fighting Don Browns will not beat Penn State either. No. The big games obviously are going to be Oregon, Washington, USC. and Notre Dame. But they're sprinkled in there, Texas A&M, Tennessee.
That's going to be interesting. The game's at Rocky Top with their ugly orange jerseys, as you say.
Yes.
So, but they're 4-1. Texas A&M is 4-2. They've played one more game in the conference. If Tennessee wins this game, is Jimbo in any trouble? They're paying him a ton of money.
It all depends on if they can find somebody to pay him out.
His collectives or whatever, they get great recruits.
But he's not doing anything with them. So, that's going to be the question is how long does he last in College Station? Here's the other one that I'm going to have my eye on is Miami and North Carolina.
Yeah. Can Miami rebound from the dumbest thing of all time?
That's it. But is how real is North Carolina? Now, this one is going to be at North Carolina. And I want to see Drake May. They're kind of my sneaky team to win the ACC and get a college football playoff bid. I love Mac Brown. Absolutely love him. And I'm hoping that they are that team coming out of the ACC. But it's, how real is it? And now that Tez Walker is playing, what does that mean for Drake May, his numbers, his ability to be a Heisman Trophy candidate? I think goes up if Tez Walker can be the receiver that, the number one receiver that they've been hoping he is.
How Louisville plays at Pitt.
Yeah.
How good are they? How good is Louisville? I mean, they handled Notre Dame easily. Pitt shouldn't be a problem. They should win the game.
Yeah, Pitt's 1-4.
I know, but Louisville in the ACC that we always laugh about, are they a threat in the ACC? I mean, they are undefeated, right?
They are. They're 6-0, 3-0 in the ACC. And I'm going to look. I don't remember if they are on the regular season schedule for
the ACC yet.
For North Carolina. No, they are not. Duke is, Clemson is, but Louisville is not. So that could be an ACC championship game matchup, which would be kind of cool because it'd be a whole bunch of fresh blood.
Yeah, absolutely. And their quarterback, Louisville's quarterback, Jack Plummer, this is his third place. He started out at Purdue, 19, 20, and 21, and he only, he was not great there, obviously.
No, Aiden O'Connell took over, who's now in Vegas.
Then last year, he went to Cal, and he was okay, but not great. They were 4-8. He did have 68%. Look, his passing completion percentage was actually not bad at Purdue. It was 71% in 2020. Now he only played in those 3 games.
Well, and another
and in Louisville, so far he's 66%, and he's 6-0, 12 touchdowns, 6 picks.
Another sneaky game to keep an eye on in terms of what are they paying for and what they get out of their coach. Jimbo Fisher in College Station, but now you're looking at, okay, well, what is LSU getting in Brian Kelly? They've got Auburn. Now, Auburn is not a great team.
No.
But they did, who was it, Alabama? No, who did they take?
Georgia.
At least Georgia.
Right.
They tested Georgia a little bit.
Yes, they did.
Now, they just basically woke up the sleeping beast. But I'm curious as to, they 8 years longer for Brian Kelly on that contract down in the Bayou?
Yep. They're not. What's amazing to me, and LSU they've always had some really good defensive players. A lot of them have ended up on television, like Ryan Clark and I think Marcus Spears.
Yeah.
Did Booger McFarland go to LSU too? I don't know. I don't remember. But yes, he did.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
So they, and their defense is just horrible.
They are USC bad.
Yes.
They are that bad.
Defensively, and they had to struggle to come up with and score a lot of points at the end to beat Missouri. We got senior night tonight, by the way, at West Bloomfield High School, last home game of the year. So looking forward to
okay.
that.
I thought it was a discounted rate.
I get in for free anyway.
Yes.
So he gets a rose.
Yeah. Exactly. I am the Golden Bachelor. Yes. Gary. Gator, how are you?
I'm all right. Who are the Lakers playing?
They are playing a very good team, Southfield A&T.
Okay.
Yeah, they are very, very good. So they had a quarterback. I remember I think his first start was against us when he was a freshman, Isaiah Marshall.
Against us. Do you hear that?
Yes.
Well,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
Well,
my team.
I didn't bring in my ring, I do have the ring.
You do have, yes.
He's got a ring
Hey, he's a part of the broadcast
when
crew.
they won
yeah.
the state championship. Yeah.
because doing PA announcing.
He's part of the team.
I guess I'm part of the team.
Part of the team.
Yes.
Administration.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Gator, what do you guys got? First of all, did you enjoy the Red Wings game last night? I mean, obviously they lost, but what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it was the first game of the season, so there's stuff to like, there's stuff not to like, but what I loved was the snipe from DeBrincat.
Yes.
I mean, that's a goal scorer. That's a type of shot that only goal scorers get.
He didn't get very many opportunities to even shoot the puck last night.
No, but
thing.
that was, and even that one, I mean, just right away, wrist shot, short side. It was fantastic. There's a lot to like with him, and I think there's a bright future with him and Larkin playing together. They missed some opportunities.
Yeah, they had a few posts in the first, but they played really good in the first period.
A little bit of a fluky goal on, I don't know if it was one of Hughes' goals.
Yes,
or
the one hit Husso in the neck.
Yeah.
But the underrated, I nitpick, as you know, but Petrie's icing before the Hamilton goal was ridiculous. He should have just gone over the red line, then dumped it in, and he didn't.
Well, I think most icings are kind of ridiculous.
But a veteran player should know not when to ice the puck and when not to. I'm nitpicking. Anyway, what do you guys got going today?
Denzel Washington. Well, football. Tons of football. Sorry.
It's Doug's go-to.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about life without Laporta.
Yeah, apparently
Possibly.
he's not playing.
Stoney's saying he's
Stoney's
done.
got the insight.
No, I said.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
We're being jerks.
No, it's all right.
No, I
You should just join the crowd.
Yeah.
I'm just amazed that John had such a. He was triggered by the creamsicle jersey.
Well, because I mean, this started last night when I got the prep, and it was Sam Laporta out. How do they possibly win? And I went back. I'm like, wait a second, did I miss something?
Yeah.
Like he missed a practice with a calf.
Yeah.
Could have just been resting. Could be a lot of things.
Could be a lot of
Hopefully, I said if. You know?
No, you didn't.
Well, no, I mean when we went on the show
You have it
today.
in writing.
I do have it in writing.
No,
It's in
I
black and
understand.
white, yeah.
I understand that.
Yeah, unless I go night mode, then it's in white and black.
It always comes down to black and white.
But the creamsicle, not a fan.
Not a fan. No, it looks silly.
Well,
It looks childish.
the Lions will counter with normal uniforms.
Good.
When you played, had they switched over to the pewter or were they?
Yes, they had a real pirate. Yes, and I think they did that when they swithed the stadium. Like when they had the pirate ship, they said, "Okay, we're going to go with
when they left the sombrero."
A tough logo. We actually have to, man this up a little bit. They got rid of the creamsicle.
Yeah, but Buckeye Bruce was great.
Yeah.
I'd rather have
Bruce,
the
Buccaneer.
Buccaneers.
Buccaneer.
Yeah.
Buckeye. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
Boy, you screwed
That's
that
a
up all
different.
over the place.
That's a different one. Yeah, you want to get them triggered.
Yeah.
All right, hold on a second, Mr. Verbatim. Here's the prep. Laporta, how do they compensate? I know St. Brown is back, but this could be huge. What is the strategy on Sunday if he can't go? There you go. Carson Anderson. You know what?
Let's go back.
John,
we can go back to the audio.
John,
when we're
listen,
making our
John,
picks,
listen
and he
to
said,
the John,
because Laporta is out.
John, listen to Doug. Treat people with respect. 97-1 the ticket.
All right, what's up? It's Friday. Where's the Friday open?
The hell, man?
The hell, Kang? Kind of like the Friday open.
I'm sorry, man.
That's all right.
This morning, I forgot my backpack and a bunch of stuff. I'm on backup equipment right now. Backup headphones, no mic muff, everything.
Oh, wow.
Oh boy. What
You know what I'm
happened
hearing?
there?
I'm hearing excuses. This is what I'm hearing.
Why?
Expectations for the position, Kang.
Something happened this morning made you forget it?
Yeah, it actually did.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just,
Stuff at home. Kids. Kids.
kids.
Was it diarrhea? I'm about to ask.
You got to go straight there, huh? Straight to the diarrhea.
Number one.
Was it GOFD? Good old fashioned diarrhea? Was that the problem?
How many, is that like just your second go-to, or is it like, how many more guesses do you have? You just like to say that right away.
It's just fun.
The diarrhea is not fun.
It's okay.
It's
No, man.
okay? What do you mean it's okay?
Hey, man, you feel like you're getting everything out.
Oh, like
Actually-
a cleansing? What is this, a Rogers cleansing? A dark
Kinda.
retreat? Is that what you call your bathroom?
I don't remember on the show sheet us saying start the show with bodily functions, uncomfortable bodily functions. It doesn't say that anywhere on the show sheet.
It's uncomfortable? It's uncomfortable if it happens and you're not, in a bathroom. Then it's uncomfortable.
Yeah, the uncomfortable part is getting to the bathroom on time. What's Scott Van Pelt's great line? Have you ever heard that?
No.
There's two types of people in this world, or two types of men in this world. Men who will admit they've pooped their pants and liars.
That's right.
I'm taking it to the grave then, right?
All right, so we established that Kang had an accident this morning. And
If you guys must know now, real quick, my daughter, she takes the bus to school.
Yeah.
And the route that this bus takes, she's the first pickup. And it's absurdly early. Gator, you would agree with this. The bus picks her up at 7:25 a.m. So this little girl,
7:25.
she's 4. She's got to get up at like 6:30 in the morning. You know how hard it is to get a little kid up that early? So like I'm up, but it's her. Then you got to get her dressed, fed. It's
a kid's going to grow up disciplined. What do you got her at military school?
I know, right?
This is like what, preschool?
West Point.
This isn't kindergarten. This is preschool.
It's young fives, which is
Okay.
at the
Also known as-
elementary school. It's,
Also known as pre-boot camp.
My God, man. Because I'm thinking like kindergarten was, well, it's elementary school. So elementary school starts at, doesn't that start at like 9:30 or something?
like every school is different, 8:30, 9 o'clock. But like
Elementary school? No, it doesn't start at 9:30.
Well, I don't know. What time? 9 o'clock?
It's I think my kids had to be there at 8:30 or 8:40.
is when the classes start. Actually,
Yes.
yeah. It's
'Cause
but
high
when you
sc-
take the bus, you got to go early.
What's
High
high
school's ridiculous. High
it
school's
7:30?
God.
Yeah, it was like 7. I think it was
7
7:50, 7:50.
No, it's even earlier
I
than
was going
that.
to say
Doug.
for us,
I'm for my kids' high school. Which,
I think I was 7:30
Got
for
one
high
left.
school. So obviously everything is cyclical because the buses go back and pick up the next group. Then you got middle school, and middle school was whenever. But that's why I threw 9:30 out there. But
So you talk to a 4-year-old, you're like, hey, you got to get up. She's like, well, the sun's not out yet. I'm like, you're not wrong. The sun is not out, and we still got to get up.
well,
it's a great answer.
So is
I got to give her credit.
Yeah, she's
I-
smart.
right.
Sun's not out, Dad. It ain't happening. You're not. I like your response. You're not wrong.
How would a young Scott
You know what's
Anderson handle
funny?
this, Doug?
You know what's so great is when my kids were younger and I'd have these issues on the air and I'd talk them out, it became clear early on, Gator was almost always on the kid's side. Like whatever problems I was having at home, Gator's like, well, yeah, you're ridiculous.
You're not looking at it from the child's perspective.
No, but I'll tell you who was never missed the child's perspective was that guy right there.
Well, that's brilliant. She came out and said, "Well, it's still dark out."
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you're right. That's good deduction. So she's already using deductive reasoning to try to figure out what's wrong. Now, here's the teaching moment for Kang. Now Kang gets to let her know about, the planetary axis and orbiting this sun and how different times of the year there's less sunlight and it comes up at different
Yeah,
times.
I'll do that Monday.
That's Kang's teaching point. Our teaching point now is when Kang has diarrhea, he blames it on the bus.
Right.
So
Exactly. 100%.
That's our new code. Hey, man, early bus pickup. It's our new code for I've got to go.
It's a great.
I have a developing situation.
The bus is coming.
Bus is coming. Bus is coming.
The bus
for
is coming.
drop off.
Yeah.
A lot of kids. Lots of kids. And they're running on the
And they're
bus.
gonna get off the bus in a hurry.
They're running all right.
Okay, good. Well, there we go. One segment down.
Can I tell my favorite child-parent interaction I've ever heard in my life?
Sure.
So a friend of mine has daughters as well. And I think that the one girl at this time may have been like 8 years old or something like that. And my friend was like working outside all day and doing stuff. And the daughter comes up and says, "Daddy, I'm tired." And my friend goes, "Well, you do so much." It's the most brilliant line ever.
That is great.
Well, you do so much. Like your life is not
Wow,
about,
man. Direct shot.
just brilliant enough where the child doesn't understand the sarcastic moment and yet awesome enough where you can entertain yourself with the comment.
Oh, there you go. That is a great line. All right, this guy got released. Should Detroit take a look? We'll get to that today at 10:16. It's Carson Anderson on a Friday. Big show, lots of football talk, and our picks coming up today at 1:38. Between the two of us, we went 10-2 last week, in large part because one of us went 6-0.
That's impressive.
Boom. Shakalaka. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, Michigan, it's another weekend loaded with college football. Michigan is a 33.5-point favorite hosting Indiana. Michigan State is a 5.5-point underdog at Rutgers. And don't forget about Eastern Michigan. They're a 10-point favorite hosting Kent State. Sunday, we got pro football. Detroit, now with a record of 4-1, is a 3.5-point favorite going down to Tampa. My listeners in Michigan are loving the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. That's the only app I recommend in the great state of Michigan. Download the Play Gun Lake Casino app right now, and all your favorite casino games are right at your fingertips. Plus, bet on college and pro this weekend, just like I mentioned. Odds, bets, slots, and games right in your pocket. Wherever you go, the casino goes with you in the state of Michigan. Have fun, get in on all the action, play with a live dealer on your phone, enjoy blackjack, roulette, baccarat. Great offers for new users right now. Download the Play Gun Lake Casino Sportsbook app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down within the first 24 hours. The Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app, it's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-270-7117.
The Michigan State game being a night game. We're going to spend the next 2 weeks occasionally and more so as we get closer to remind all the adults in the room to act as such. Let's get this back to what it was, which was a good, fun celebration in our state. We did not know that the candle was lit in studio today. In fact, it's a scented candle. I didn't smell it. And then all of a sudden we saw smoke. And I saw smoke. Gator saw smoke. Kang even saw the smoke. And apparently the candle burned out.
So look at the inside of the candle. Because it's closer to grab. I'm guessing that what happened was that because it's getting near the end of the candle, that it just drowned in its own wax.
Yeah.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's already down to the bottom there.
But we didn't know the candle was even on, and then all of a sudden there's smoke.
I think you just said the Lions can't lose, and I was like, what? All right, I'm not betting that game.
10 texts. Fire and brimstone. Well, we get the fire.
There you go. There you go. There's the Friday Open.
We're back, baby.
Yeah, we are back. A little discombobulated.
Kids are dropped off.
Honestly, the kids have all been dropped off. A bus has come and gone.
Yep.
All cleaned up.
Yeah, I feel good.
There we go.
I feel refreshed.
Show opening, take 2 in 3, 2, 1. And away we go. All right, so, the Lions getting ready for this game at Tampa, and there's a lot to talk about with that. Michigan State back on the field after the bye week, taking out Rutgers in Piscataway at SHI Solutions Field, or whatever the hell it's called. Michigan hosting Indiana in the battle for the no jug. And we got the Red Wings opening their season last night. There's some stuff to get into there. Exhibition basketball. The Pistons come back and get a dub. Big one. In the meantime, there is breaking news this morning, as after yesterday it was reported that Frank Clark, who is with the Denver Broncos, was going to restructure his contract, and the Broncos were going to try and trade him. Apparently there were no takers, and NFL.com as a report, alert Broncos to release Frank Clark. Okay, so it's definitely, October has turned into the month of movement in the National Football League, as we've already seen a number of trades go down, a number of guys get released, and a number of teams start the sell-off. Denver appears to be one of them. Jerry Jeudy, the wide receiver, allegedly on the trade block. So in the case of Frank Clark, he's now out there on the open. Well, not yet, but he's going to be released and will be out there on the open market. Should the Lions pursue Frank Clark?
Well, let's look at what Frank Clark is. He's 30 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be 31 in June.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not terribly old. If he's released, so I mean that doesn't cost you any compensation. It just, do you have the roster spot for him?
Straight cash, homie.
Yeah. So do you have the roster spot or not? Would you rather see Frank Clark or Charles Harris? Frank Clark or Pickura Aquara?
Well, then you get into, would you rather see Frank Clark or Brian Burns?
Well, that's not even a question.
Right, but
I guess it's a question when it comes to compensation.
Yeah. It comes down to the price, right? Frank Clark, I'm going to use this term, but he comes free of charge. And obviously you have to pay him, but you don't have to give up any compensation to get him. Brian Burns does not come free of charge.
He does not.
No. So, how serious are they on improving the edge rusher position? There was a proposed trade on ESPN.com that would have the Lions going after and landing in a trade Danielle Hunter from Minnesota, which would be, kind of next level awesome. How realistic is it? Well, the trade was the Lions give up a second-round pick this coming draft, a conditional third in 2025, and James Houston for Minnesota edge rusher Danielle Hunter, who has 6 sacks, just restructured his contract, will be a free agent at the end of the year. That's not giving up a first-round pick and getting Danielle Hunter, which would be a loud and proud yes, please. Again, but it's a proposed trade. Like ESPN did 15 proposed trades, and that was one of them. Brian Burns, I think that would probably be a team that is seeking a first-round pick. Or then you go Frank Clark. And the thing about Frank Clark is, do you have the numbers in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Last year, correct me if I'm wrong, not a great regular season, but a pretty good postseason.
Correct. He had 5 sacks last year.
Which isn't a massive number.
Played 15 games, had a forced fumble, and also recovered a fumble, had 39 tackles. In the playoffs, he had 5 sacks playoff click. There you go. In 3 games, he had 2.5 sacks.
Okay. So, he stepped up during the stretch run. I don't think if you're getting Frank Clark, if you decide you're pursuing Frank Clark, who again, according to reports, is going to be released today, you're getting a guy that you're kind of taking a flyer on. He's been injured this year. This isn't a big move. This is let's take a look. Let's see if he can answer the bell. And in fact, I don't know how much he'd expect to get. I don't think he can expect to get much. And how is he going after the most money, or is he going after a chance to play a big role on a team that's trying to win?
I'd imagine I don't know what he's doing, but I think players that have had the taste of the good life, winning championships, I think that's what he'd want. I could see him re-signing with Kansas City in a heartbeat.
If they aren't interested in Frank Clark, is the implied message that they're more interested in going big? I mean, you can't draw that conclusion 100%, but it leaves the door open because it's hard to imagine signing Frank Clark and then trading for Brian Burns. You know what I mean? Signing Frank Clark and then trading for Daniil Hunter.
Right. Well, I guess when it comes, first of all, you have to evaluate Frank Clark.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want Frank Clark or not? I mean, is he an improvement over what you have on your roster?
Well, I mean, do you go get Frank Clark thinking we're going to go get a guy like Isaiah Buggs who is released and you pluck him off the scrap heap and he makes plays for you? Are you go getting a guy like Josh Reynolds who is released, available to everyone, you pluck him off the scrap heap and he makes plays for you? Is this the edge rusher version of that? It all sounds to me, to be honest with you, I mean, I'm selling it hard over here, but it sounds like a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you've already listed two alternatives. And both of those alternatives come up with better players than Frank Clark. Frank Clark was a really dominant player a couple of years ago.
Yep.
So is there something still left in him where he could, be good again? I think there could be. But if you're telling me I actually have a chance to land Daniil Hunter, who's got, 6 sacks already this year, and he's only 28 years old and has a couple of 14.5 sack seasons, or Brian Burns, who's on a rookie contract right now and has this amazing future. I mean, I'm looking at those options, not looking at the Frank Clark option.
Well, I mean, there's no question who the more sure thing is as a player. The question is, do you want to give up what it would take to get Daniil Hunter or Brian Burns?
I had a little bit of this conversation last night with my brother, and he was talking about different players and mentioned something about we started talking about Patrick Surtain, and I said, well, it's you're looking at a first-round pick at least to start with, and he's like, I don't know about giving up first-round picks. And I said, well, dare I say this team is in position now where they can start doing things like that? I mean, I know it's hard to believe as a Lions fan that you'd be willing to give up first-round picks for players because that's unfamiliar territory.
Right.
To think that the roster is this good and this deep that you can go ahead and give up a first-round pick, I mean, you have to, first of all, wrap your mind around that. Do you think they're good enough and deep enough where you can give up first-round picks to add a superstar player? And I think they are.
I think they are too, because essentially you're basically, if you give up a first-round pick and you get a Patrick Surtain back, cornerback, Denver, rookie contract, great player, you're essentially trading in next year's first pick for a dividend now. If I were to say you can use next year's first-round pick on a great cover corner, except you get him now, wouldn't everybody say yes?
Yeah.
So I think you need to be open to that. Now, I find it hard to believe, again, if you're Denver and you got a 23-year-old guy like that.
I agree.
I would say, if I were a Denver fan, I'd be like, no, this is a guy I want to keep around and build around, even if we're in a rebuild.
But this is a team that you contact.
Yeah, well,
sure. I mean, just like you contact anything. Carolina about Brian Burns.
Ask
Absolutely.
for anything, yeah. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls and feedback coming up. Hey, a reminder, we're giving away Red Wing tickets today. Detroit Red Wing tickets for the opener on Saturday night against Tampa Bay. The Ninger in town. It's return to hockey, opening night, LCA. We have got 3 pairs that we are giving away 3 separate times here on the program, 11:26, 12:26, and 1:26.
Pretty consistent.
Yeah, right on the clock.
That's us.
And it'll be a Carson Anderson quiz question, 11:26, 12:26, 1:26. And the answer will be something said in the next hour on this program. So if I come back from break and I accidentally throw out the wrong phone number, we'll ask people What mistake did Doug make? Or what was the phone number Doug threw out instead of the phone number he spoke? It's something along those lines. It's a pretty simple concept. First one with the correct answer gets the Red Wing tickets for the opener. For tickets and more, go to DetroitRedWings.com now. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Things are afoot in the NFL today as looks like Frank Clark is, well, there's reports that he is going to be released. That could be an edge rusher if the Lions want to take that sort of lesser, lower key move. Lots of talk about trades. ESPN did a story proposing trades. One of them had the Lions giving up a second-round pick this coming year, along with a third-round pick in 25, conditional third-round pick, and James Houston for Minnesota edge rusher Danielle Hunter. Now, he's a free agent after this year. The third-round pick would convey to Minnesota if the Lions signed him as a free agent. this is not anything other than this is a writer. I think it's Bill Barnwell. Double check that, but I think it's Bill Barnwell who put it together. And yes, indeed, it was. As he did 15 trade proposals that make sense for both teams. Hey, man, that would be awfully appealing. The Brian Burns stuff, I mean, that's a go big or go home move. He had 12.5 sacks last year. This year he's got 4 through 5 games, and they are 0-5 and might be looking to start a rebuild. There was some insight on that on the Athletic, Gator, and I want to know, and Kang as well. I think it was that last year the Rams, to get Brian Burns, offered 2 first-round picks. And Carolina said no. Yeah, last year the Rams offered 2 first-round picks, 24 and 25, and a future third, which is almost exactly what they gave up for Stafford. I guess they also threw in this quarterback. What was that guy's name? And
Stetson Bennett?
Yes. And Carolina said no to 2 first-round picks and a future third. A year later, things have changed. He's a year closer to free agency. Mm-hmm. And
that's a big thing.
It's a big thing. So would 1 first-round pick get Brian Burns now?
I doubt it. I mean, certainly if you're Carolina, you're holding out for much more. But in the end, does that get it done? I think not.
Ask for more.
Yeah, I think you'd. I mean, look, to balance things out, if you're the Lions, you'd offer up a player, I think, too. Like if you wanted to.
James Houston
or an Aquara or whatever.
Well, would the same deal for Danielle Hunter get you Brian Burns, a second, a conditional third, and James Houston?
The same deal? It's not the same deal. They're not the same player. Yeah. So I would imagine it's
trying. I'm workshopping over here.
No, I hear you. It's like the parameters. It's Danielle Hunter is going to cost less than Brian Burns.
Mm-hmm.
I think probably in large part just because of the age. Even though Hunter's having a better season, Hunter's got a better track record, but Burns is on this rise, and people know or feel that he's going to be a star. Hunter is like underrated. I think you mentioned the name, people are like, what? What's he done? Well, he's got 77 sacks in his career in 107 games. I mean, that's pretty impressive. It's very impressive.
No, he's really good, and he's only 28. It's not like he's ancient or anything. The thing with Brian Burns, I'm struggling to figure out what kind of deal would get it done because guess what? Yesterday's price is not today's price.
Nope.
So yesterday's price was 2 first-round picks. Not today's price. Not today's price when you might lose him for nothing. Maybe get a comp pick or whatever. But I think maybe a first-round pick might get it done. Maybe you steal him like the Rams stole Von Miller. And I know Von Miller was older, but it was like a second and a third, and everyone in the league was like, that was it. I don't think it's going to be that low for Brian Burns, but I keep going back. Yesterday's price is not today's price. We'll see where the Panthers are at. They're 0-5. They have no picks for trading.
No first-round pick next year.
So I think you can get them maybe on a desperation move. And if you're the Lions and if you're Lions fans, this is the, hey, we're pushing our chips in. We don't know if we're going to re-sign this guy or extend him at the end of the year, but we're going for this year because we feel that good about this team.
Well, what's the downside to Danielle Hunter over Brian Burns? Downside is that it's a trade that would be done within the division.
Which hasn't stopped Detroit and Minnesota before.
No, it hasn't. And usually those are draft day trades.
T.J. Hockenson wasn't.
Well, I guess you're right. Hockenson wasn't. So, and I'm glad that doesn't stop the Lions because it wouldn't stop me. You know my philosophy on that. So, can that get it done? Just get it done with a second round pick? Is that what it would take? Or what's Hunter signed through?
Well, he's under control too. Yeah.
No, Danielle Hunter's on a 1-year, $17 million deal. He's a free agent after this year.
Okay, so he's also free agent.
Oh, is that I thought he just signed a big deal. Oh,
I thought so too, and it's weird. Spot Track has him under contract for 3 years, but everybody else is reporting that he is a 1-year deal. So I'm going to assume there might be cap ramifications that echo, but.
Well, you got a guy who's got a track record of double-digit sacks in recent history. You know, all but 2 of the years. Well, I guess the 1 year he played, 2021, he played 7 games, but he had 6 sacks in the 7 games.
Mm-hmm.
He's played 5 games this year. He's got 6 sacks. Last year, he had 10.5. I mean, he had back-to-back 14.5 sack seasons. He's awfully productive for a guy that doesn't have anybody playing the other side of him. So the thought of what he and Hutchinson could do is really tantalizing. Now, I'm a big James Houston guy, but James Houston's out with a broken leg and limited to what he can do in terms of is he just a pass rush guy? He only comes in on third down, which I don't mind, but Danielle Hunter is a guy that's going to play all downs. So I kind of like the idea of getting him. Brian Burns, I think, might cost too much. Danielle Hunter may not cost much at all.
Well, I don't know if either of that, the price tag on the ESPN story where they made up a trade, I'd pay gladly. I'm thinking if I'm a Minnesota fan, would I be happy about that? No, but I kind of like it when an outsider parachutes in and puts together a deal that they think makes sense for both teams because everybody's coming at it from their own perspective and their own bias. Like Detroit Sports Talk Radio will ask, will they take a third-round pick for Danielle Hunter? And Minnesota Sports Talk Radio will say 2 firsts and a third for Danielle Hunter. Right. So you have somebody independent come in and set a price. You go, huh.
And what's the price again?
A second, a conditional third, and James Houston. The conditional third would convey to Minnesota in 2025 if Detroit were to bring Danielle Hunter back on a free agent contract after this season. All right, feedback coming in. We can't lose our first-round pick with the draft in Detroit next year. Kidding. Please give up that thing for Surtain or Burns. That's from Max. No, you don't just trade first-round picks for players. 5 years and cheap has to play a factor over a max contract. The Lions have created something sustainable, and they will need to make decisions on their own key players' contracts. I'm okay with playing it out as is. That's from NT. I mean, he's right about if you don't commit a ton of money, because they're going to have to sign Jared Goff. I say that as if I'm reluctant. I'm not, but that's just the fact. Jared Goff's going to take up a bunch of money.
Yeah.
Penei Sewell's coming up, right? Yeah. I mean, there's going to be players that you can't afford to lose. So not committing to another player. Now, this is rich people problems, right? We're trying to win a Super Bowl, too.
St. Brown's coming up.
They're probably going to lose maybe Jonah Jackson at the end of the year.
They might.
They could.
They might. Colby Sorsdahl, come on down. Do not give up a first-round pick. The draft next year, we suck to host and not have a first-round. I think it means would suck to host.
It would.
And not have a first-round pick. Dude, honestly, you're literally saying don't make a trade because of the location of next year's draft. Think about that for a second.
It's dumb, but it would. He's right. It would suck. It'd be such a bummer. Get all excited about draft day, and the footnote is always, of course, the Lions don't have a first-round pick. Lions won't be participating in the first round.
My tank of give a crap over
I know,
that
I'm just saying,
is
but
empty.
But you can understand that there are fans it'd be a bummer, and it is a bummer.
Would you say no to a trade?
No, I wouldn't say no to a trade. I'd be all about it, but
so
I'm just saying that
he brought up a variable that shouldn't matter at all.
But it is it'll affect his emotional status for a minute.
His emotional status next April.
That's right.
Yeah. I'm all for adding cheap pass rushers, but if we're trading, we need help. Our cornerback help. Mosley and CJ out for the year. Go get someone, replenish depth. CJ could come back, but Eric, who sent this in, you're right. He might be out for the year. Hard pass on Frank Clark. Nothing about him fits this regime and culture. No thanks.
Yeah, I don't think he's even on the Lions' radar. I mean, first of all, production-wise, I'm not sure he's the same player he was, and he definitely has a checkered past. If you look at it, gun charge a couple years ago. I mean, it goes all the way back to Michigan, Doug.
Yep.
So you know all this.
Yeah, I do. Yes, I do. Now, would what happened when a kid was in college affect me now? It depends what the offense is. Having stuff still happening.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's a little bit more concerning. 248-539-9797. Let's talk to the people next. Coming up at 11:05, our thoughts on the Red Wings game last night. Season opener, a 4-3 loss at New Jersey. 97-1 the ticket.
They showed Eminem on the big screen. That place went nuts,
I know.
man. Oh, man, that was so cool. And
Who
he
needs
wasn't just
Taylor
like
Swift. We got Eminem.
right. Yeah, that's what I said. And he wasn't just sitting there, kind of trying to hide. Like they put the camera on him, and he was, like you could read his lips, LFG. Like getting everybody going. I mean, that was pretty cool. It was stars are coming out for this team, man. It's been like every game. You look at the sideline, you're just like, whoa, like this. All right, that's cool.
You're a good team. That's
you're a good team.
People want to come see you.
They're America's team.
Yeah,
Where were they when we were bad?
Bandwagoners.
Yeah.
They had better things to do at that time. They were becoming stars.
Oh man.
Last night, Kansas City and Denver. You know who I heard was there?
No, who was there?
Ed Helms was there.
Was he there?
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah.
Okay, so I was out last night, dinner with the family, and then I was watching the end of the Red Wings game, so not paying attention to anything that was going on with KC until I flipped it on and just about the start of the fourth quarter. Was she there? Were they making a
Ed Helms' wife? Was who there?
Travis Kelce's dating somebody. Was she there?
Oh, I don't know. I just heard the rumor that Ed Helms was there. That's all.
Are you being funny?
No, not at all. Apparently not. I just want to list all kinds of people that were there. That's not her.
Well, I'm asking if she was, because I didn't.
Yeah, she was there.
Okay, and did she get ample attention again?
Yeah, she hugged Brittany Mahomes and they celebrated together, and you could see Brittany was screaming, "Let's go!"
That's the star chaser in this whole thing, Gator. It's not Travis Kelce or anybody. It's Pat Mahomes' wife. Yeah, it's their buddy. She's hugging her in the suite now. I mean, she's never gonna let go. This is the one that you got to worry about.
Oh, really?
Gator, you have a niece. You said you were at the dinner last night, and your niece was there.
Mm-hmm.
She's younger. Does she care? Did it come up at all? The Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce?
No, it did not come up.
Just wondering.
She didn't bring it up, huh?
I don't know if she's a Taylor Swift fan or not.
Is she a young adult and female?
Yes, and yes.
So I guess I don't understand. Yeah, she was there. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Sean. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Sean.
Hey, boys. How we doing this morning?
We're good. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to go outside the box. I said the Lions, I think, have a 3-year window this year, next year, and the year after. So getting Burns, if he doesn't re-sign, I said I'm not giving up a first-round pick for that. Not really. But what if we went to Vegas and tried to get a receiver and a D-end and went and got Devontae Adams? He's kind of disgruntled with Jimmy G. He wanted to play with Carr. And then go and got Max Crosby to go with him.
How do you let me ask you, Sean, how do you do that? Yeah, how do you do that?
I go a first and third this year and a second next year, and if I got to add a player or two for a sweetener, I throw that at him.
Sean, come on. Come on. I mean, for which? For Adams or for Crosby? Which one you?
And then what are you doing for the other one?
I want them both.
Yeah, if you want them both, then you can't talk.
You're talking
something
like
ridiculous, like a first and a third,
picks.
and maybe a second next year. You can't do that.
Well, then I'll give up 2 first-round picks.
How about 4?
How about 4? Yeah, exactly.
I mean, seriously, if Max Crosby, I don't know where this thing started with Max Crosby.
Well, it's because he's on the Raiders, and the Raiders are terrible, and you think that they're going to start moving again.
I can't imagine them trading him. Devontae Adams, maybe, but you are serious. You put together a package that if I'm doing this show in Vegas and somebody says we should trade Crosby and Devontae Adams to Detroit, I'd be saying, all right, 4 first-round picks.
Well, I mean, those guys are, I said, they're both under massive contracts, so we would be assuming their contracts.
Yeah,
so
I don't know if we could.
That brings the price down a little bit. So that's where I'm at.
Well, let's just say this. How about this? Money-wise, does it work, Doug? I mean, can they even fit that?
I doubt.
And pay Jared Goff next year, and pay Penei Sewell, and pay.
I think the
Amon-Ra
3-year
St.
window
Brown.
that he's talking about, like.
Look, I love the enthusiasm and trying to. I mean, that'd be a monster move. That's a move a team could make if they have a ton of cap space. The Lions don't have that much cap space.
They've got some.
They have some, but you don't have. You're talking about cap hits for players that are in excess of what, $20 million?
Well, I'd have to look it up. Yeah, give me a second here, because we'll be, if this trade is made by the trade deadline, you're talking about half the year, and you don't have to pay whatever their signing bonuses were. That goes immediately back to the Raiders.
So Doug's going to look at it from a money standpoint. Looking at it from a draft pick standpoint.
Just a quick analysis. I think you're looking at roughly $4 million on the rest of the year for Devontae Adams, then $11 the following year, and $22 the year after that, before there's an out. And in Max Crosby's case, you're looking at 25. No, I'm sorry. For $3 million this year, $10 million the year after, and $22 in the third year. I mean, it's caps go up, and after the third year is now for him too. I will say with all respect, we try to put up guardrails to keep the show operating on the highway of reality. That sounded completely unrealistic.
Yeah, because you'd have to start the conversation, would have to start with at least 3 first-round picks.
I would think so.
You're asking for 2 of their best players. They're 2 best players.
They're 2 best players.
They're all pros.
Yeah.
Holmes wanted to do it for a first, second,
third. Yeah, they're not Pro Bowl players. They're all pro players.
These aren't Pro Bowl. These are all pro guys.
Is the player we're throwing in Penei Sewell?
Who's the sweetener?
Maybe we'll have to get, I mean, if you want to have a better conversation, and you want to include those same types of players, then you look at Denver and you say, what about Jerry Jeudy and Patrick Surtain? And you're still looking at probably a couple of first-round picks.
Yeah, I'm not sure that they even get that done because Surtain alone. But, hey, man, kudos for trying. And
I like the players. I love Max Crosby.
Players, yeah.
Max Crosby is relentless. Max Crosby is, I mean, he's in that category with TJ Watt, Aaron Donald, and it's the category that Hutch can maybe get into, but Crosby's already there. Crosby's unbelievable.
248-539-9797. Matt is next. Hi, Matt.
Nice. Hey, boys. Happy Friday. So I believe, if I heard correctly, that Danielle Hunter's on the 4th year of a deal that he signed 3 years ago.
He re-upped last year. It's a 1-year, $17 million deal. He's a free agent after this year, according to all reports.
I thought it was under some sort of thing where, like, they front-loaded his contract and he was, like, holding out just being a malcontent because he was in the last year and it was just a few $1 million left and he wanted to get re-upped. But I guess I'm out on him. I think our defense is kind of our strong point, and it's always good to strengthen your strong point. But if we keep our trends going, we need to be on the offense. So I'm on the Devontae Adams. I'm on trying to find some receiver out there that we can, like what we tried to do with Denzel Mims or Doug's boy Trinity Benson. Like, we need to find somebody that can complement St. Brown and really stretch the field. I know we have JMO, but do we? I think we really need to push the offense, because if we can hold teams under 20, we should be able to win 85 to 90% of the games. But the thing is, we need to get into those, 25 to 30, 40-point range on a more consistent basis to be that number 1, number 2 seed, especially come, San Francisco time. If we're going out to the belt buckle, we need to be able to push the offense against Run CMC.
So, there's one name that I saw in a story in The Athletic that might be available is Marquise Brown, the wide receiver from Arizona, who's their top guy. And, I was reading a story. He's in the final year of his rookie deal, and the Cardinals likely won't get a first-round pick. Previous GM Steve Keim gave up to acquire Brown. So if you could get Marquise Brown for something less than a first-round pick. We've mentioned Jerry Jeudy. You said Devontae Adams.
What about something stupid like T. Higgins, right? Isn't he kind of floating in the ether over in Cincinnati?
They like him.
Cincinnati's about to pull. Yeah, I think Cincinnati's about to pull the plug too, with Joe Burrow being half injured. Like, maybe he's a pick that we can get now and or something we can get for a pick, so they could bolster their offense or defense.
I don't think Cincinnati ever even considers pulling the plug, because they just played so much better this past weekend. Their schedule, I think, is hard for the next couple weeks, and then they can go on a run.
Okay,
because the rest of their schedule is not that difficult.
But it would be interesting if they drop the next two, which is Seattle and at San Francisco, which they could do to find themselves at 2-5. After that, they have Buffalo.
So it could be 2-6.
But that comes after the trade deadline. So the worst they can be come trade deadline is 2-5.
But look at the rest of that schedule they have.
Texans, at Baltimore, Pittsburgh, at Jacksonville, Indy, the Vikings, at Pittsburgh, at Kansas City. I don't think it's I don't think that's a cakewalk.
It's not a cakewalk.
If they're 2-5, maybe you can get T. Higgins. Maybe, but I haven't heard any smoke about that.
Well, maybe at the trade deadline we realized that the Lions don't need a receiver. That would be the best case scenario.
Well, best case scenario, right, is he emerges. And we all know who we're talking about. You know what's crazy? Is we keep saying the same things over and over about how the Lions, the rest of the guys have stepped up. And yet we all keep talking about, but if he emerges.
Because he's the guy that needs to step up.
I know, but last year, we might have to reconcile our feelings that last year they had a top 5 offense without him, and this year they're doing just fine without him.
Yeah, but Doug, if there's no Laporta on Sunday.
Okay, he didn't practice the last 2 days. We don't know his status.
Doesn't sound good. You don't practice Thursday. That's not a good sign.
It's not a great sign for sure, but I don't know the severity of the extent of it.
The late scratch ones are always the ones that suck, right? The Jahmyr Gibbs, when you guys heard about that last week, weren't you like, what?
It was a Friday, right? It was late Friday.
What? Gibbs?
Well, it was a practice, right? He strained it in a practice, which was unfortunate. I mean, there's some working out in the side guys. I think Gibbs is one of them, and I think Brian Branch was one of them yesterday. Working out on the side means you're starting to consider the possibility of being an LP. But, I mean, hey, they've continued to overcome. Well, this is all interesting, and it's all wild speculation. But it's a lot more fun to look at this from a buyer's perspective than a seller's perspective.
If you could add a difference maker at one position on this team, would it be defensive end, would it be defensive back, or would it be wide receiver?
My gut tells me that it should be corner.
Right.
Just as an insurance policy, but I'd almost want to say that corner has to be better than Jerry Jacobs. Jerry Jacobs. Yeah, Jerry Jacobs.
Well, let me ask you.
Josh Jacobs.
Would you rather have Surtain, Brian Burns, or Jerry Jeudy?
Brian Burns.
I'd say Surtain.
Me too.
Yeah.
Here's why, because I like Surtain a lot, and I think Surtain's unbelievable.
Why do you hate Surtain?
Why do you hate Jerry Jeudy?
It's because I think the difference that an extra edge rusher can make on the opposite side of Hutchinson makes any defensive back better.
Here's the thing about Jacobs. I think we learned a ton this weekend. As good as he has looked, do you remember how he looked in the Seattle game?
Yeah, I didn't.
That was
lost.
That was the Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf matchup. In the last few weeks against Atlanta, Green Bay, and Carolina, they haven't faced that caliber of receiver. This week, it's Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. If Jerry Jacobs shows out again this week, then he has turned a corner. That'll feel a lot more reassuring, right?
Yeah, it would.
248-539-9797. Red Wings opened their season last night. We'll give you our 2 cents on their game at 11:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, hold your glasses high because there's some exciting new news in the world of vodka. Stoli Vodka, the iconic brand known for its exceptional quality and rich heritage. They're unveiling a stunning new bottle design that's sure to turn heads at your next gathering. The new Stoli Vodka bottle is a true work of art. Its sleek and modern silhouette reflects the brand's commitment to innovation and premier craftsmanship, but it's not just about the looks. It's what's inside that counts, of course. Grab a bottle today. Experience the spirit that's captivated the world for generations. Stoli Vodka, it's the taste of excellence. Cheers. We did not know that the candle was lit in studio today. In fact, it's a scented candle. I didn't smell it. And then all of a sudden we saw smoke. And I saw smoke. Gator saw smoke. Kang even saw the smoke. And apparently the candle burned out.
So look at the inside of the candle. Because it's closer to grab. I'm guessing that what happened was that because it's getting near the end of the candle, that it just drowned in its own wax. Yeah. Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's already down to the bottom there.
But we didn't know the candle was even on, and then all of a sudden there's smoke.
I think you just said the Lions can't lose, and I was like, what? All right, I'm not betting that game.
10 texts. Fire and brimstone. Well, we'll get the fire.
I need to add something to my plucked off the scrap heap Lions that I love to give props to Brad Holmes over.
Okay.
And I've mentioned Isaiah Buggs. I've mentioned Josh Reynolds. And I can't believe I forget this guy or haven't used him because he's the best example, maybe the best example of all. John Kaminsky was a plucked off the scrap heap kind of guy. And he's great for the Lions. There's a story the Birchie Kid did on our website. And Kaminsky's got all kinds of nicknames, the Commish, the Terminator. And but this is a quote from, I think it's Charles Harris, about Kaminsky. He's like the uncle who'd be chilling at the barbecue, but if you get him mad, he's going to tear the whole place up.
Oh, no.
Do you want to invite Uncle Commish? I mean, it sounds like he's
like that cool, laid-back individual, but Commish, when you say anything about football or you say anything about third and short, he's wired.
All right, just stay away from those two topics then.
Right.
Yeah, we can enjoy our food.
We're going to have a nice little Saturday. We got some pulled pork, a little bit of barbecue.
What kind of sides we got, Gator?
We got some slaw and potato salad. We're going to go both, give people an option. We're going to have some chicken wings. So, go ahead and bring by the family. But about Uncle Kamish, maybe you don't mention to him. Do you think that's wise? No, probably not.
Here's another great quote. Again, this is Charles Harris. Kamish, we call him Terminator. His name's not Kamish. Kamish is a nickname.
So nickname.
You call him Kamish.
Well, does that mean the nickname has a nickname?
It sounds like it. Kamish, we call him Terminator.
Oh,
I think you call him Kamish.
He destroys potato salad?
I guess he's got two solid nicknames.
Mr. Kaminsky? How's that?
Yeah.
Sir?
That's what we'll call him. But
sir? Well, he's been a nice pickup, to be sure. He's a solid player. Not a star. He's a solid player.
Nope. Doesn't
need to be overvalued. He's a good player in this team.
A story by the Birchie Kid has been tweeted out from our Twitter account at DugganGator971. So check it out for yourself.
He's one of those reasons that the depth on this team, the roster, that the bottom part of it is not that low.
Right.
He's helped to bring up that bottom part.
It's as important. Any part. I mean, look, we haven't built consistent winners here in Detroit, but seeing it executed by Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell and Chris Spielman and the entire crew, it is the bottom of the roster has been brought up, and by the level has been brought up of the bottom of the roster. All right, we promised we'd get to some Red Wing talk. Last night's game. All right, so my number one takeaway is I'm watching it and I'm really paying attention when Larkin and DeBrincat and Perron are on the ice. And through two periods, I was like, huh. And then they were on the ice for that power play in the third. And I was, all right, there we go. Now they lost the game, and Jack Hughes was great. And ESPN liked to talk about Jack Hughes a little bit. I mean, kind of deservingly so.
You lose for Hughes for a reason, right?
Yeah, he was good. He was really, really, really good. And he is really, really, really good. And
he had 2 goals.
Yep. And I got it. Yep. Noted. Thank you, worldwide leader. But the watching those guys on that power play in the third period was kind of reassuring of what they are capable of. But they lost 4-3. I mean, they competed. They competed, as one would expect.
Well, they got out to the lead and then lost it quickly. And then they got the equalizer with DeBrincat's goal, which was great. But then they gave up the tie right away. But they battled back to that third goal when it was 4-2. You see some fighting. It's a road game. It's first game of the season. I'm not going crazy either way. Something that stood out to me. The ice time of Mo Seider and what's in the tank of give a crap for Mo Seider, the play he made to keep the puck in the zone, I think it was on that power play goal.
Yeah.
I mean, where he just sprawls out at the blue line and keeps the puck in the zone and sends it back over to Larkin, I believe. It was great, and it shows why Mo Seider can be special. He played 26 minutes last night. That's Nick Lidstrom territory, actually exceeding Nick Lidstrom territory. And he's in his, fourth year. He's just a great player. Love to see him. And he's already being counted on like that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and did I expect the Red Wings to win that game? No. Should we expect them to win that game? No. Did they make a bid to win that game? Yes. Was Ville Husso, is he going to be that difference maker, net? I mean, he's the closest thing they have, so he's going to get the opportunity. And he made some pretty great saves.
He did. And, one of the goals is kind of fluky, goes off his neck from the side.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
Yeah. So I'm not going to say abject failure, but I'm asking the same questions. Is Ville Husso, is he the guy, or is he just going to be a guy that happens to play goal for this team? That remains to be seen. I think he's got talent. I think he got overused last year, got all tuckered out by the end of the season. But this team, look, I think they're building towards something that could be pretty special this year in terms of actually being a playoff team.
Mm-hmm.
I like the makeup of the team. I like that all four lines have got purpose. Robbie Fabry scoring last night. Please stay healthy. The poor guy has to rotate knees every 6 months. Seriously, he's had 4 ACL surgeries or something, right?
Yeah.
Comfort, I think, is a nice addition. This team. Sprong scored the goal last night. We know what DeBrincat can do. And DeBrincat's goal was a goal scorer's goal. You don't score something like that unless you put the puck in the net 40 times in a season.
Well, that was picking the daylight out of. There was not much to shoot at, and he finished.
Yeah, and they missed opportunities. They hit the post a couple times. They had in the third period, I forget who had a wide open net out in front, and just kind of shot it right into the goaltender. They'll be fine. So not going to overreact to one game.
Open lines, 248-539-9797. Lions fans talked about Frank Clark, reports that he will get released. Would you be interested? Do you want to go big with a Brian Burns or the trade proposal on ESPN that would net you edge rusher Daniil Hunter from Minnesota? Wide receivers, Marquise Brown, Jerry Jeudy, Devontae Adams, names getting floated around various NFL markets. What is the piece that you would like to add? Red Wings, they opened the season last night. What's your number one takeaway from that game? When the game was over, you said, well, they lost, but, or did they lose and, like you were mad about something. Got some college football stuff we'll get to with Michigan and Michigan State. Gator and I, Kang's got an exercise for us. You and I are going to combine forces.
Nice.
Yep. We'll get to that later this hour. Here on Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket.
Of course, Jeff Rieger's now freaked out because the fact that Verlander celebrated, it means according to Rieger, he's going into the Hall of Fame as an Astro, not a Tiger.
He is everybody has their weird things. He's so paranoid about that. it's not going to impact me one way or another what the cap is when he goes in. It doesn't. They don't like Men in Black mind erase your memories from when you watch JV as a Tiger. Those things still happened.
Right.
You don't have to think differently about him.
Right. He's 13 years here. I think it'll be 8 or 9 with them. And if he chooses them because they had more postseason success, so be it. I feel he'll do the Mike Mussina route, which is just a blank hat.
My point is, it doesn't cheapen what he did here, and people like Rieger like get very defensive over it.
He's ours. He's ours. He's not yours. He's ours.
Yeah, that's a good Jeff Rieger impression. It's actually really well done.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you here on a Friday in Detroit. We'll get to some Lions-Tampa preview in the noon hour. Got some Michigan and Michigan State stuff I want to kick around. Gator, I'm going to fire Michigan State questions at you throughout the day.
Okay. All right. I'm ready for them.
Is there an update on Trey Mosley?
I've not seen an update on Trey Mosley.
Okay. Who do you want at quarterback tomorrow?
I want Caden Hauser.
Okay.
I'm being honest.
Right,
it's just my personal. I don't know. I think it's probably unfair of me to move on from Noah Kim.
I think you're probably right. But I think if we asked every Michigan State fan too, I think 19 out of 20 would say Caden Hauser at this point.
Maybe a little less, but there'd be more people saying Sam Levitt as well.
Well, fair enough.
That's the way people
are. Is this Johnny Next guy? I've been there. I've been there when there's quarterback questions, it's Johnny Next guy. Give him a shot. 248-539-9797. Michigan fans, I want to ask them the same question we asked about the Lions. Who/what concerns you? Like, what is the threat? What is the threat to Michigan football this year? And by that, we're talking about to reach whatever ceiling you think they have.
Yeah, beyond injuries.
Yep. What would you say is the threat? And I'm gonna answer here. I think it's a little bit of they're passing the eye test with flying colors, but you just don't know because of the schedule. I mean, we'll find out November 11th, but at the end, that 3-week stretch to end the season is going to be a test, and it's going to be a stiff one. But until then, the rivalry game could give him problems. But the reality is that's when you earn it. And yet, I have never remembered a season, Gator, that felt like as much an extension of the previous season because so many of the component parts are the same. Last year, they passed the tests up until the TCU game, obviously, but they passed enough that this season, even though they haven't been tested yet, it feels like an extension of last year more than any Michigan back-to-back years I can remember. Maybe back to the early 90s. I think it was Elvis Gerbach era.
They're in a stretch now. I mean, they made the playoff 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
They're on pace to make the playoffs for a third time. And, I mean, you're talking about the top 4 teams in college football. That's nothing that Michigan teams have done before.
No, but I'm saying the carryover from one year to the next, as much as they haven't been tested so far this year, I feel like, well, this team passed the test. They just passed it last year because there's so many of the same players. But time will tell.
Yeah, look, obviously health is the number one concern. Beyond that, I think the biggest concern, the biggest impediment to getting where they need to get is Penn State.
Toughest division in football, maybe?
It might be. And I think Penn State's it's a real test. It's a real team. A lot of experience coming back, a lot of experienced players. You got a young quarterback who's gaining confidence and experience each and every week. It's a team that's hungry because they want to get to that playoff as well. And it's a home game for Penn State. There's a lot that's in Penn State's favor in that game.
If Penn State beats Ohio State next Saturday, can you imagine what Michigan Penn State's going to be? Because Penn State's basically playing for the Big Ten East.
Yeah.
That place will go to 11 that day. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got Adam. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Adam?
Hey, good morning, guys. How we doing?
Doing good, sir.
Good. Hey, you guys talked about the earlier. Opening period looked great with all the new faces. They look like they had some chemistry. And Sprong, it looks like he's going to be a great addition to this team. He looks really good. You guys mentioned also the 2 goalposts. And then, obviously, in the third period, the wide open net, I just basically shot into the goalie. They had their opportunities, but my concern is the pairing. Juan's going to switch it up, but Sherrod and Petrie, I do not think can be paired together. They look too slow. Whenever Jack Hughes is on the ice or Palat, they, like that third period, Palat, when he took that strong move to the net, and then Petrie held him basically. No brainer right there, but they have to get rid of that pairing, I think, or at least switch them up. But I think this team will be way better than last year. They look like they have promise, but, I mean, it's one game of the year. You can't really look back on it now.
Well, the one thing I would say is, and you might be right with all that, with your assessment, but I would say this. Jeff Petrie's a new player to the team. He's got a new defense partner. It takes a little time to build that chemistry and to know where your defense partner, to trust him where he's going to be. And you're right. They may not be the same pairing a few weeks from now. They're going to mix things up. Is it just simply a mismatch to have a veteran like Petrie on the ice when you've got a young stud like Hughes on the ice? Could be. Could be a lot of those things. But I think it's something to watch. And, Sherrod is someone who's going to be watched closely this year. And a lot of people think that he'd be the first guy out and Edvinson the first one up. We'll see.
Bob, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bob.
Yeah, good morning. My question is this. What if Florida State and Oklahoma and Georgia and Oregon all win their titles and are undefeated, and Michigan wins the Big Ten championship, but they end up losing one game to either Penn State or Ohio State? Do you think their schedule could cost them getting into the playoff?
It could.
4 undefeated conference championships?
It could.
It could.
I mean,
absolutely.
if everybody else goes undefeated, yes, it could cost them, and I suspect it would.
What if Michigan
under those
goes undefeated, and there's 5 undefeated teams? All those teams will probably have a better schedule than Michigan's.
Well, maybe not. I mean, at that point,
because Michigan got pre-rated, second.
That would include wins. That would include wins over Penn State and Ohio State, and that would look pretty good on the resume.
Plus, you're looking at what happens when they start doing their weekly voting for the college football playoff poll and all that stuff. And where is Michigan going to be in the first one? And will they hold position towards the end of the season? Can they remain in that top 4 leading up to that last week? And if they go out and win their final game, which would be the the Big Ten championship and they're undefeated, then they should be in.
ESPN has a playoff predictor where you choose a team and then you choose what happens the rest of the way. So if you click on Michigan, wins out, and wins the conference championship game, they have a greater than 99% chance of making the playoff.
Yeah.
So now if they lose, if they don't win out, let me see. They one loss. It depends on who they lose to.
Well, you're right, because if the team they lose to ends up winning the Big Ten championship.
If Michigan loses to Penn State, beats Maryland and Ohio State, their chances of making the playoff goes down to 25%. If they lose to, I mean, you can play with the ESPN
I don't know
playoff
if you have to
predictor
do
if you
that.
want. I'm not going to do every scenario.
Suffice to say this. There's a lot of cross-pollination, a lot of cannibalism that's going to be taking place in the next 6 weeks of the college football season.
The scenario,
in the Pac-12, in the Big Ten, maybe in the SEC, in the ACC. All these conferences are going to have it. And does Oklahoma have an easy road to get to? They play a Big 12 championship game. They're going to have a rematch against Texas?
Most likely. I mean, look, there's, like you said, tons of football to be played. And those scenarios are like, there's probably like 50 different scenarios that can play itself out. And he just mentioned two of them. But 248-539-9797, all valid questions that we'll be able to answer a little bit more surely each week.
Well, what was great is that we got the game last week, Oklahoma, Texas.
Yep.
This week we get Oregon and Washington.
Yep.
Next week we get Penn State and Ohio State. I mean, it's fun. It's just fun the rest of the way.
This is I suspect there's going to be same versions of the fun in the 12-team playoff, but this is one of the reasons why these feel like in the regular season, every week there's a quote-unquote playoff game. And I don't know that we're not going to lose that.
I think we're going to lose
that. And I'm trying to be open-minded, but that's why I was wanted to protect a smaller playoff field, a 6-team, and at most 8-team playoff, but they've gone to 12. And we'll see. We'll see. Maybe we'll discover that. Because you know what's going to happen. We're battling over, there's a lot of debate over who's 4 and who's 5, right? And who deserves the last spot. All we're doing is shifting the debate to who's 12 and who's 13. Or shifting the last at-large bid, you know? All right, let's give away some Red Wing tickets for the opener. Coming up against Tampa on Saturday. First one with the correct answer to the following question. Now pay attention. 248-539-9797. What celebrity, other than Taylor Swift, did I say was at the NFL game last night? To be clear, I made it up. I have no idea. But who did I say? I jokingly said was at the Chiefs-Bronco game last night.
Well, they should have been.
Yeah. First one with the correct answer. Don't confuse them. I just said it. And first one with the correct answer at 248-539-9797. You get a pair of tickets to see the Wings in Tampa. For tickets and more info, go to DetroitRedWings.com. Call now. We'll give you the winner coming up at 11:31. Plus your open line calls, 97.1 The Ticket. I didn't see. Is it Lyle? Was it Lyle that won the tickets? I think Lyle and Troy knew it was Ed Helms. That's the last names up there, Kenny. If that's wrong, let me know.
Like Lyle Lovett?
Yeah, I guess.
You don't hear too many Lyles.
You really
Here's
don't.
the problem with this message thing is we've got all the recent Red Wing winners. Curtis from Holly won Wings tickets. Dave in Lake Orion won Wings tickets. Lyle from Troy won Wings tickets. Is Lyle the most recent one? No, Greg in Ferndale. Thank you, Kenny. Greg in Ferndale, congratulations. Lyle must have won earlier. Can you erase that now, Kenny, if you get a chance, so I don't see previous winners up there?
Clear it?
Clear it, yeah.
Well, Greg and Lyle are going to see each other, maybe.
Maybe they'll hang out, yeah.
Hopefully.
Greg and Lyle. Greg, this is Lyle. Lyle, this is Greg. You guys are now maybe going to a Wings game together. I think we get a block of tickets, so I think all these guys will be sitting together.
All right.
A little 97.1 the listener say. Anyway, I
Really
made
cool.
up. I
You
said,
guys
hey,
sit next to
Gator.
Lyle Lovett.
I made up the name Ed Helms.
Well, it's a real name.
Well, yes. Yeah.
So is Lyle.
Yeah. Well done. Well done, Greg. Hey, but if you didn't win, two things. Well, go to DetroitRedWings.com for tickets. But you can also listen, and just under an hour from now, we'll do it again. And restart the clock right now at 0. As far as what will be said, something in the next roughly 45 minutes will be the answer to the quiz question, as we'll do another giveaway today at 12:26. Hey, just a reminder, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. And if you do that, you can listen to the show through your mobile device anywhere in the United States and Canada. You can also stream to our website, 971theticket.com, where that story that Birchie did on John Kaminsky with the great quote, Kamish, we call him Terminator, which is hilarious because that implies that his nickname's Kamish, but they also call him Terminator. That was Charles Harris talking about John Kaminsky. Anyway, it's on our website, 971theticket.com, where you can also stream plus video. And I was noticing today, they said my head was extra shiny, Gator. My head was extra shiny. The people watching on Twitch. Is it?
I can't say that they're lying.
See, I think when it's darker outside.
You want me to turn on the lights, Doug?
Yes, please do. Let's see how shiny we can make this dome of mine.
The Twitch feed here. Go to twitch.tv. Search 971 a ticket. See if I can get something better. No, it made it worse for you, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I'm actually not sure. Okay, now the light comes on.
I think it gives me better backlighting. I don't think it's quite as shiny.
It's just brighter.
Yeah, well. Go to twitch.tv and you can see us and participate in the streaming chat. You can also watch on YouTube. Go to youtube.com. Search up 971 the ticket.
I don't mean to be staring. From my standpoint, for me seeing you right now,
yes,
it's less shiny with the lights on. From the standpoint of looking at it on Twitch, I think it might have a little more shine.
Yeah. Well, I didn't get to make up today, so
it's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like you're not perspiring, are you?
No.
Okay.
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
Kitech, I can see Gator's reflection on Doug's head.
Dan Cambaugh says, I want to go bowling now for some reason.
I do. I mean, I cut it Wednesday night, so it's pretty fresh. So I take the clippers to it, and bzz, it feels good.
No head blade for you?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Not yet. I've considered it, but I do like just taking the clippers and just do it that way.
Leaving a sexy stubble? Is that what you like to do?
It does. You don't really see stubble until a couple days in, and that's what I am, is a couple days in. So.
Sexy stubble.
What do you call it for the head? Like for the beard 5 o'clock shadow, whatever. Is there a term for the?
Yeah. Have you called it something, or is there a term?
Is there a term?
Shiny? Didn't we just establish?
No. When there's a little
when
growth,
it starts to grow back.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like you said, that's akin to the 5 o'clock shadow. Or you just refer to
it's
that.
Just for the head, just for your dome, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
There should be one.
Does it all grow at the same rate?
Oh,
like the facial hair and
like
the head?
if you went and shaved everything.
I'll do that because I shave like twice a week, and then I do the head every 2 weeks.
Do you think that maybe for Movember, we can get you to not shave
Yes.
either for
Let
the
it
whole
all
month.
grow.
Oh, come on.
We can discuss it.
Yes.
We can discuss it.
All right. We'll leave it at that. Right.
But you have to do the same.
Okay.
Done.
Actually,
Yeah.
Keg, you have to do the same because I love.
Yeah, Kegs.
I don't have the connector.
Keg's mustache comes in. It just comes in on the side of his lips, and there's
There's nothing in the
It's
middle.
like a little Fu Manchu coming in.
it's so great.
But I'll do it for Doug
You'll do
Yeah,
it
you
for me.
will.
That's good. Yeah.
as long as you're in too.
I'm in for Doug's sake. Sure.
Yes.
So I do. I mean, do we care? You guys don't care.
Well, I care.
I got to decide if I care because we do Inside Michigan Football, the TV show, and I don't want to look foolish. I don't mind. I don't.
How?
If I start to grow out my hair and start to put together a scraggly beard,
You think that would look foolish?
you know it would look foolish.
No. No, I think
That's the look now, man.
yeah.
Is it? Is it really?
I mean, you can grow. You can grow full beard. You don't have to just do mustache.
Am I allowed to shave underneath? 'Cause
Yes.
it's super
Yes,
itchy.
you can keep it clean underneath.
I can't stand the edge, but all right, we're boring the audience. Let's get back to your phone calls and go to Brendan. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Brendan.
Hey, how you doing?
We're good.
All right.
So I just wanted to bring up a few points about the Wings game last night. I do agree with you guys. There were a lot of good things yesterday that I thought they did well that they didn't do last season. But my biggest standpoint, it's been my standpoint for the past 2 years, 2 or 3. And I know I had to let the guy grow, but Rasmussen's kind of like turned into this bum that I'm not a big fan of.
Wow.
Like, I don't know if you guys saw the third goal. He was off the draw. They won it back to the point. Whoever was the right winger ran off to the point, covered his man, and Rasmussen was standing at the hash mark still instead of going out to the point and covering his man. And he screened Husso, and that's the only reason Dougie Hamilton scored, because he wasn't covering his guy. Like, I understand if you're going to try and block the shot, but, like, you got to be out there. You got to cover your man. It seems like it's been a common theme with him. He's just not working hard enough. So I feel like with his young age, maybe get something for him while he's still young, maybe give him another chance. But I feel like he just can't put it together on the Wings, and I don't know if it's his fault or if it's bad coaching that he got.
I would say
prior.
this. I think he made a lot of growth from the 21-22 season to last season, and then he got hurt. He had a career high in points last year, but played 24 fewer games than he did the previous season. He also improved from being a minus 25 player to being a plus 2 player. Give Big Raz a chance here, okay? Yeah. I think he's got some good hockey in him here, with career high in points and a career best in plus minus. And he's healthy, knock on wood here, and let's see how this team does.
Why do we always hear that some of the younger players don't make the big club? Because they're trying to get them to play responsible hockey in their own zone. If there is a deemed lack of responsibility by any current player, I suspect it will get addressed. A, and B, if that player doesn't refuse, I mean, that's an effort thing, right? That's not, if you are, and we don't know what he was coached to do on that particular play, but if he is not doing what he's supposed to do because of effort, I mean, there's no excuse for it. And I don't know that, I just find it hard to believe that a player that's been around for as long as he has, even though he's 24.
He's been playing on the big club this is his 5th year.
Yeah.
Playing with the big club, even though he's only 24. I think that, I'm not saying this about the previous caller, although maybe he does fit in this category. It feels like to me that people that would be critical of Rasmussen are because they expect him to be something different than what he is. Because he's 6'6", I think they expect him to be this big guy who's going to go out there and wipe the boards with players in the NHL, and that's not his style. He's not that player. I mean, he can play physical, but he's not ultra physical, and I think people want that from a Red Wing player that's going to stand 6'6".
Yeah,
it's like having a big defenseman that doesn't hit. And we know how Wings fans are. We want him. We want the big guy. That's why you go out and get guys that are that size. Hit somebody.
They've always wanted the big guy. Right?
Yeah, and when it came to that draft, when Rasmussen was drafted, I remember saying to, I think it was Birchie at the time, Birchie may have just started here, and I said, I like Rasmussen for the Wings where they're picking. And he's like, why? And I said, because of his size. It was purely, had nothing to do with anything in the minors. It was, I looked at the top 30 prospects in the NHL that year for the draft, and it was, this guy stands out. He's 6'5" and 210 pounds, or whatever.
Let's go back to your phone calls. Tony's next on 97.1. What's up, Tony?
Hey, how you doing? Calling out from Ann Arbor.
Great.
Hey, when you were talking about getting that Burns, that edge rusher, if Carolina keeps going south, why don't they try and package a deal with him and Thielen? Thielen's got more third downs against the Lions than anybody in the last 10 years, and he's a perfect route runner, and
he's just a great receiver. Yeah, you don't have to sell Adam Thielen. He's just a great receiver.
So if I'm in Carolina,
he doesn't want to play on a loser either.
No, but if I'm Carolina, right, and I think it's an interesting thought because that's a team that is they the only winless team. They're the only winless team, right?
Yes.
Oh, are they? Okay,
I believe they are.
And you've got Thielen, who is probably the one guy that their rookie quarterback can count on most.
Yep.
Do you want to take that away from him in his rookie year?
Well, that's a good question. And you probably don't. I mean, Thielen is 33 years old. Is he 33 or is he 34? He is 33. He'll be 34 next August.
Yep.
So 33 years old. He's being targeted almost 10 times a game. He's being targeted 9 times a game. He's a really good receiver. And you're right. If you're trying to build some confidence in Bryce Young, you probably want to hang on to this guy because you watched the game Sunday. There was nobody to throw to other than Adam Thielen.
Yeah, what we're talking about too is somebody would have to. If I'm if I'm doing the show in Carolina, I'm like, if somebody wants Adam Thielen and I'm trying to develop Bryce Young, you got to pay me. I mean, I have to be very happy with the return.
Yeah, but what's that return? A
The
fourth
return,
round pick?
yeah, that's not going to be
pick?
anything, Doug. It's Adam Thielen.
Yeah,
I understand that, but then I'm not trading him.
Yeah,
is the point.
To be honest with you, if I'm the Lions, I don't really want Thielen. I mean, he's an older receiver. He's doing well this year, but I mean, Josh Reynolds and Cleve Raymond are fine. When we're talking picking up a receiver for this team, we're talking about like a real upgrade.
Yeah, no, I hear
so
you.
I don't need another Adam Thielen.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Hey, snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets, guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use with a range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug to kick off this NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issues non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
My skills have eroded over the years for sure because I just don't play anymore. But there was nothing more embarrassing than when I suited up to play in a charity event to raise money for dwarf awareness. So there were a lot of little people were there, and their lives are not easy by any means. So this was a great cause and was part of this great event. And I was in fear of taking a shot because I thought that one of the little people was going to jump up and block my shot. And I just got I got flustered when he came at me when I was getting ready to do a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
And it ended up being like the worst air ball ever. I launched it way too early. It was the ugliest shot you've ever seen in your life. Why? Because I thought that somebody that was 3 feet tall was going to block my shot. Absolutely pathetic.
That's my favorite one.
Gator brought my attention to something that is just fantastic. Most people, do you think, know what the sphere is in Vegas?
I think they're starting to figure out what the sphere is. Yeah, it's really cool. It's a giant sphere. It's a giant ball,
sphere,
basically. Yeah. But it's got a million. I don't know how many millions of LED lights are in it. It's like a TV screen, but it's a sphere in the middle of Vegas.
And it looks like it's, 20 stories tall? Like
yeah,
this monster. Huge. And inside, is it a concert venue?
Yes.
Yeah, well, you can host fights. You can host.
Yeah.
U2 was just
is
there.
doing the residency there.
Mm-hmm.
It's incredible, right?
It's unbelievable.
If you haven't seen it, Google search it. But
Google search it for this reason.
It basically towers over. It doesn't tower over the Vegas skyline, but it kind of dominates the Vegas skyline now.
It can, yeah.
Well, from an aerial view.
Because it's
absolutely aerial views, yeah.
Because we're talking about essentially a giant circular TV screen. It's incredible. But apparently on one hole at the golf course at the Wynn.
I think it's the Wynn golf course.
When you're teeing off, you're looking down the fairway, and right beyond the green is the sphere. So it's in your line of sight.
Yeah.
So they've set the sphere up that it is.
It's the greatest thing.
It's the yellow.
It's like the Kool-Aid face.
It's like a yellow happy face. You know,
yeah.
Like if you're driving up north and you're in West Branch and you see they've painted the water tower with the yellow happy face with the two black dot eyes.
It's like an emoji.
Yeah, it's like like emoji face, or like the Kool-Aid face in the picture where you have the eyes and the mouth and it can move or whatever. That's exactly what it looks like.
That's what they've got on the sphere, except it's looking. The face is facing down the fairway, looking at the golfers on the tee. And there's video out there of these golfers teeing off. The eyeballs in the sphere follow the ball. And if you hit it right down the middle, the face smiles. And if you go OB, the face will follow the ball and then frown and stare back at you. It's
unbelievable.
It is incredible. And I'm thinking to myself, they spent how many millions on this incredible, innovative.
It's the most ridiculous
architectural structure, and they're using it to mock golfers at the Wynn.
It's such a dumb display of wealth, and yet it's a fantastic display of wealth. they are getting their money's worth out of this, right? That thing is incredible. King, what'd you say? It was $450,000 just to advertise on it?
Yeah, something like that. It's crazy. It costs but like when events are in town,
the venues, it's going to be the place to be, and it's going to be amazing sound.
Even if you have events like at Thomas and Mack or wherever, and you want to advertise in the Sphere, you can. I mean, it's going to get like. It doesn't tower over hotels or anything, but because it's so many LED lights and it's so cool, like you're drawn to it.
You can't miss it.
Yeah, you can see anything that it puts, up there. Whether it's a face mocking you or it's they made it the Earth, or when the Summer League was there, I think they turned into a basketball,
giant basketball, yeah,
things like that. It's cool.
It's just really, really cool and a fun way of using it with the golfers.
Using the technology for a laugh is pretty.
Yeah, so.
Pretty impressive.
No one's paying for anything right now. They just have fun with it, I guess, right?
Yeah. Yep. I mean, I'm still amazed that we're on Twitch.
Yes, me too. Different reasons.
And they've got the Sphere trolling golfers. It's so great. Really, really cool.
Did you see the inside of the U2 concert there?
I didn't see it for YouTube, but I saw the inside of the Sphere for what it looks like for concerts.
Well, someone just texted us this as well, and I saw it. It made it seem like you were outdoors because the lights are inside.
Inside's the same thing.
Yes. Yeah. Like, it's amazing what they can do.
The sensory, the ability to hit you with all kinds of different things is incredible. It's sensory overload is what it is.
Yep.
All right, we do a segment called Who's on Top. We're going to tweak it here a little bit. Kang found a list, Gator. Do I have your full attention? I feel like I've lost you. You look like you're going down the internet wormhole.
No, you have my full attention.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
I had to pull up the right screen for what you're looking for.
All right, so I just told you to bring up a list of every coach in the National Football League. Here's how this is going to work.
Do you have my full attention? Yes. This is how it's going to work.
I have to ask you that every once in a while.
I know.
And he's not paying attention when you do the classic. You just repeat what you just heard.
Yeah.
Everyone does that.
I say, Gator, do you think the Lions are going to win this Sunday?
I'm
sorry, what's that? Who?
Do I think the Lions what?
This is not a complicated question.
The Detroit Lions.
What?
No, the British Columbia Lions.
Yeah. BC's got no chance.
Okay. Kang found a list. This is top 10 coaches in the NFL. We have 2 minutes, you and I, right now, to come up with our list. We're working together.
Okay, is this who they are right now?
Right in this very moment, this snapshot in time, top 10 coaches in the NFL. Are we ready? And go. What do you think? Andy Reid won?
Yes.
Okay.
I think Pete Carroll.
Pete Carroll, do we put him in the 2 spot?
Well, we can put him in the top 10.
Let's get 10 together because we only have 2 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, the toolbox in Philly.
Sirianni, sure.
Does he belong at 3? I mean,
I think he does. I think he does.
All right.
What about?
I have 2 coach crushes here, and one is Mike Tomlin, the other is Mike Vrabel. Do either of them make the top 10?
How about let's go Kyle Shanahan first?
Okay.
Throw him in there.
Dude down in Miami.
McDaniel, I think he's there.
Does he get as high as 5?
I don't know. I think he's as high as 10, as low as 10 though.
He's in our top 10.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure here.
I know. How about Sean McVay? I'm joking.
Well, but would he be on this list?
Would John Harbaugh make the top 10?
I think he should.
Okay, where do we play? That was 2 minutes.
Oh, sorry, it was 1 minute.
Oh, okay.
You got another minute.
Okay, how many we got?
We got 5. Dan Campbell. Does Dan Campbell make the top 10?
I can't see it.
Let's put him at 10.
Okay.
All right.
What
John
about
Harbaugh?
How about Zach Taylor? John Harbaugh is in, yes.
Okay.
Zach Taylor?
Let's
Cincinnati?
put Zach Taylor. Yeah, I mean, they're struggling, but 7?
Okay. Sean McDermott, Buffalo? Yes.
Probably 6.
Okay. I mean, he's probably higher than that, but yeah.
All right. Who have we not mentioned? Mike Tomlin?
We didn't mention Tomlin.
Do we put him in the top 10?
Yes. Sure. Let's put him in the top 10.
Okay,
we need somebody in the top 10.
We need one more at 8.
Belichick?
Do we?
But
right
they're
now?
terrible, but he's still Bill Belichick.
Do we do it now?
Or Sean McVay, one of the two.
10 seconds.
McVay's won more recently.
I think we go Sean McVay.
Okay.
Although I think we have him too high at 8. All right. So here's our list. On the fly, top 10. We've really screwed this up. 2 minutes is quick. Andy Reid 1. Pete Carroll 2. Nick Sirianni 3. Kyle Shanahan 4. Mike McDaniel 5. Sean McDermott 6. Zach Taylor 7. Sean McVay 8. Mike Tomlin 9. Dan Campbell 10. How you feel about this list?
I feel like we've got the players.
The coaches?
Don't you go anywhere. You can have a seat.
Yeah, Cal just wandered in. He's got to go? Practice? Oh,
All
you're
right.
going to practice.
Bye,
All right,
Cal.
Yeah.
Good seeing you.
Little known fact, Ken Cal does play-by-play for practice.
I think we have a good shot at getting a big number in the top 10.
The way we want to work this is right now take texts at 248-539-9797. What did we screw up the most?
Okay, well, here's one thing I want to say, because we weren't really talking about the order as much, and you put them in order.
Yes.
I think you got hasty with. I think Pete Carroll's a top 10 coach. I don't think he's number 2 coach.
No,
in
he's the
NFL.
second name we mentioned, and that's where he ended up on the list. You're 100% correct.
Because I would probably have Sirianni there.
Here's the problem. Sirianni at 3. We didn't miss by that much.
I know.
But I would say the problem is, Kang and I were debating prior to the show when he told me what we were going to do and how we were going to do it, is how long do we give ourselves? 2 minutes goes in a hurry.
Yeah.
But we'll take text right now. Again, our list, top 10 coaches in the NFL right now. Andy Reid 1, Pete Carroll 2, Nick Sirianni 3, Kyle Shanahan 4, Mike McDaniel 5, Sean McDermott 6, Zach Taylor 7, Sean McVay 8, Mike Tomlin 9, Dan Campbell 10.
You know what's funny? Well, I'm not going to say the coach's name, but there's a coach who's 49-21 in his career.
And we don't have him on the list?
And I don't think he belongs in there either.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Where do we screw up the most? Let's take 10 texts and you tell it. No, we're up against a break. Just text us.
Plus, we got tickets to give away.
We'll give away some Red Wing tickets at 12:26. But where do we screw up the most? And then we'll tell you about the list at 12:05 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Good Friday, everybody. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. We're going to go a little bit in depth. Lions and Tampa. That's who they're playing this Sunday, right? Just checking. Tampa.
No, it's just Baker Mayfield.
We'll get to that today at 12:16. 248-539-9797. All right, so we just did something. We're going to call it like 2-minute warning or something. Maybe actually. I don't mind that.
Well, look at that. Hey. That's not bad.
That's not bad.
Can you write that down, would you?
Yeah.
Noted.
Yep. Can we come up with an open for it?
Yep.
You've got 2 minutes.
Or you die.
You can play 2 Minutes to Midnight by Iron Maiden.
2 minutes or you die.
I wish we could, Gator.
No kidding. A lot of stuff we wish we could do.
Can I play it?
It was a
guitar out.
Gator's version.
Yeah.
Okay. So we had 2 minutes to come up with a list of the top 10 coaches in the NFL. Kang's got the actual list is put together by a website, and we're in a hurry. And what we came up with, we asked people for our mistakes. First text, and then we named the name, but we left him off the list. Leaving John Harbaugh off the list is a big mistake. He didn't make our final top 10.
I thought he was on our list.
We talked about him, but I didn't write him down.
Why did you write him down? We had it on there twice. I thought he was on the list twice.
It's 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes or we die. I'm under a lot of pressure over here.
That's ridiculous.
No Zach Taylor, not in the top 10. That's from Bill in a Car. John Harbaugh should be on that list in front of Dan Campbell. That's from an unnamed texter. Dan Campbell should be over Sean McVay. That's from an unnamed texter.
One guy's won a Super Bowl as much as I can't stand him.
Mike Tomlin is way too low on that list. That's from Mark in Huron Township.
We seriously didn't have John Harbaugh on the list. It's okay. All right. I'm venting with you.
I know.
It's tough.
It is
I got
tough.
it. Yeah. Bright lights.
Yeah.
That's what happened. Shiny head. I know.
Can't we perform under pressure?
Really should have had Cal stay in here because Cal always talks about his shiny head. So.
That's true. Did I read this one? Mike Tomlin way too low on that list. That's from Mark. We got Mike Tomlin 9. You're on drugs, leaving Belichick off.
How's the game passed him by?
He's 1-4, and it's right now. Sean McDermott shouldn't be on the list.
No, he's 64-36. He's won 3 AFC East championships. He's made the playoffs 5 times. You don't think he should be on the list for top 10? Okay. Tell me more.
I think Nick Sirianni over Kyle Shanahan's a big mistake. That's from JD. We have Sirianni at 3, Kyle Shanahan at 4. I mean, okay.
I think Kyle Shanahan is probably going to be number 2 on this list.
How are you going to put Mike McDaniel ahead of Dan Campbell? Would you really have McDaniel instead of Campbell?
Well,
not for this team. Not for the Lions.
I mean, to do what he's doing with such an inferior quarterback in Miami, right?
That's a good point. He's overcoming that shortcoming. Ask yourself, would Miami trade Mike McDaniel right now for Dan Campbell? No. Would Detroit trade Dan Campbell for Mike McDaniel? No. They're both doing fine.
I like both coaches a lot. There's a lot to like about Mike McDaniel.
Now, we do have McDaniel at 5 and Campbell at 10, but this might be a product of the pressure we were under. And the first time we've tried this game, 2-minute warning. All right, so thank you for all your feedback.
McDaniel and Jared Goff are the best part of that ManningCast commercial for the tryouts.
Yeah, I actually admit McAfee's funny, but Jared Goff's.
But McDaniel, he just tells the Mannings to blank off. It's great.
All right, Kang, you got the list?
I do have the list.
And who is it from?
The list is from NFL on Fox. They asked their NFL staff on Fox who the top 10 head coaches in the NFL in 2023.
So this is like Jimmy Johnson and Terry Bradshaw. That crew put it together,
and others.
Okay, can we start at 10?
Yeah.
All right, let's start at 10. Let's go.
Number 10 on their list, according to the NFL staff at Fox Sports, is Bill Belichick.
Here we go. Get ready for all the old coaches.
We're on drugs.
Here comes Sean Payton, and here we go.
All right.
Number 9, Nick Sirianni.
Whoa, we got him at 3. I don't mind that because I don't like Sirianni.
It's hard to like.
Yep.
Number 8, Pete Carroll.
Yeah.
Did we go a little high with?
Well, I think we were just throwing numbers there. I think if we had time to sort it out, he would not have been number 2.
It's our maiden voyage with this.
Yes.
So we're
working the bugs out.
All right, number 7.
Number 7's Doug Peterson.
Left him off.
Yeah. Well, he's with Jacksonville, and how good is Jacksonville right now?
I thought they'd be better, to be honest.
Yeah,
with you.
it's been a horrible disappointment, right?
Well, I wouldn't say horrible. They won a
horrible disappointment, I said.
They won a playoff game last year.
They're in first place.
Yeah. Okay. Number 6, John Harbaugh.
Yeah.
We screwed that one up.
You guys screwed that one up big time. Number 5, Mike McDaniel.
Oh, we got that right on.
Yeah. Woo! Come on.
Woo! And you said we're on drugs.
Number 4, Sean McVay.
We had him on the list.
You had him.
It's enough.
Reluctantly for Gator.
Yeah.
Okay.
Overrated.
Number 3, Mike Tomlin.
There he is.
Yeah, okay.
Not having a good year, but, he's still a great coach.
Yep.
We're down to the final 2.
All right, so it's Kyle Shanahan at 2 and Andy Reid at 1.
There you go.
Doug, number 2 is Kyle Shanahan, and number 1 is Andy Reid.
Okay.
So no Dan Campbell on the list.
No.
You guys surprised? Not surprised?
I'm not surprised.
I'm not shocked.
Not surprised because he's got to prove it. Look, 9-8 last year, off to a great start this year, 12-3 in the last 15 games. I can't help the stupidity that's at Fox.
So we got 2 exactly right.
We would have had more exactly.
1, and we had 8 of the 10 names on the list. We had Dan Campbell and Zach Taylor didn't make the list. They had Bill Belichick and John Harbaugh. Oh, no, we got 7 because John Harbaugh, Doug Peterson.
Doug Peterson was the other one.
So which one?
We would have
Sean
had
McDermott you had on.
Oh, right.
He was not on the list.
Okay.
How is Sean McDermott not on the list?
Because I just read the
he
list.
didn't-
No, I know. Let's be objective, though. How could he not be on the list? Other than they left him off the list.
Maybe he's number 11.
He's 64-36.
Who's the most questionable here? Is it Doug Peterson?
Yeah, I would think so.
I would think so.
Or Bill Belichick. Belichick. But
Yeah.
I mean, Belichick's getting the honorary position because of what he's done is unbelievable. It
Yeah,
is
he's
an
like
incredible run.
emeritus. We got it. But but for right here and right now, it looks like the game has kind of passed him by. When was the last time they made the playoffs? The last year Brady was there? Because they haven't done it since, right? So it's been 4 or 5 years. 4 years. But Sean McDermott's won, like I said, 3 AFC East championships. He's been in the playoffs 5 times. 5 times. He's been coaching since 2017.
So replace.
So 5 of the 6 years, and this is his 7th year.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's tough.
but he's not in the top 10.
It's a tough exercise. He's probably 11.
I think the Fox people are dumb.
Okay. Well, we're dumb too.
No.
The Fox. You know what the thing about
They
the
would have
Fox
got your guys' list wrong.
Yeah.
The Fox people have more than 2 minutes to put it together.
Right. That's the thing.
All right. Well, that concludes 2-minute warning or you die. 248-539-9797.
Warning or you die. That's nice.
I think that's what we should call it. Eric, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Eric.
Hey, guys, love the show. How's it going?
Going great. Thank you.
Good. Hey, I just thought I'd throw a fun fact at you guys. It's really kind of sick. That sphere you were mentioning in Vegas, it's the MSG sphere. But it was budgeted at $1.2 billion to build it, and they were almost 100% over budget. That thing came in at over $2 billion.
It's fantastic.
Yeah,
but
It's
think
just
about that.
fantastic.
How that is a huge screw up.
Well, but look at it this way. If you built a new football stadium, it's going to cost you like $2 billion to build, right?
Yep.
And you're going to have 70,000 seats, and you're going to sell them each at $100 a piece or whatever. What do you think the tickets? What's the average ticket price to get into the sphere?
Hold on. I think when you budget it at $1.2 billion and it's over $2 billion to build, that's the mistake. It's not that it's not cool and that you're not going to sell seats. It's that you underestimated. It's almost double what you thought it was
Supply
going to be.
chain, Doug.
Is that what
Supply
it is?
chain issue.
Gator's done a lot of rentals lately. This is how it always ends up.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
We're going a little over budget. Yeah, well.
Over budget, and we said we'd have it done in April of this
Yeah,
year. It's
sorry,
going to be
that
June of next year.
Tile's out of stock. We got to restock it.
Eric, that's incredible.
That is incredible.
It is sweet, though.
Yeah, love the show, guys.
Thank you. No, appreciate it.
But I mean, I don't know what the price is, the average price for a ticket to see U2 play at the Sphere. And what are there, 15,000 seats for the shows or whatever?
$20.
I'm pretty sure it's not $20. It's got to be like 10 times that. I would think like $200 to get in.
Yep.
And that thing's going to be active 100 dates a year for shows or something. Probably. I don't know. They'll make up that money.
Can they play
quickly.
a football game in it?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, but maybe.
Could you play a basketball game?
Carrot Top can perform. They got that.
In front of several
That's what they
people?
built it for, was for Carrot Top. You know what we need for Carrot Top?
And Gallagher too.
Right? What's Andrew Dice Clay doing?
Yeah, is he around? How about the guy with the with all the dummies? Jeff Dunham or whatever his name is. I'm kidding. No, the place is going to be a moneymaker.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson Open Lines. We'll give away Red Wing tickets today at 12:26. Let's get into the Lions and Chuck's notes Tampa game. We'll do that at 12:16 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, getting excited about tomorrow. Look, if you're heading out to a game, you want to bring something with you for a tailgate. I am telling you the best thing to do to bring to a party or any tailgate. You don't want to go empty-handed. So bring with you something that's really going to put a smile on people's faces. Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon. It is delicious. The best part about Flying Ace is the taste. It's got hints of vanilla, ripe stone fruit. It's so smooth you're going to want to come back for more. There's nothing pretentious about Flying Ace. It's just real approachable American-made whiskey for the maverick at heart. There's no gimmicks at all, and it's just $30 a bottle. It's not going to bust your budget. Plus, Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon is made in Holland, Michigan. It's part of that Coppercraft family. You know that it's quality. You can drink it any way you want. You want to do shots with your friends before the game starts? Go ahead. You want to drink it neat? Or drink it on the rocks? Have it with a mixer like a cola or perhaps a ginger ale? That's the way I like to drink it. It's fantastic. You are going to be a big fan of it for life once you try it out. Follow at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram. That way you can stay up to date on all of their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly and never drink and drive.
And of course, Jeff Rieger's now freaked out because the fact that Verlander celebrated means according to Rieger, he's going into the Hall of Fame as an Astro, not a Tiger.
He is everybody has their weird things. He's so paranoid about that. It's not going to impact me one way or another what the cap is when he goes in. It doesn't. They don't like Men in Black mind erase your memories from when you watch JV as a Tiger. Those things still happened. Right. You don't have to think differently about him.
Right. He's 13 years here. I think it'll be 8 or 9 with them. And if he chooses them because they had more postseason success, whatever. So be it. I feel he'll do the Mike Mussino route, which is just a blank hat.
My point is, it doesn't cheapen what he did here, and people like Rieger get very defensive over it.
He's ours. He's ours. He's not yours. He's ours.
Yeah, that's a good Jeff Rieger impression. It's actually really well done.
Okay. I think we've entered a weird place. The more I thought about it
sphere?
today. No. So before the break, I said the Lions game against Check's Notes, Tampa. Earlier, I said Lions are playing, who is it again? Tampa. These are two first-place teams playing one another. I don't think anyone in Detroit is taking the other first-place team seriously. We've gotten to the point where we've got a first-place versus first-place showdown in the second month of the season, and we are so overlooking Tampa Bay. Now, it
First place in the South.
Right, but I get that it doesn't matter what we do. It doesn't matter what we do. But you know how much intensity there is coming from the fans for this game? Just north of 0. The fans are chalking this one up, is my impression.
I think Stoney's got Tampa winning.
Well, I didn't say Stoney. I said fans. And we've entered this weird place where we're confident.
We're chesty.
We are very chesty. Tampa's 3-1. Now, it's early. Got it. Even you just made a face.
Yeah, I am. I'm very chesty.
And I'm actually not even really saying that I'm sure that people are wrong. But think about this. Think about where we are right now. It's totally discounting another first place team because we think they're the fraud.
Yeah. Well, I think in the last few weeks, the confidence is just growing and growing and growing in the fan base about this team. Validating what they did at Kansas City. You're okay with the loss to Seattle at this point because Seattle's a good team. Go take care of business in the next 3 games, and they did, winning by double digits each time, 18 points the last time out. And then you look at Tampa, and it's people aren't scared of Baker Mayfield. That's what it comes down to. You're not afraid of Baker Mayfield. This isn't the same Tampa team that was there a couple of years ago that was, fighting for the Super Bowl. It's not it. All right. They've got some of the same players, but it's Baker Mayfield. It's an offense that runs for 3 yards per carry.
Do you get a sense, though, that people a while ago were saying, it's Detroit, but it's Jared Goff?
Yeah. And to their own detriment. They were wrong.
No, I get it. But is it possible that Baker Mayfield in this 4th act of his career, that the light has come on? Because it's isn't it about?
It's not possible.
Isn't it about the same age where it happened for Goff?
Baker's had like 3 teams in between.
Baker's been thrown away. How many times?
I guess Baker Mayfield is 28. It's a little bit older than Goff, but it's happened with Goff, right? Goff has admitted or has told us he's playing the best football of his career. He took a team to the Super Bowl. He's won playoff games in 2 separate years in LA, and right now he thinks he's playing the best football of his career. Should we be a little bit more open-minded that Baker Mayfield might be on a similar trajectory?
No.
Now, okay, this kind of talk. And your attitude specifically, young man.
Yeah.
No, honestly, isn't this kind of...
I would say this. My attitude about this is nauseating to Tampa fans.
I'm sure it
be
is.
like if there's people, we would be typecast and stereotyped as being the arrogant Lions fans.
If there were any.
Right. But the problem is we haven't ever had the opportunity to be this chesty.
No, we haven't.
Yeah, I'm going to be this chesty. And it's because of Baker Mayfield. It's because he's been thrown away by so many other teams. And no, I don't think he's figured it out. I think they've played, very modest competition to this point. Not that the Lions have played any great shakes, but at least the Lions have a win at Kansas City. And then they lost in overtime against Seattle. 2 good teams. Split the record at 1-1. The other 3 not so much. What's Tampa done?
Yeah, I got it. But this is the type of talk that's typically reserved for established NFL powers.
So why can't we be there now?
Well, we might be.
That's why I want to ask you guys.
Been waiting forever to do this.
Is this? I mean, it's a combo factor with the Lions fans being confident in the Lions and disrespecting the Buccaneers. But if you had to slice the pie here, which is it more of? That we're just so confident in our team, or is it the disrespect that the Buccaneers suck? They're not that good.
It's clearly,
I think the pie is pretty split for me. Actually, I think the Lions are really good, and I do not believe in Baker Mayfield. And I know I'm not even calling them the Buccaneers. It's Baker Mayfield. I just don't see it. They're going to be one-dimensional because they can't run the football. And, okay, good luck. Bring your popcorn and enjoy this one.
I mean, the truth is it's the worst rushing offense in the NFL after 5 games. And Detroit is the third best right now, statistically, rushing defense. So that's a great matchup. Now, I said something earlier that I go back to. Hey, we all have watched and seen and applauded Jerry Jacobs for the way he rebounded from the Seattle game. That was against DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. Now he's facing Chris Godwin and Mike Evans. And Jerry Jacobs has played a prominent role with this team. He wasn't cast in that when the original script came out. He was supposed to be a supporting actor, but he just started every game this year. And, with obviously the Emmanuel Mosley season-ending injury, which I still just can't believe, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson's out, and Brian Branch, who can play some corner for you, is out. I mean, they have suffered their share of injuries, and Jerry Jacobs has answered the bell against Atlanta, against Green Bay, and against Carolina. But this is a much bigger test this week, and I think we should have a little bit more concern about that. Now, they're one-dimensional, sure. God, the dismissive look on your face, this half smile, like you have no respect.
Nope.
For Tampa.
I don't.
And if you push comes to shove, I picked Detroit to win. I will allow that there's a possibility that Tampa wins this game, Gator, and I don't think you'll even allow that.
There's a possibility.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, injuries happen. You can get lucky on a couple plays. Calls can go your way. Look, we've seen paths to victory for teams that have no business. I don't know. Does the NFL... Are we going to get conspiracy theories about how they want to promote Baker Mayfield and get him back in the good graces of the fans and promote him as a star because he's charismatic? There's a lot of things.
I mean, it would
like
be
that.
A good storyline, but I don't think it's paramount to the NFL that Baker Mayfield's successful.
No, I think it should be. Let's shift that focus on and put it on Jared Goff, a real good guy, a real professional, and someone who's playing at the top of his game right now on a team that's one of the best teams in football. That's going to go down to Tampa and kick some ass.
Gator, you'd probably be more fearful of playing like the Vikings right now than the Buccaneers, right? Or the
Vikings
Baker
are a dangerous team because they haven't won. And they've played teams tight. It's just it's a flip of the switch. What happened last year? They won all the close games. This year, they're losing all the close games. Tampa, in those orange creamsicle jerseys? Those what? Orange creamsicle jerseys?
I don't think that's what you said, but sure, go with it.
What do you think I said?
Orange
creamsicle jerseys?
Whatever.
The Steve DeBerg era? Ooh. I mean, I'd love to be a fly on the wall in that locker room when Levante David is putting on the jersey and he's like, are you, man? How the hell are we supposed to go out and intimidate teams wearing this? And then Leroy Selman showed, hey, well, back in my day, this isn't 1978, okay? Come on, man.
Okay, home game, their game to prove themselves. Their wide receiving core against this Lions secondary, I think, is
in front of hundreds of fans.
It's going to be a challenge.
Hundreds of Tampa fans will be there.
There might be more Lions fans down there.
Mm-hmm.
Could be.
I mean, I'm sorry. Did I miss the memo that said Mike Allstott is playing on this team?
Yeah, you did not miss that memo.
Okay.
John Lynch?
Is John Lynch coming back?
Mm-hmm.
Warwick Dunn, is he playing? We got a barber. Is a barber going to be there?
One of the barbers?
Yeah. Rondé. Come on.
You've
Gator does not.
No, this is great. You've entered in, I think, an unwarranted attitude of arrogance.
What's beyond chesty? Because you've reached it.
Yeah.
What's next level?
Fully erect.
Okay. All right, Gator.
I want to be confident, man. I haven't been allowed to be confident about a Lions team in my lifetime. Right?
Yep.
The year they went 12-4, we were all like, is this happening? This is really happening. Okay. Oh, my God. This Lions team is actually, they're good. They're good. And then we got, boom, smack down to reality. Mike Utley gets hurt, and we had to play Washington. Washington was our Seattle, I guess, for this team.
Okay. So, Gator.
Get on board. Why aren't you with me on this?
Who's with them? Because I think they could lose this game.
Oh.
I'm not picking them to lose this game, but I think they could.
Kang, how you doing right now?
Yeah, I'm more leaning with Gator at this one.
Come on.
I feel no...
You're not threatened at all.
It is just Baker. I'm only looking at Baker Mayfield.
Come on, right?
Mike Evans is a good player, man.
Yeah, he's a good player. He's a great player.
Godwin's a good player, but
One of the most consistent receivers in NFL history.
He can complete a pass to an open receiver.
Yeah, and not get in the end zone. And then he can complete a pass to the opposition.
All right. There you go. Gator. Who's with Gator?
I'm surprised you're not standing with me here.
Well, I think
you were the one who was chesty before I was chesty.
I was chesty about last week, and this week, I just don't think we have given Tampa enough respect. And by we, I mean 10-2, just our show, and just to our audience.
Okay, let me ask you this: why do they deserve our respect?
Because I don't know that we've reached a place where we can collect 10-2, not the team, can overlook anyone.
But that's
Except
because
maybe Carolina last week.
Right. All right. But you're doing this because now you're starting to think into the past, and the past is creeping up into your head.
No, it has nothing to do with the
Embrace
past.
what this season is and what this team is.
I do a very good job of separating the past from this team.
So why are you struggling today?
Because I'll allow for the possibility that Baker Mayfield's playing better football in his career. Right now, some of the best football of his career.
He was awful with the Rams. He was awful with, was it Carolina? Well, how many other teams has he been with in the meantime before?
It was just those two. It
washed out at Cleveland. I mean, come on.
All right.
It's Baker Mayfield. Wasn't even sure he was going to start the season because Kyle Trask was an impediment.
Yeah. To be clear here, okay? I think the Lions are going to win this game.
Do you?
Doesn't sound like it.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because you know what you're doing there. Don't you?
Come on, man. I'm asking you to stand with Kang, stand with me, stand with Lions Nation, stick that chest out proud, and let's effing go.
All right, we will get to phone calls and feedback. Let's give away these Red Wing tickets for the opener against Tampa tomorrow at LCA. First one with the correct answer to the following question will get the Red Wings ticket. What was the funny use of the sphere that got us talking about the sphere? First correct answer, 248-539-9797. You get the Red Wings tickets for the game against Tampa. For tickets and more, go to DetroitRedWings.com now. 97.1. Congratulations to Bill and Lake Orion, the winner of our quiz question. He knew that it was the Sphere mocking golfers at the Wynn Golf Course that got us talking about the Sphere in Vegas. That was the correct answer. And he was the
my
first one
skills
with
have
it.
eroded
Bill,
over
you're going to the
years
Red
for
Wings
sure,
home
'cause
opener
I just don't play
at LCA tomorrow evening.
Again, going to take on Tampa.
And that team, that rowing team, taking on Tampa, yes. Tomorrow night, we'll give away another pair in just under an hour's time with another Carson Anderson quiz question at 126. Okay.
Is Victor Hedman playing alongside Baker Mayfield or no?
You know, I'm okay with confidence, and I'm okay. You can feel however you want, right? I think it's interesting that we've evolved to this point where we're not even taking this team, and I mean we collectively as a community, I don't think we're taking this team seriously at all. And I do think there's a possibility that the Lions lose this game. I mean, what's the point spread?
I haven't even looked at it yet.
I think it's 3. It's not 30.
No, I think it's 86.
It's 3. Maybe I'm wrong.
It is. It's 3.
Yeah.
Over under 42.5.
Okay. Is it unheard of if a 3-point underdog beats
Why do you
a
want to
favorite?
talk me out of this? Why do you want to talk me out of being chesty?
I mean, I do think it's amusing. And
Why do you want to harsh my mellow, man?
No. I guess I'm just treating them with a little bit more respect than you are.
Don't tell me what to do.
I'm not telling you what to do.
Kang?
I'm advising you.
I mean, come on, right?
Oh, I'm with you. I do not fear Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers.
Baker Mayfield.
It's going to be a line takeover. Be a ton of Honolulu Blue out there. Just watch Sunday, 4 o'clock, 4:30. Yeah. This is like money line bet all day, right, Gator?
Yes.
No problem.
Yeah.
3 points. It should be 30.
It sounds like it.
I don't know about that. I mean, because then he's going to go up with the Karsh Casino. And,
Can Seattle?
I take that back.
Can Seattle beat Cincinnati?
Yes.
Seattle's a 3-point underdog.
I love what he's saying.
Can
why
New England?
Why?
Can
Why
New
are you
England beat
doing
the
this to me?
Raiders?
Can who beat the Raiders?
New England.
I don't think so.
Okay. Really fair enough. Let's go to Brian. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brian.
Good afternoon, fellas. Hope all of you are well.
Yeah, we are. Thank you.
Sounds spry as well. Hey, so if I can give you guys 8 seconds of encouragement, if you don't mind.
Sure. I can use 8 seconds.
I know. So I'm here in Atlanta. I give 0 craps about any of your teams, and I'm a Bucs fan. And here I am listening every day. That, friends, is the makings of an awesome show. So keep it up, boys.
Wow, thank you.
Of course. So, like I said, Bucs fan as well. So, sure, give me all the crap you want.
No.
But
how can you be a Bucs fan and live in Atlanta? Unless you're from Tampa originally. Are you from Tampa originally?
I am not. I plan on moving there very soon.
Okay.
Because you don't want to be a Falcons fan? Is that it?
What's that?
Because you don't want to be a Falcons
Dude,
fan?
you
Is
can
that
be a fan
it?
of
I'm
whoever
just
wants to be a
asking.
fan.
Why
are you persecuting poor Brian?
Why are you persecuting me?
Because you deserve it.
Well, it's very interesting. I've just had a huge argument over a thread because obviously the Braves lost last night. I'm not a Braves fan. I'm a Rays fan, so it's a fun little deal.
All right, so you're a Tampa guy, and does your football team have a chance?
I don't think so, but I think what's going to end up happening is I think it's going to be the complete opposite way of last week. I think the offense might be kind of dry because the defense is going to shut, I think, things down. The problem will be with Evans being on a gimpy hamstring and Godwin not playing worth anything, unfortunately, and the other receivers and obviously the running game's not great. I think your defense is what's going to be the winning formula.
The deciding factor. Yeah. That you don't have a quarterback, right?
Yeah, pressuring Baker Mayfield, making his job as difficult as possible.
Yeah. So, in truth, I think you guys win on Sunday. But what I'm hoping happens is the appetizer happens Saturday night. Lightning beat the Wings, and Sunday the Bucs beat the Lions.
He's getting a little chesty.
Yeah. Woohoo! Let's get excited about game number 2 of an 82-game schedule. Do what you got to do.
You did not like him.
How are you supposed to like a guy who lives in Atlanta and roots for the teams in Tampa, of all places. Like, how do you live in Atlanta and you're not a Braves fan? I was rooting. I like the Rays, not the Braves. What? Who does that? If you don't have ties
I've known
to
you
Tampa
for a long time.
Yeah.
A long time.
Yeah.
And this is the first time you've gotten mad at somebody for who and what they're rooting for.
It doesn't make any sense.
Look, Tampa needs all the fans they can get, Gator. Stop trying to talk their
no
fans out of
kidding.
being fans of their sports.
Those teams shouldn't be there.
But they are.
The Rays shouldn't even be in Tampa.
You know what's happened here? I think I've kind of triggered him. I think your patience for everything is done.
Everything Tampa, at least.
Well, that was not my intent.
Tampa.
Not my intent.
I
at all.
respect their baseball team. I just don't understand how you can live in Atlanta and be a Rays fan.
Hates the Rays. Hates the Lightning.
I mean,
doesn't respect the Buccaneers.
No,
Doesn't respect Brian. He doesn't respect Brian at all.
I don't hate the Lightning. I don't hate the Rays. I actually like the Rays. I just don't understand how you can live in Atlanta and be a fan of those other teams.
Okay, my cousin lives in Toronto. Okay, and he hates the Maple Leafs. Hates them.
Been there his whole life?
No.
Where did he?
Antigonish, Nova Scotia.
Right.
His favorite NHL team, the Hartford Whalers. Growing up, and
is Hartford closer to Nova Scotia than?
I don't know how that came to be. I don't know how it came to be, but he's a giant Hartford Whaler fan, and now he lives in Toronto. And there's nothing he enjoys more than watching Toronto lose every single.
There's something about your cousin I like.
Yeah,
I think that might be it.
Mm-hmm. Do you like Atlanta teams?
Not really.
Okay. So my man doesn't like them either.
But he lives there. It's not like he lives, in some rural part of Georgia. He's like, I'm in Atlanta. I mean, you're right there now. Belly of the beast. You've got a baseball team.
So just
that wins
to be clear,
year after year.
Just to be clear, after 17 years of working together, as of today, October 13th, 2023, the theory that fans can do whatever they want, you're done with.
I just question it. Don't you find this unusual?
No. Does Rico Beard root for Detroit teams?
That's a great point. It's a great counter. But
So, people
isn't
have
that
different
unusual
rooting
though?
interests.
He's unusual though. Well, I don't know. Being a fronter, I don't know if that's unusual.
No.
But not appreciating your own teams here. That's unusual.
Well, we don't know if Brian grew up there. He didn't mention. We didn't go back to his entire history, but all right. So the one thing you brought up that I think is interesting is the idea of a Detroit takeover. Will Lions fans be as present in Tampa as they were in, say, Green Bay?
Yeah, are they heading to the airport right now? People.
I know Gil is.
Right. People who live here have relatives in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Are they, driving down? Look, Orlando's not too far away from Tampa.
Honestly, Detroit to Tampa is an easy flight.
It's
There's a ton of them a day.
It's a 2-hour and 15-minute flight.
It's not over the top expensive.
Right. And like I said, if you fly into Orlando, it's Orlando's an hour from Tampa? I mean, they're so close to each other.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
But there was nothing more embarrassing than when I suited up to play in a charity event to raise money for dwarf awareness. So there were a lot of little people were there, and their lives are not easy by any means. So this was a great cause and was part of this great event. And I was in fear of taking a shot because I thought that one of the little people was going to jump up and block my shot. And I just got flustered when he came at me when I was getting ready to do a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
And it ended up being like the worst air ball ever. I launched it way too early. It was the ugliest shot you've ever seen in your life. Why? Because I thought that somebody that was 3 feet tall was going to block my shot. Absolutely pathetic.
That's my favorite one.
And, of course, Jeff Rieger's now freaked out because the fact that Verlander celebrated means he's, according to Rieger, he's going into the Hall of Fame as an Astro, not a Tiger.
I'm going to do something I don't do very often.
Everybody has their weird things. He's so paranoid about that. It's not going to impact me one way or another what the cap is when he goes in. It doesn't. They don't like Men in Black mind erase your memories from when you watch JV as a Tiger. Those things still happen.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. I think Detroit is an unusually chesty place about this Lions game against Tampa. And I do think Detroit wins the game, but I will open up the possibility that the Lions don't win. Gator, not so much. Let's get back to your phone calls. Joe is on 97 won the ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, you guys are talking a second ago about the presence of the fans that are going to be down in Tampa.
Yeah.
So I travel there about every 5 to 7 days to see my fiance and Brandon, and I don't pay any more than about $300 to go down there on Delta round trip. I got 2 separate groups of friends that are going. One's flying in Orlando because the ticket prices were $1,238 a piece to get down there.
To get to Tampa this week?
To get to Tampa this week.
When did they try looking for tickets? Was this like they're trying to look the week of, or was this weeks ago?
No, they looked 2 weeks ago, and he said that they were about 800 and something, and I looked a couple days ago, and they were $1,238.
Wow.
And I buy my tickets last minute a lot to go see her, and I don't pay any more than $300 to go down there.
So
there's definitely an edge with the Lions fans going down there, and the airlines are taking advantage of it.
Yeah, well, supply and demand, right? There's probably a huge demand, and so it's basic economics, I guess. Sucks, but it is what it is. Thanks, Joe.
No wings.
Yeah, 248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Let's read some of these. Tampa beat Minnesota, Chicago, New Orleans only when Garoppolo went down. They've done absolutely nothing, honestly. Detroit is the better team. That's from Stefan in Waterford. Joe in K-Pack. You guys acted the same arrogant way the entire week leading up to the Seahawk game.
Yep.
Signed Seahawk fan in K-Pack.
It's true. Seahawk fan in K-Pack. Whatever, dude. No, we've acknowledged that Detroit may have a Seattle issue.
Yep. Baker Mayfield throughout his career was horrendous when he's pressured. The Lions are generating a ton of pressure. However, this season, Baker is somehow one of the best quarterbacks in the league when facing pressure. This will be a tough game. Need to go 1-1 in the next 2. Would you be happy with 1-1 in the next 2?
Happy? No. Would I be satisfied? I mean, would it be meh? I think I'd be slightly upset.
I think you're moving towards this place.
I am.
Where you are turning into a person that can't even accept that this is the NFL.
I know.
And teams lose games.
I know. You're right. I am. I'm getting really chesty about this one. I'm getting really chesty about my team. And look, I know I've got ways I can calm myself down before game time. But this is Friday at 12:50, and I'm not allowing that to happen.
Well, so
we're going to keep this train rolling.
The Lions are a 3-point favorite this week, and you don't think there's a chance they'll lose. Do you think they'll be favored next week in Baltimore?
Yes.
Okay. By more or less than 3?
Probably about the same.
Okay. Do you think there's a chance they can lose that game as a 3-point favorite?
First of all, let me say this. Do I think there's a chance they can lose Sunday? Yes. Okay. Do I think I think it's highly unlikely. But yeah, I could see a path carved for
I guess I'm not going to do this for the rest of the schedule. Can you acknowledge that the Lions are going to lose a game the rest of the way?
Of course they will.
And they'll probably be favored in almost all of them.
I don't understand why you're trying to convince me to not be overconfident about this game. What do you think? I'm going to be hurt? I'm going to be just devastated come Monday if they lose?
Yeah.
No.
Will you be disappointed if they go 1-1 in the next
I'll
2?
be disappointed, but I'm not going to be devastated. Don't worry about me. All right? I'll be fine.
I think you're prone to wild emotional swings.
What? It's like we haven't even worked together.
I know. You've changed the rules. Yeah.
Come on, Doug.
I lived outside of Cleveland for 8 years and watched Baker Mayfield for every snap. He played for Cleveland, and that guy can ball out at any time. We should be on alert. It's from an unnamed
Or he
person.
can ball in at any time, I guess, too.
Is that the opposite of balling out? Is balling in?
Sure.
Gonna go balls in, man. What? No. No, Baker, just Just play quarterback.
Yeah.
Well, if he was so good in Cleveland, why is he not still
Right.
there?
Exactly.
Marlon in Wall Lake says, I'm definitely not nervous about the game. Tampa hasn't beaten anybody. I'm not saying we're going to beat them like we did Carolina, but we'll definitely win the game. Lions 27, Tampa 17. Mark it down. M-A-R-K-E-T, down. You know what he
Mark it like
yeah.
Nice.
From Jeff. Oh, my God,
Jeff
Doug.
Fader?
No, Jeff not working in his truck. Oh, my God, Doug, we're talking about Baker frickin' Mayfield. He's yet to face a team that resembled a pass rush.
That's what we're talking about.
Andy says, I'm a Gator because Doug was so scared of Jordan Love a few weeks ago. I got over that before the game.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
Did you?
Yeah, remember when the caller called up and said, Doug, so what if he's good? And he was right. And I admitted it. It was the Wednesday before the game, and I wasn't stubborn. I changed my mind. I listened to opposing opinions.
Uh-huh.
That's all I'm saying.
Oh, I'm listening.
No, you're not.
I'm listening to everything you say.
I'm name texting. The Lions went into Kansas
Quickly
City.
discarding it.
The Lions went into Kansas City, Arrowhead, and got the job done. I don't know why everyone is all of a sudden panicking about Tampa. Okay, stop right there. Now, be honest. I know what you're going to want to say. Do I sound like I'm panicking about Tampa?
Kind of.
Okay. I mean, honestly,
You're being a little.
Why are you picking Tampa to win, Doug?
Is this what I'm going to get the rest of the show? I am allowing for the chance that Tampa wins this game.
I'm allowing for a chance that Tampa wins the game.
And that is considered panicking.
It's a very slim chance, but I'm allowing for it.
I don't even think you're allowing for it, Gator. Let's be honest.
There we go. Dave in Chesterfield. No, you're not.
You're not.
He knows
You're
it.
not.
Anybody watching on Twitch is seeing the look on his face. He is not allowing for it.
I mean, it's Baker Mayfield.
Sam and a mower. Doug never tried to break down a fully erect man's confidence.
For at least a few more hours.
Gator's 100% right. Tampa can't run it, and Baker has zero clue what to do under pressure. Lions taking this one, but it will be a low-scoring grinder.
All right, Brian in Atlanta brought up a good point. Mike Evans is not 100%. He's nowhere near 100%. He's got a hammy issue, and we know that those don't just go away. You have to deal with it, and he's going to have to manage that. So he's not at optimum level. Godwin hasn't been very good all season. So I'm not. I guess that's another reason why I'm not that concerned about Tampa Bay. They're hurt. Not that the Lions aren't, because of course the Lions are as well. I mean, we could go through the laundry list of their injuries.
There's
but the Lions have been able to play through that.
Yeah, and there's video of Sam Laporta running at practice today. It looks better.
How do you feel now?
Gina Trotman. Better. Absolutely better. Look, I thought even with all their injuries, I think the Lions are going to win the game. I don't think it's going to be a blowout. 248-539-9797. Gator is doing something tonight that is unusual. I have done it once, but it is unusual. We'll get to that coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. We also got games to pick today at 1:40, and we're giving away some Red Wing tickets for the opener tomorrow at 1:26 with a Carson Anderson quiz question. All right, something happened recently that has happened way too much, to the point where it's almost cosmic. Nick Castellanos.
Unbelievable. This guy.
Nick Castellanos famously had an at-bat. Tom Brenneman said something offensive, and he was in mid-apology when Castellanos launched a home run, and Brenneman had to kind of stop his apology and call the home run.
Do we still have that in the system?
Let's play it right now. This is what it sounded like this is 3-4 years ago. Tom Brenneman said something offensive, and
he had to own up to it.
And he did on the air, live, and Castellanos hit one out. And since then, it's happened multiple times.
Not that people have said offensive things they had to apologize for, but there have been other instances where.
But there was something sensitive going on, and Castellanos has done it again. Now, I know some people have heard this, but it's literally remarkable. Here's the Brenneman at bat. Then went on to finish the apology.
He's like almost breaking down, because he can see his career disappearing in front of his eyes, but then he still has to do the play. And there's a drive by Castellanos. It's going to be a home run. Let's get back to me being sorry.
It happened in a Blue Jay game when the Blue Jay announcers were discussing a pitching coach and his DUI, and here's a drive by Castellanos. Then there was a game where a longtime Royals employee had passed away, and the broadcast crew was paying homage to him on the air. What a great guy he was. And here's a drive by Castellanos. A Memorial Day broadcast, the announcing crew was paying tribute to those who paid the ultimate price.
The ultimate
and
sacrifice.
Here's a drive by Castellanos. And it happened again. Somber topic. We'll play it for you at 102. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Differently about him.
Right. He's 13 years here. I think it'll be 8 or 9 with them. And if he chooses them because they had more postseason success, so be it. I feel he'll do the Mike Mussina route, which is just a blank hat.
My point is, it doesn't cheapen what he did here. And people like Rieger get very defensive over it.
He's ours. He's ours. He's not yours. He's ours.
Yeah, that's a good Jeff Rieger impression. It's actually really well done.
All right, so we set it up before the break. Nick Castellanos, who has an unbelievable cosmic, canny knack for hitting home runs, uncanny knack for hitting home runs during somber moments in the broadcast. We played for you the Brenneman apology. There was the Blue Jay coach DUI, the Memorial Day tribute, the eulogy for a longtime Kansas City Royals employee. And then the other night, Charlie Manuel, former manager in Philly, had a stroke. They were talking about his rehabilitation. And Nick Castellanos was at the plate. That is the fifth time that this has happened in Castellanos' career, that there was a somber moment. And it's gotten to the point too where it's gone viral, that people make stuff up and then just say, and here's a drive by Castellanos on social media. It's funny.
It's just unbelievable.
It's unbelievable that it happened again.
I was watching it the other night as it happened, and I'm like, oh, it's Charlie Manuel. He's good to see he's recovering. And
they were
then,
showing
then
video
I heard
of him swinging like a wiffle ball bat.
Yeah, and literally a split second from them breaking from that, you hear the crack of the bat, and I just started to laugh because you knew it was gone. Yep. Like, come on, he didn't just do this after the Charlie Manuel bit. Come on.
Yep, it
was fantastic. And a night where everybody was talking about Bryce Harper's 2 home runs because he had the epic stare down with the shortstop. For me, the moment is clearly Nick Castellanos with the Charlie Manuel story in the background.
I was thinking, like, they got to stop doing any touching stories or anything like that when Castellanos is at the plate, right?
Yes.
But he had already hit a home run. Do you think they go, well, he's not going to hit another home run now? We could do the Charlie Manuel story right now, guys.
It won't
right?
happen again, yeah.
And then, no, he hit a home run.
Hilarious.
It's uncanny.
It is uncanny.
And he hit 2 more home runs yesterday.
Uncanny.
He's had a heck of a postseason, man.
Okay. So Gator's doing something tonight. I actually did it once. But tell the people what you're doing.
Well, I'm going to go see the Eagles tonight.
Yeah. Sweet.
Yeah, I've always wanted to see the Eagles. They've been one of my favorite bands, and I know that this might be the legitimate end run for the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the final tour or anything?
I don't know. I think that I forget what they're calling it, but I think it might legitimately be. I think they literally have one original member, Don Henley. It wasn't. Look, they've had the same lineup or not the same lineup, but they've had guys in the lineup for a long period of time. Like Joe Walsh has played with them since like 1980 or so, or maybe late 70s. But Joe Walsh was not the original guitar player. I think Bernie Ledden was the original guitar player. But it's just Don Henley now, and Glenn Fry, the other member of the famous member of the Eagles, died several years ago, and his son Deacon had taken over, and he does a great job from what I can tell. Videos that I've seen, I think Vince Gill is part of the band now too, and so this is probably the last run, and I wanted to see it, and know that there were some people here at the station who were going to go. I'm like, anybody got a ticket? Found out that there was one ticket available, so I'm going.
So wait, you're going with the people from the station?
Well, I'll meet the people at the station. I'm going by myself.
He's going by himself. Now, that's the thing. That's the unique part of this. But I've gone to one concert by myself. And I was going out to Tempe. Michigan was playing Kansas State in I believe it was the Buffalo Wild Wings Bowl. It was peak Shane Morris era. And got out there, day and a half before the game. I did all my pregame stuff, and there's a concert. Roger Klein and the Peacemakers are playing 2 miles from the hotel we were staying at. It's my favorite band. And I'm like, awesome. So I kind of asked some people in the traveling party, anybody want to go? Nobody wanted to hang out. So I went by myself.
I've done this before.
Yeah.
It was early 90s, and my favorite band was Queensryche, and I wanted to see Queensryche play, and they were playing at the Palace, and I made a last-minute decision to go. And I went by myself. None of my friends were going to go. My brother didn't want to go, so I drove out to the Palace by myself and sat and enjoyed the concert. I can enjoy myself.
You know what?
Whether it's a concert or going to the movies or a game, if I'm going by myself, I'm fine.
Ken, you ever do this? Solo go to a show?
No. And I'm not against people doing it or anything like that. It would seem kind of get it now. Would you still go if the other people from the station weren't going to be there? Would you like, hey, I don't know who's going. I'm not going to know anyone, but I really want to see the Eagles. I'm going by myself.
Yeah. And it goes back to, I think it was 8 or 9 years ago. We were doing a trip at spring training, and then it was a whirlwind thing. And the next day we were in Vegas, and Doug, you weren't there for that one.
Make that trip.
And it happened to fall on my birthday, and the Eagles were playing in Vegas, and I wanted to go. And by the time I decided to get up and finally commit to going, it was too late.
Yeah.
And I blew my chance, and I thought, oh crap, did I just miss the chance to see the Eagles? I think Glenn Fry was still living at the time. So
not again, huh?
No, I'm not going to let that happen. There are people there are acts that I want to see before they stop touring, and this is definitely one of them.
Okay.
This is a bucket list thing for me.
Well, then you told me another fact. I can't make it tonight, but you told me that another one of my favorite bands is opening tonight.
Yeah, Steely Dan's opening up.
Bury the Bottle Mama. It's grapefruit wine. Damn it.
What's the line about single malt scotch? There's a
drink Scotch whiskey all night long
drink
and
Scotch
die
whiskey
behind
all
the
night. There you
wheel.
go. Yeah.
They got a name for the winners in the world. I want a name when I lose. They call Alabama the Crimson Tide. They call me Deacon Blues. Yeah, I swear, like I got a bunch of friends, and all of us love the Dan. And I'm the only one that hasn't seen him.
The Dan.
I'm the only one. We're going to run out of opportunities, too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Gator just mentioned there's only one, original member left for the Eagles?
That's it. I think that's it. Pretty sure that's it.
All right, I got a question for you. It's about the Lions and the chase for the NFC North. We'll get to that coming up today at 1:16. Additionally, we'll give away some Red Wing tickets at 1:26. Pick some games today at 1:40. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, the ticket.
Hey, there's lots going on at my favorite place to go to, which is 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. I mean, there is a ton. They got great food. It's an awesome atmosphere. Flat screen, high definition TVs all throughout the place. There's not a bad seat in the house. They've got the best wings in town. They've got the NFL Sunday ticket. Drink specials that go on all day, every day. Plus, they're having a Lions tailgate party on the rooftop deck starting Sunday at 3 o'clock. There's going to be barbecue and hot drink specials during the game. They've got the Lions shuttle bus, which is awesome. That way you can avoid all the traffic and parking nightmares it is going downtown. But you're going to want to reserve that seat early because those seats fill up pretty quickly. You get the drink specials for Michigan and Michigan State games. You get $4 drafts of Miller Lite and Coors Light. For all Lions games and all Sunday ticket football games, $4 drafts of Miller Lite. Red Wing games, you get $4 bottles of Blue and Blue Light, and you catch the baseball playoffs off there as well. Specials, like I mentioned, are all day, every day. They're open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. Go to 24 Seconds Bar on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, and check out all the great contests they have. Learn about the parties or catering that you need done there. They do it all at 24 Seconds. It's absolutely amazing. You're going to want to check out all the specials and happenings at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. Again, my favorite place to go is 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley. My skills have eroded over the years for sure because I just don't play anymore. But there was nothing more embarrassing than when I suited up to play in a charity event to raise money for dwarf awareness. So there were a lot of little people were there, and their lives are not easy by any means. So this was a great cause and was part of this great event. And I was in fear of taking a shot because I thought that one of the little people was going to jump up and block my shot. And I just got flustered when he came at me when I was getting ready to do a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
And it ended up being like the worst air ball ever. I launched it way too early. It was the ugliest shot you've ever seen in your life. Why? Because I thought that somebody that was 3 feet tall was going to block my shot.
Okay, go ahead.
Absolutely pathetic.
That's my favorite
A
one.
mistake. We need to correct a mistake.
Oh,
we
sorry.
made a mistake
Yeah,
right
yes.
before commercial.
So I didn't know
break.
this.
It was-
Apparently, somebody in Steely Dan is ill. So it's the Steve Miller Band instead, which is another classic rock band. I'm not a big Steve Miller guy, but
aren't you?
No,
You've been carried too far away.
He comes across as so arrogant.
Does he?
Yeah.
Like he'd think his football team has no chance to lose? That arrogant?
How dare you? How dare you compare me to Steve Miller?
I want to know. Seriously, does he?
Yeah,
I saw
kind
him
of to me.
once,
I've
but it was
I've seen interviews
years
with
ago.
him and just read articles about him.
He's a bit of a joker.
My God, you went there. What are you doing?
So no, you don't. You're not a fan, huh?
Go ahead, finish out the rest of the lyrics.
Yeah, what
then.
else you want?
Yeah.
I'm done.
I'm not a smoker.
Yeah.
I'm not a midnight toker.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, not one of those.
This is the second time, like recently.
I get my loving on the run. Yeah.
Don't encourage him. All right, that's enough. Second time this week or shortly that someone's gotten ill and you were going to go see it,
Yeah,
right?
right. Exactly. Billy Rafool was supposed to play at the Magic Bag on, I think it was Tuesday night. But
Billy doing okay?
He's doing okay. Yeah, he'll be fine. They had to reschedule. So that he'll be coming back with his brother Peter opening up. He'll be coming back in December. But yeah, so that was one, and now
Steely
now
Dan.
Steely Dan.
Well, we're correcting the mistake. You look down and the phones explode.
Yeah.
And you're like,
Got some
wow,
texts.
we got a hot one. And then you find out, no, you made a mistake and you threw it to commercial break and you can't correct it quick enough. And this is advice to everyone out there that someday might host a talk show. If you make a mistake, hope and pray that it's early in a segment so you can correct it immediately, because watching hundreds of texts come in and phone calls come in and you can't do anything about it while the commercial play is frustrating.
Who would you rather? Well, I'm pretty sure I understand. You'd rather see Steely Dan than Steve Miller, right? Are you a Steve Miller guy?
I don't dislike Steve Miller.
I mean, he's fine. He's fine. I'm not jazzed to see Steve Miller. I'm over the moon to see the Eagles.
Yeah.
Love Joe Walsh. Love Don Henley. Even their solo stuff, I love.
Yeah, so much so you're going by yourself.
And by the way, did you not just tell someone you're going to get there early? So you will see Steve Miller.
Yeah.
Oh, now you could be late.
Gotta get a seat. Yeah, maybe I'll ask the people for this advice. Should I look at a set list ahead of time or no? Do you do that?
No, never.
I'm torn because I want to know what they're going to play, but at the same time, it's so because they've got such a vast catalog of hits. They had 2 greatest hits albums, and one of them was one of the best selling of all time. I should I do that or no?
That's up to
Just
you.
be surprised.
Yeah.
Do they have new stuff, Gator?
I don't think so. I mean, if they do, it's gonna suck.
Wow.
I kid because I always joke with people like don't poo-poo the new stuff. If they're still putting out music, it's great. I don't know if they are or not. No, I joke. That was a joke. I don't know if they're.
Well, he wants to make that clear.
I do want to make that clear because I'm.
He just lost his backstage invite.
Yeah, that was gonna happen.
Okay, so here's my question
Although
about
my buddy sold an amplifier to Joe Walsh years ago.
Is that right?
Yeah.
True story?
Yeah.
All right, question for you. Who do we want to win? Minnesota at Chicago. Who do we want to win?
I think we want the Vikings to beat the Bears. I think. Because I want to. I don't know. I'd like to see Justin Fields maybe not take off and be this quarterback that I think he can be. it's going to be tough, though, because the Vikings without Justin Jefferson, but the Vikings still have Jordan Addison's really good.
Yeah, and the Vikings were a team.
And Osborne's turned into a really good receiver as well.
They won so much last year, okay? They won. When the clocks hit 0, the Vikings had more points on the scoreboard than the other team. More often than not. Their most impressive win this year was a 6-point loss at Philly.
Right.
And yet, they were in that game. They went toe-to-toe with them a little bit, and it felt like a big win at the time for Philly, given what Minnesota was a year ago. If the Bears win this game, and they are at home, but if they win this game in impressive fashion, the Bears get on our radar, even though they're only 2-4. Because they've got the one thing that you always kind of, worry is not that, but you have to be cognizant of a young quarterback and the light going on. I mean, they put up 40 last week against the Commanders. And I think right now, if you ask people what team are you most concerned about, the resumes of the Packers, the Vikings, and the Bears this year really aren't that impressive. Like the two best performances by any of those teams, in my opinion, was, and you can give the Packers credit for the 18-point comeback or the 17-point comeback to win 18-17 against New Orleans, but that came with a quarterback injury for New Orleans. You've got Philly, you got Minnesota's loss at Philly, and you've got what the Bears did last week to Washington.
I've got a different answer to the question now.
You're changing your answer?
Now that I've thought about it for another 38 seconds.
Yeah.
I want the Bears to win because that puts the Vikings more in desperation mode, and maybe they'll start to unload some players. Maybe Danielle Hunter becomes a Detroit Lion.
Look at you. Next level thinking.
I don't know if it's next level, but it
was
a second chance.
Hey, man. Kang, who do you want to win this game more?
Whew.
I mean, you know what this is? Actually isn't who do you want to win. It's who do you want to lose.
It's like loser chooser.
Yeah, it is loser chooser. Yeah, that's a better way of phrasing it, Doug. Who do I want to lose more? I think I want the Bears to lose more because right now I feel so confident and chesty like you, Gator, with the Lions that it's almost like a walk away in this division. And the only thing that could make me hesitate, I think, is if the Bears got on some kind of run. Justin Fields has found it. Now, I mean, he didn't find it right away, but he found it the last 2 weeks, and that continues. That could pose somewhat of a threat and some resistance to the division. And I think the Vikings is just too late. I mean, even if the Vikings were to beat the Bears, it would still be the Bears, and they have too many injuries. Justin Jefferson's on IR. They might trade Kirk Cousins. So, yeah, I'm going to choose the Bears to lose. I'd rather have the Bears lose.
I go back and forth on this one. Whoever loses this game is done, right?
Done in terms of just
the division.
The division?
The threat is over. To the Lions in the division. 1-5. Especially,
I mean, you would think,
given how confident both of you are
Yes.
that the Lions are coming home 5-1.
Mm-hmm. They are.
Yeah,
they're gonna be 5-1.
Just accept it.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, that's cool. Yeah, I think I go back and forth on this one. I like your reasoning, Gator. Can the Lions get Danielle Hunter? And I don't just because it was written in ESPN as a proposed trade that makes sense for both teams doesn't mean that it's likely to happen. It doesn't mean anybody's like reporting that it's going to happen. But it is an awfully enticing deal for the Lions. Free agent, edge rusher for a second, a conditional third, and James Houston. Yes, please.
They can still get him if the Vikings win. It's just one game.
Yep.
The Vikings go on to lose the next few weeks. I think Justin Fields, like I said, if he catches fire and somehow he got it, if some of the coaching staff got it, got it right.
Could be a scary reality.
Running quarterback.
Scary, I mean, look, we go back to, hey, if the Lions are good, just win the division.
Of
It doesn't
course.
matter if teams in the division are good or if their quarterback is good. Still think the Lions are the better football team, but
I do too. But
yeah, I don't. With the Packers and the Bears, I look at them as both teams having a chance to be good quickly, but they also have a chance to be very mediocre for years if they don't have it right with the quarterback. I think both teams have young rosters, and I'm unsure about the quarterbacks and where they're going to go. but they can definitely go up or they can just flounder.
Here's the other thing that might happen if the Vikings lose. They might deal Kirk Cousins. They might totally white flag.
Well, he's got a no-trade clause. You're right, 100%. He's got a no-trade clause in his contract. And all accounts are he loves it there.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, if the right offer comes around to the right team, you're right. He could be dealt, and then they're totally done.
By the way, do you know who the Vikings play after this game against the Bears?
Packers? I don't know.
San Francisco.
Oh.
So 1-5 could become 1-6 real quick. 2-4 could become 2-5.
Did you say could be?
Yeah.
I think people in San Francisco might feel a little chesty about that game.
I think you're right.
Well, that's why I say even if Vikings beat the Bears, they're going to get smoked by the Niners.
Yep.
No threat.
So where does Kirk Cousins go? I mean, what team's going to be inquiring about him?
Well, I predicted early. Remember, we did football
Yeah.
questions, and I said to the Jets. But Zach Wilson has played better the last couple of weeks, so I don't know if that's even a thought for the Jets right now. But Kirk Cousins is a good quarterback still, and he's going to want to play for something because I don't think he's coming back. And that's the reason. The rumor is Justin Jefferson hasn't signed an extension is because he doesn't know what the quarterback situation is going to be like in Minnesota. So if Kirk leaves, Justin Jefferson might leave too. And then there goes the Vikings. The Lions rule the division for the next decade.
Yeah, full-scale rebuild. All right, 2 Lions return to practice today. We'll get to that today at 1:32. We'll pick some games at 1:40. But first, let's give away another pair of Red Wing tickets for the opener on Saturday night. First one with the correct answer to the following question. We had a caller from Atlanta who liked Tampa. What was his name? First correct answer at 248-539-9797. You get the pair of Red Wing tickets for the opener against the Lightning tomorrow night at LCA. For tickets and more information, go to DetroitRedWings.com now. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
course, Jeff Rieger's now freaked out because the fact that Verlander celebrated, it means according to Rieger, he's going into the Hall of Fame as an Astro, not a Tiger.
He is so, everybody has their weird things. He's so paranoid about that. It's not going to impact me one way or another what the cap is when he goes in. It doesn't. They don't like Men in Black mind erase your memories from when you watch JV as a Tiger. Those things still happened.
Right.
You don't have to think differently about him.
Right. He's 13 years here. I think it'll be 8 or 9 with them. And if he chooses them because they had more postseason success,
Whatever.
so be it. I feel he'll do the Mike Mussino route, which is just a blank hat.
My point is, it doesn't cheapen what he did here, and people like Rieger get very defensive over it.
He's ours. He's ours. He's not yours. He's ours.
Yeah, that's a good job.
Congratulations to Josh McComb. He knew that the listener's name was Brian. And he's got himself a pair of tickets to Red Wings opener. Like doing this. Like giving away tickets.
It's fun.
Yes. Hopefully we'll do it again next week. Gave away Lions Monday night tickets yesterday.
I did see something was disappointing, and yet I hate to say predictable too. I mean, this just seems to happen. Daniela Bruce has reported Robbie Fabry missed practice today.
Didn't
Derek
you
Lalonde
literally
said
call
he
for him to
stayed
stay healthy earlier in the show?
Yeah.
Now, in any way would that qualify as a jinx?
I mean, I watched last night. And I thought there was a play where I don't know, went into the boards kind of funny, and I thought, man,
yeah.
No, it's not. It's he's injury prone. I mean, he just is. It's unfortunate. It's sad because he's a talented player, but he cannot stay healthy.
Yeah, sometimes you see that with guys, and it just shapes your entire opinion. And next thing you know, they're quarterbacking the Miami Dolphins. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. There is reports from Lions camp. Colton Pouncey, the Athletic. Lions tight end Sam Laporta returned to practice Friday.
Whew.
No practice for Jahmyr Gibbs, Brian Branch, Jonah Jackson. Lions starting the clock on defensive end Josh Paschal. He practiced Friday.
Okay, so he'll come back at some point.
Yep. So there you go.
Well, it's disappointing on Gibbs and Branch.
Agree.
But they're not ruled out yet, but I'm assuming that they probably will be. But they played without him for a little bit here.
Kind of used to it.
Yeah. Just get him as healthy as you can get, because we know Brian Branch is just fun to watch. And we know that Jahmyr Gibbs can be fun to watch. But if you're going to go out there at 70%, it's not worth it.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, it looks like they've got the depth to handle it. Let's hope that continues.
Can I ask you a question? Are you comfortable with sitting these guys since this is kind of a locked up
Baker
win?
Mayfield?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's something to do with it?
Yeah, I mean, Montgomery gets the lion's share of the carries anyway. It's another week with Jamison Williams. I think he's going to get some more targets. St. Brown's going to play.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't play last week, and they still won by 18. Yeah, I'm okay with it.
All right, some predictions for this Lions-Buccaneers game. ESPN has writers pick each game and kind of break it down, et cetera. These are the insiders for each team. For the Lions-Buccaneers, 4:25 Sunday on Fox. Lions favored by 3.5. The two picks from the ESPN insiders, which is interesting because they had the insiders write the story and they had somebody else pick the games. And I'm trying to get the first names of these. Eric Moody and Seth Walder. They're their analytics writers for ESPN. Moody takes the Lions to beat the Buccaneers 31-27. Seth Walder picks the Lions to win 35-13.
There you go.
Yep. This is from Pete Prisco of CBS Sports. He writes, this is an enormous game for both teams. The Lions are 4-1 after dominating the Panthers last week, while the 3-1 Bucs are coming off a bye. Baker's playing well, but the Lions defense is stout. This will be close, but the Bucs find a way to win it late as Mayfield takes him on a late game field goal for the triumph. Bucs 23, Lions 21.
Prisco.
Isn't he the one who predicted the Seahawks over the Lions too earlier?
Yes, he is. It's exactly what he did. Prisco was right.
So the Lions will have the lead late and lose it on a field goal?
Yep.
They'll be up 21-20 and lose 23-21, says Prisco.
Yep.
All right. Good for you, Pete.
Yeah. Prisco's got the Vikings over the Bears, 34-31. And then Walter and Moody. Walter takes the Vikings 34-20. Moody takes the Bears 28-24. So, one thing about the Lions.
Big totals there.
Yeah. One thing about the Lions is they have been a team. I mean, they're 12-3 in their last 15, right?
Yeah.
And they've started to play some defense, which goes really well with an offense that set a record for most consecutive games over 20 points. If you're going to play some defense and consistently score over 20 points in the NFL, you're probably going to see a lot of 12-3 stretches. And the Lions have been over 20 points for a franchise record 15 consecutive times. In that time, Jared Goff has thrown 26 touchdowns and only 4 picks. And the 4 picks came in the 3 straight games earlier this year, 3 of the 4.
Right.
He's completed 67.4% of his passes in that span. He's third in passer rating over that period of time at 104. Fourth in touchdown passes and passing yards in that time. He's been operating like an elite quarterback the last 15 games.
He's played awfully well. The team has played off. It's a whole team effort, but yeah, Jared Goff is on top of it because of how efficient he's been. And hopefully they'll continue that pace this weekend.
So, and you know, the entire offense operating at such a high level, and we talk about, you know, the resistance, which is who you are playing against. Tampa's defense, in total defense, ranks second in the NFL with 1,274 yards allowed. Their pass defense is about 15th. I think it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16th. They're 16th in pass defense. So much better against the run. But bottom line is they're a decent defensive group. So the Lions will have to work and have to play efficiently. But I like their matchup. I think they'll win. Gators, sure they're going to win. So
feel pretty good about it.
Yep. Ready to pick some games?
I am.
We do it every Friday at this time. And last week, Gator went 6-0, people. Are you paying attention? He went 6-0.
And I got the loser last night.
And I did, well, that one was easy. And I went a respectable 4-2. So Gators' overall record, 15-9-3. My overall record, 14-12-1. We're both 3-2 in locks.
We're both above 500 now?
Yep.
That's impressive.
Yep. Let's go. Here we go. I'm going to start with the game tonight in the college level. Prime time. They're at home taking on Stanford, laying 12.5. Love Colorado here. I'll take Colorado laying the 12.5.
Travis Hunter comes back too, doesn't he? Yes. That's the word? It's a lot of points to give up, and I looked at that. I just shied away from it, though. I'll start with one of the home teams. Michigan State's getting 4.5 points at Rutgers. I like this to be the week that the Spartans get the win for Harlan Barnett and for each other. They need it. I think having that week off was a good thing. Whomever the quarterback is got plenty of time to get ready with that playbook this week. I think they've healed up a little bit too. I like Michigan State getting the points at Rutgers.
All right, next up, I'm going to the Southeastern Conference. Bounce back for Kentucky at home, taking on Missouri. Kentucky is laying 2.5. I will take the Fighting Mark Stoops minus the 2.5.
I've learned to ignore games with Missouri. You just don't know. Wildly unpredictable. I'll go to the ACC, and I will stick with I'll go with North Carolina -3 at against Miami. So they're home against Miami. Miami's decimated by what happened last week with their coach having just a giant brain fart. North Carolina's a better team anyway, and they're going to show it by winning by more than 3 points.
Mr. 6-0 here didn't like either of my first 2 picks. How about this one, Gator? Eastern Michigan at home -8.5 taking on woeful Kent State. In fact, that's my car house lock of the week. Eagles roll.
I liked it. I had it on my original list, and I took it off just because I like these more, but I do like that one. The only thing that concerns me about that is Eastern doesn't exactly score a bunch of points either, but I like where your head's at. I'm going to stick in the Big Ten this time around, like I went with Michigan State in the first one. Wisconsin taking on Iowa. The over-under is set at 34 points. To put that in perspective, low-scoring game, 20-17. If you take the over, you win. I'm taking the over 34.
I'd probably go under. All right, let's go to the National Football League. I'm going to start with Chicago at home, getting 2.5 against Minnesota. I will take the Bears.
Look, I'll just get out of the way. Lions -3 in Tampa Bay. Yep, I'll take it.
No way. Cincinnati's playing host to Seattle. Bengals, have they turned the corner? I think so. I'll take the Bengals -3.
Well, I like Seattle getting the 3 points. So this is going to be a tight game, and I think the Seabags, even though they're traveling all this way, look, they did it against Detroit, and they beat Detroit. I'll take the 3 points as they'll.
So we're going against each other here.
Yes.
He went 6-0. All right, Jacksonville -4. Taking on Indy. I'll take Jacksonville -4.
Lastly, Doug, I'm going to go with the juggernaut in the NFL right now. San Francisco is giving up 10 points. They're at Cleveland. But San Francisco's defense is so damn good. Their offense is so damn good. I can't see how they don't win by more than 10 points in this game.
Deshaun Watson's out, right?
What's that?
Deshaun Watson's out, too.
Yeah, exactly. It's the shoot the boot lock of the week. San Francisco -10 at Cleveland.
That's funny. I had that on my board, and I took it off. But Kang, every week you love on a pick and you hate on one. Which one do you like the most?
Yeah, I like that last one, Gator. San Francisco -10 at Cleveland. That's a big number, but Cleveland's down to their practice squad quarterback. I think P.J. Walker's starting this Sunday. I don't see how the Niners don't just trounce the Browns.
Which one do you hate?
The one I don't like is, I'm sorry, sticking with you, Gator, on this one. I think the Bengals may have found it, at least for another week. I'll give up the 3 points. Seattle is traveling cross country, like you said. I know they did it to Detroit. But the Bengals and Burrow, Jamar Chase, just keep feeding Chase the ball. I think the Bengals win by more than 3.
The transitive property here, you like my Bengals pick.
Yeah, I didn't love it, though.
All right, there we go. Those are our picks. Do with them what you will. Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Hey, we made it to Friday in Twin Peaks. Can't wait to start your weekend off right. Whether you're looking for a quick drink after work, it's cool. Night out with friends, that's great. Make sure Twin Peaks is your first destination. Action-packed weekend ahead. Make sure you clear the schedule. Take advantage of all the fun at your favorite lodge. Saturday, an amazing slate of college football action. Stick around after the games for a couple of great fight matchups. UFC Fight Night and DAZN Boxing feature KSI squaring off against Tommy Fury. Why go anywhere else but Twin Peaks? Here's the thing. If you're a beer lover, they pour the coldest beer in the state. I can attest to this. The 29-degree draft. They got the frozen mugs. It's a 6-hour freezing process. Every mug only gets used once a day. And did somebody say beer crystals? You got to love them. Plus, craft cocktails. Their bar menu is loaded with all sorts of favorites and varieties like the Casamigos Spicy Margarita or the Bullet Rye Old Fashioned. And then there's the food, made scratch every day. Most places, heat and serve, not Twin Peaks. The hand-cut and breaded-to-order favorites like their boneless wings and tenders. Barbecue favorites like their smoked brisket and ribs. And bar standards like the Billionaire Bacon Burger. What makes it all better is enjoying it all while cheering on your favorite teams and athletes. There's Twin Peaks girls as well. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com to sign up for the E-Club and stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com to find a location nearest you.
Frieger impression. It's actually really well done.
Let's get back to your open line calls. Joe is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Joe?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I needed some help. I needed some advice.
Right.
Okay, I live on the West Coast. I have my son's first birthday on Sunday.
Okay.
Now, the games are supposed to, the Lions game is supposed to be at 10, and we have the party starting at 2.
Whoa. Lions game's a 4:25 start Eastern.
I know. The Lions game was supposed to start at 10.
To be. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah.
It was supposed, yes.
I thought you said
and
is.
so then it got flexed after we already sent the invitations and all that, right?
Yeah, okay.
So I'm a very emotional person, especially when it comes to the Lions. It's my son's first birthday. I don't want to act like a maniac in front of everyone. Now it's turned into a Lions watch party, basically, okay? And all my family from Detroit moved out here to California. Everyone's going to be there. So my question is, should I emotionally hedge myself and hedge my emotions by taking Tampa Bay 150 with $100? Because I think, would I pay $100 for a Lions victory? And the answer is yes. And would $150 make me feel better about a loss and temper my emotions? What do you guys think about that?
So this is interesting because I know what I would do if everything were similar. I would say to my family from Detroit, which you said you had a bunch of family coming over, right? I would say to my family,
yeah.
Who's interested in trying to pull off a bubble here? And we're going to DVR the game, and as soon as the birthday party's over, then it shifts from first birthday party for my son to game watching party, and none of us know what happened. That's what I would try.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's awfully aggressive to do it as a group.
Put the phones away.
Yeah.
It takes a commitment.
Yeah. I do have 2 TVs set up. I will have, Sunday ticket for the other fan. We've got Niners
but you'll
fans.
see,
out
you're
here.
gonna see the
game
crawl.
breaks.
I mean, I
game
can't
breaks. You can't
get
do that.
50 people over the house. I can't
You have-
keep it in the boat.
hold
So what do
on,
you guys
hold
think
on.
about hedging my emotions a little bit?
I want to talk about you're having 50 people over for a 1-year-old's birthday party.
Yeah.
That's
Wow,
pretty cool.
that's talk about go big or go home. That is a huge birthday party for a 1-year-old. But I tell you what,
lots of friends and family.
I
yeah.
do know it is a fact. If you blow the child's first birthday party, they stop loving you.
It's true.
Yep. So you make.
It's like they don't even remember it.
What do I think about the emotional hedge? I'm not as big a fan, but you do you, man.
Yeah,
You do you.
It was actually a topic of discussion last night, the emotional hedge.
For what game?
I was talking with my niece's boyfriend. We were just talking about the emotional hedge when it comes to betting.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of for it.
Are you?
I don't mind the emotional hedge. You find that sweet spot where it's okay. What's the?
How much would you pay for a
What would you pay for a loss?
for a win?
Or for a win, I guess. Yeah.
I understand the theory behind it. I'm just not a big fan of it. I don't.
Well, you don't bet more than $1.
Well, that's not 100% true, but for the most part,
You'll bet more than $10. $13.
Again, not 100. There you go. Kang, how do you feel about the emotional hedge?
I'm cool with it. I get it 100%. It's the only way you can kind of feel okay about a loss,
Yeah.
And then if it's like you guys both watch White Man Can't Jump.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sometimes when you win,
you lose.
you lose.
Yeah.
Sometimes when
you lose, you win. Sometimes when you tie,
Mhm.
Billy had no idea what she was talking about.
I'm thirsty.
Okay. So, Michigan, Indiana tomorrow. Weather. It's going to rain. Come prepared as best you can, people. As we all know how this can be outdoors in the middle of the fall when you get a weather day like that. It sucks. I stood through many of them doing sidelines for years. But you know what's funny? Yesterday I talked to the equipment manager. I'm like, all right, cleats. Is there anything changes with your footwear? And he goes, not on field turf. On grass, absolutely. But on field turf, the cleats we have, same tackiness, should be no issue. Drainage is good. I said, footballs. The footballs, how do you prepare the footballs? He goes, well, and he went through the process of getting a football ready for a rain day. After about 8 minutes, I was like, I'm not going to remember all this. It's incredible, the lengths that they go to, from the hand, like sanding of the football, to the oil, and then the alcohol, and then the put them in a dryer. Yeah, like rubbing alcohol, then put them in a dryer. And they get to a point where
so they're not putting Fireball on it.
No, but you get to a point where they're almost like you don't even need to dry them during the game.
I would think just my guess would be that you would also deflate them a little bit. Of course, to regulation. Of course, to regulation.
No, he told me that everything they do is well within the rules.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it wouldn't. I'm just saying if you can go to the bottom part of that range in a game where the ball might where you want a better grip.
At no point did he mention that. At any point, and I would suspect if they kept it legally within the range that he would have mentioned that to me, but he didn't. But it was funny because my takeaway after my conversation with Sonny was that it doesn't matter. They also get 300 footballs every year, and they basically narrow it down to the top 30. They all get inspected, and then there's like 30 of them that they keep, and that pass their rigorous standards, whatever they may be.
Well, I hope it. I always hope that weather doesn't play a role in the game.
Yeah. Well, I don't suspect that it will, but Jalen Lucas is dangerous.
Is he?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. He's one of the most dynamic players in the B1G.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
That kind of ends it, but he's the most dangerous player.
You think he's going to score?
If anyone does, I would bet on him. If there's a Hoosier that scores, I would bet on Jalen Lucas. Leading receiver. Come on, man. The leading receiver, leading rusher, leading kick returner. But
yeah. There's not going to be a whole lot of scoring from Indiana tomorrow.
I don't think so either.
Hi, fellas.
That's funny. That's actually in the prop bet casino. So
is what? Does Indiana score?
No, Indiana points. Total points for Indiana.
You said it. You said an over under.
I set the over under at 10.5.
They just fired their OC off a bye.
Under.
Yeah, probably
it's still under.
Probably take the under.
Sorry, I'm not trying to give it away.
I may adjust it now. I still can.
That's what the book does, right?
What about 6.5? What would you take on 6.5?
No, I may drop it down to 8.5.
Okay.
I would take over 6.5, under 8.5. I could see a touchdown, a late touchdown that just happens because it happens.
Yeah, you always got to watch out for try hard guy.
Yep.
Well, Michigan's backups, I think I have to go back and look, but they went into last week. The starters had given up 13 points defensively all year, but haven't played the tough schedule, as some people like to point out. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
I'm going to break down the Indiana kickoff and punt return team.
Kalen Lucas is legit, man.
Kalen Lucas?
Yes.
The former basketball player?
No. Different guy.
Okay. Like, wow. I didn't know he had eligibility.
For football.
Right, I guess.
Corey Lucius jumper breakdown next.
Yeah. So what do you got planned?
Lions Bucks. We'll start pretty simple. Are we overlooking this team?
I will tell you that there's no question that somebody here is overlooking.
What?
Little chesty, as you guys like to say.
He's chesty.
It's Baker Mayfield, dude.
Okay. I've heard this before.
Not worried?
It was called Geno Smith. No, this one is
Geno's got a better track record than Baker. Baker sucks.
This is the antithesis of how I felt last week, where it was just foregone conclusion.
So you think they're going to lose to Tampa Bay?
You know what? You don't break out the creamsicle jerseys for a loss.
They matter, huh?
Yeah, I'm sure Levante David's jazzed to be wearing the creamsicle jersey.
You know what? Orange lives matter.
By the way, it's Jalen Lucas. I did screw it up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's
Jalen, Kalen.
Yeah, easily done.
Anything after 1995 is Jalen, I think.
You might be right. All right, have a great show. Everyone have a great weekend. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. Every Friday, we leave you with the Gator Rant. We are cutting promos. Gator got sidetracked, and hopefully this helps you get more time in front of the TV.
Riding high on a Friday. Jim Costa in for Mike Valeni. Everybody's in a good mood. Kenny caught the star of the show. Why are you turning red, buddy? Come on. Big deal.
Didn't know a song would be made, but that is okay.
You know
Thank
what?
Roberto.
I got to give props to Roberto. David, did you tell him to do this? I didn't tell him to do this.
Working what I just got. That's what I just got.
Roberto just did it on his own.
That was amazing. I like that. We got
Good
a star.
job.
We got a star.
Good job.
Move over, Marquis.
He was in his element last night. Yeah.
Kenny, we're very happy.
Lights. He had.
Oh, you saw some of this?
Oh no, I went. Oh yeah.
You guys were the sideshow. I was just sitting there waiting on everything to be ready to go, and you guys were, oh, look at this guy, movie star. Hey, look, we got a movie star over here. I'm literally sitting there.
He literally has his assistants come up. Do you guys want anything? The one pretty much
Water,
told me to
hot
go.
tea.
One pretty much told me to go F off, like leave him alone. Like, yeah, like wow. I'm good. I'll just sit over here to the side. So no, Mr. Cott, celebrity.
Well, we are just blessed to be in your presence today, Kenny. And we are feeling good on a Friday. Our football team can't lose, blows everybody out, win after win after win. Favored on the road against a first-place Buccaneers team on Sunday. Rico, are we overlooking this Tampa Bay Buccaneers team? That is where we begin. TJ Lang's going to join us at 3. We got picks, prop bet, casino, who set it all the Friday festivities. But do we need to tone it down a little bit? Is this a spot where the Lions could get got? Because they're not winning every game this season.
Not going to win every game.
I'm sorry to break that to anybody out there. They're not going to win every game the rest of the way. Tampa Bay is a first-place team. They stop the run. Good in the red zone, stout team. They don't run the ball well, but because of that, I don't think the Lions are going to gain some giant edge by stopping the run. That's the normal for Tampa. They'll throw it to Evans and Godwin and do what they're doing.
Evans is going to be playing in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is the antithesis of how I felt last week, where it was just BOGO. It was like Carolina Panthers, and you guys were all trying to sell, well, it's the NFL, and any given. No, it's not. Because this game, that's an auto win.
But you're saying the coupon doesn't work this week?
Coupon does not work this week.
Not redeemable.
I'm looking at this Tampa game, and I told you, it's the next few games in this stretch. All your losses will probably come within this stretch, maybe 2 at the end of the season. But you look at this game and then the Baltimore game and then followed up with the Chargers game.
A couple weeks later off the bye, yeah.
So I'm looking, and this is one where, they don't try to. You made your bones about stopping the run. Hey, we don't run the ball. So what are you going to do now?
How you like me now?
Right. Your secondary is not the same secondary that we saw at the beginning of the season.
Right.
Laporta's going to. It sounds like he's going to be playing, but that's still iffy. But I look at Baker Mayfield and the fact that, hey, you know what? You do not break out creamsicle jerseys to lose.
The creamsicle factor, also coming off a bye. 2 weeks to prep at home. This is a spot where the home team typically wins. Now, the Lions feel invincible, which is why we go to the people today and ask them, do you guys feel like this is a spot for the Bucs?
And I think
are we overlooking them?
Yeah, I think so. And I think another thing is Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield, it reminds me a lot of how people always talk about Geno Smith. Oh, he's washed up. He's this. He's a bum. He's that.
Is he this year's Geno?
And Geno just kept winning. But, last year, I remember people made fun of me because I was like, guys, I think Geno can come in here and this will work. Baker has still a little bit of mobility. That hurts the Lions. That's one of their kryptonite. I would feel more comfortable about them winning this game if it were here. But it's on the road. They can handle prime time, so being flexed to the 425 doesn't mean anything. But, when I look at this game, I'm thinking this is one where, right now I'm feeling like this is a Bucs game. Like the Bucs can take this game. Doesn't mean the Lions are bad. Doesn't mean the Lions are overrated. Doesn't mean any of that. Because you're going to lose games.
Correct.
But this is one where I don't have that same feeling like I've had in the first few weeks, where it's like, I don't really know. Because Tampa's just as good as you are. I mean, they had the bye week, but the record says they're just as good. They lost one game.
Rico, I think the Lions are the better team, but that doesn't mean the better team wins every week in the NFL, especially when you factor in rest, matchups, stuff like that. There is a little Baker-Geno comp. Last year, Geno with Lockett and DK Metcalf, Baker with Godwin and Evans, prop him up, give him a clean pocket. The Bucs have not allowed very many sacks this season.
Yeah.
4, I believe, through 4 games.
Whereas for the last few games, I mean, the defensive line was just pinning their ears back, saying, we'll meet at the quarterback because they can't stop us. Probably not going to get the same type of results. This is one where maybe it boils down to a Riley Patterson late kick. You know, how much do you – because you haven't had to trust him, really, if you think about it.
This is where I wanted to go with it. I think this is a Dan Campbell game. What I mean by that is Tampa's great against the run. They're second best in football in the red zone. They're the best pass defense inside the 20. Dan Campbell's going to go for it. He gets an extra down as opposed to most coaches because he's willing to go for it. So if you get one more crack, one more run for 2 or 3 yards, do you convert on a 3rd or 4th down? In the red zone, one extra shot, one extra play. If Dan Campbell goes for it and it's 7 instead of 3, it's a Dan Campbell spot. He can go win them this game with a pivotal 4th down decision.
See, this is where I think it's just the opposite, Cookies.
You think he could screw this up?
No, not screw this up, but this is one where this is a game where field goals are your friend. This is a game where it's okay if you kick 3 or 4 because that may be the difference. Rather, you don't have to take the chance. Once again, last year when they were 1-6, man, you got to take all the chances in the world because you stink. You don't stink. You don't have to risk it. Like last night watching the Chiefs are trying to be the Harlem Globetrotters of football. They just do stuff that makes 0 sense whatsoever, but it looks cool. Look at the swag we got. You don't need to do that. If you're Dan Campbell, this is a conservative game to me.
I disagree. You're playing a first-place team that's going to –
No.
It's Desmond Ridder. You take the 3s because you know he can't beat you in a shootout. Against a quality team on the other side, I do want you to go for it.
When you go up against a team that has no defense, then you can do whatever you want because they can't stop you when you get the ball back. But when you're going up against a team that can stop the run and can play defense, you take the points when you get the points. You don't overthink this, and you don't because, as you say, you get the extra possession. But what happens if you don't? And now you set them up in great field position that they will take the field goal.
Okay, clearly, situation matters. But 4th and 1, 4th and 2, you're going for it. You're lining up and you're going for it. I don't care how good their run defense is. Your offensive line is one of the best in football. You're running people over. That's your identity. You're not going to settle for 3 because you don't trust your kicker beyond 50.
Yeah,
this is a spot where they are going to be aggressive.
No, you don't have to. Cookies. You're not playing Madden, okay? You have a really good defense if you're Detroit. Punt the ball, stop them, get it back. Play the percentages. Play the field position game. Don't get all the bravado all up and, we're just going to keep going for it. That's how you lose on the road. You don't do that because now you're putting the crowd into this game. Now all of a sudden you get the false start. Just play the game to win the game.
But don't settle for field goals on the road against a first-place team. That's what I keep going back to. They're great in the red zone. They want you to settle for field goals. They make teams settle for field goals. Dan Campbell is not a coach who settles, and that's why I think he can give him an edge in this matchup.
You're not a coach that settles, but the two teams are even. They're just like, they're fairly even.
The Lions are road favorites. That does not suggest the two teams are even. If the spread was flipped, where the home team's a 3-point favorite, that's Vegas saying toss up. This is them projecting a lot of confidence in the Lions to put them a full 3, and I think even 3.5 some places, on the road favorites.
Okay, this is one where it's fitting you're sitting in Mike's chair because you guys believe in Las Vegas way too much. You look at these two teams, schedules pretty much the same.
Hold on. The Lions went in and beat Kansas City in Arrowhead. The Bucs don't have that caliber win.
I'll give you the Kansas City win, and let's not decipher it. Let's not break that one down, okay?
That's
because if you really want to go there,
don't Tirico this.
It's not a Tirico.
Don't Tirico this.
It's not. It's not. You play them again, they'll beat you.
Can't say Tirico without Rico.
So no, because it's like, well, we beat Kansas City. Okay, yeah, you did, but come on. What I am saying is this. You need to stay conservative, in my opinion. Do not go for it. Do not go for 4th and 2 or 4th. Yeah, we're just going to – no. If you're at the 50, punt the ball because you got a great defense. Rely on your defense, do their job, and get you the ball back. So now you have 1st and 10 at the 50 to start all over again instead of giving them the ball at the 50 where now they just need 15 yards and they'll kick a field goal.
It's fitting this comes full circle. I think it's a Dan Campbell game, which may make you nervous. Are we overlooking Tampa Bay collectively as Lions fans? Lions have won 3 straight, all by double digits. That doesn't happen in the NFL. Eventually, you're going to get got. Is this the matchup? 248-539-9797. Let's mix in some Lions fans, get some of their thoughts. It's a Friday. It's 97.1.
My skills have eroded over the years for sure because I just don't play anymore. But there was nothing more embarrassing than when I suited up to play in a charity event to raise money for dwarf awareness. So there were a lot of little people were there, and their lives are not easy by any means. So this was a great cause and was part of this great event. And I was in fear of taking a shot because I thought that one of the little people was going to jump up and block my shot. And I just got flustered when he came at me when I was getting ready to do a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
And it ended up being like the worst air ball ever. I launched it way too early. It was the ugliest shot you've ever seen in your life. Why? Because I thought that somebody that was 3 feet tall was going to block my shot. Absolutely pathetic.
That's my favorite one.
Lions have everybody in a good mood. It's a Friday. This team is atop the North, 4-1, blowing people out. Double-digit win after double-digit win after double-digit win. And Rico, they are favored on the road Sunday against the team in first place in the NFC South.
They are.
Everybody's feeling good about the Lions. They can do no wrong, but they will lose a game at some point. Bucs are coming off a bye. They can stop the run. They've got some receivers to challenge this secondary. Are we overlooking the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? You say yes.
I think so, because the thing is, people will say, oh, well, they've stopped all these great running backs. Tampa's not going to try to run the ball, folks. Baker Mayfield would just rather go play 7-on-7 and just chuck it around, find his receivers. Maybe he'll stretch a play out with his legs. But other than that, the strength of your team, they don't even try. They're not gonna prop up a back like Bijan or somebody and say, hey, we're gonna try to run this ball. And nope, we're not doing this.
They'll throw it up to Mike Evans.
We're gonna attack your secondary. You got some holes, you got some pieces that are not there. So I do think that this is one where, yeah, you're gonna need a guy like Brian Branch to strap it up and play in this game.
David, where are you at?
Yeah, to answer that question, yes, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are being overlooked, and I have two reasons for it. And you just came out of the break and you said one of my reasons, Jim. There's 3 straight double-digit victories for the Lions, something that doesn't really happen in the NFL. It's just, NFL games don't usually end like that. They're one-score games usually, and I think fans are looking at that, and it's clouding their judgment. It's clouding their minds on how these games should go for the Lions. Yes, the Lions are good, but you're not always going to win games like that, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The second reason, and I blame that man sitting right there doing the show with you, Jim. I blame Rico. Because the fans have taken his buy one, get one, and they're taking it as buy one, get all.
No.
All of a sudden, they think that they can win every game now. It's just going to bring me all the victories. They're throwing everything in the win column already.
Stop.
Yes,
You're not about to blame this on me. This is not me.
No, they've taken it and expanded it.
I clearly said, read the terms and conditions.
Nobody reads the terms and conditions.
Well, you know what? You're going to be sad when you take that coupon up to the cash register and it's not scanning. It was last week only.
I know what
the
you said.
The Carolina Panthers, a hot garbage team, a quarterback that looks in over his head. That's not a short joke. He's just inexperienced. He doesn't look good. Like, he really should be sitting on the bench somewhere. He was never going to lead them to any type of challenge. You were playing the game at home. You had the fans behind you. They smelled blood in the water. This game's going to be different. Now you're going to be playing probably your best quality opponent since you played Seattle. And, yeah, the Seattle, and even when you played Kansas City, those were closer games. That's why I say you don't go for it. You don't, you need little Dan to say, don't do this. Just punt the ball. Let your defense do their job, and we'll get the ball back.
248-539-9797. David, ticket text before we get to some calls.
Tampa is 3-1, but who have they beaten? Vikings and Bears, both horrible. They did have a nice win over New Orleans, though. Lions are a good team. Lions 27, Bucs 20.
Wasn't Carr banged up in that game?
He got banged up in that game. Yes, he did. Bucs,
Wait. So were you taking that win away from them?
No, I'm not. Look what he's trying to do.
I know you're not taking that win away from them because Carr was banged up, right?
There it is.
You can't have it both ways.
Rico,
this ain't Herm Edwards.
It counts.
You got to pick one.
It counts.
Can't have them both.
It counts.
Okay.
Bucs suck. I picked the Lions by a mile. I don't think their offense is good. Remember, they only beat Chicago and Minnesota by 3 and 10 respectively. I'm not worried. Lions by 10.
Do fans actually think this team's going to win every game by double digits?
Yeah, because they've showed you that this is.
Yeah, I hope so. But
this game, this reminds me of the games earlier in the year. Kansas City game, you won, wasn't double digits. The Seattle game you lost wasn't double digits. It was a close game.
Are you surprised by this, though? This fan base doesn't know what this feels like. They don't know how to act. Every game could be a double-digit win in their eyes.
It is uncharted territory.
It's very uncharted territory. Everybody needs to calm down a little bit. They're not going to win every game. But this fan base has never experienced this level of success before.
So you guys anticipate a close game?
Yeah.
I anticipate a close game. Spread suggests it. You're going on the road. It's going to be a close game.
Which is why I say don't gamble.
Okay. Well, that's why I think Campbell gives them an edge.
Okay, here's the thing, and this is why it's called gambling. You nail it, wow, yes. But if you miss, phone lines are going to be lit up on Monday. Why didn't we just punt the ball? Why didn't we just kick the field goal? When you're playing a game, if they were playing a game against the Niners, then you know what? Go for it. Or like when they played the Rams a few years ago, they onside kick at the beginning of the half. Like, you do that stuff when you feel like we're not on the same page as this team. If you're better than this team, then you don't take the risk. You let them take the unnecessary risk. You play a smart game.
I'm not saying play reckless, but if you just get into the red zone with this Tampa team, and they've been very good at forcing field goals, and you just line up and kick a whole bunch of field goals on the road, that's a recipe to losing games in the NFL. Where I think you have an edge is Dan Campbell is not willing to just concede the possession after 3 downs because rule, you do get 4 downs in the NFL. Dan Campbell stumbled upon that in the rule book. You get 4 downs, and he is more willing to use those 4 downs than any other team in football. So if you do end up in a stingy spot, a yard or 2, you are willing to give your line one more chance. And I like that he leans into the strength of this team and gives them one more chance to break through and win. I do think it's a big Dan Campbell game because, Rico, whether it's me or you, whether I'm right or you're right, he's going to play a big role in whether they lose this game or win this game.
I just think that you don't have to go this route. I hope that he will listen to me and not you. I would be in the air. Hey, we got a great defense. Let these guys, let them do their thing.
So you know what it is? Dan Campbell, he's sitting there and he's got the headset on, but he's got a little Rico on one shoulder and a little Jim on the other shoulder, and he's, go for it, kick it, punt it. I think we know what he's going to do. 248-539-9797. Let's get some phone calls in. We got John. John, you're on 97.1.
Hello, guys. It's nice to listen to the radio and not hear Mike yelling on it. So I'm happy you're there, Cookies. I was telling your call screener that this is a game Detroit's going to actually win. I'm going to say 19-10. I don't think Tampa Bay is that good of a football team. And I was telling your call screener that I think it's an insult to compare Baker Mayfield to Geno Smith, because what Geno Smith is doing is the only time I've ever seen this is when Mark Rippon did it back in the 90s, where he came out of nowhere after 6-7 years of doing nothing. I'm actually proud of Geno Smith. But I got a 2-part question for you, Cookies, and I think that a lot of people in your audience want to know this. I remember hearing you when you came on the radio, and I like listening to you. I like your voice, and I think you're knowledgeable. I don't think it's ever been explained to us why they call you Cookies. And my second question is, what kind of cookies do you like? Because I'm going to send you some for Christmas, but I got to know what kind of cookies you like, and you can share them with your friend Rocco over there. But we need some lore on the history behind your nickname.
I mean, it's okay.
How do you feel about that, Rocco? What's your take on it?
All right.
Well, you know what? Look, I respect Mr. Costa. He called up to congratulate his son for being on Primetime show. So, you know what? I met him at your birthday party. Yeah, that's
that
Jim's
was not my father.
That's Jim's dad.
No,
so that's why, yeah.
It was not my father. Do we really need to do the nickname thing? It originated on this show. People listening right now should know. It's the whole cookie delivery to the neighbor who mowed the lawn.
Don't look at me.
I'm sorry, people. Let's go to the next phone.
I'm just Rocco.
Antoine, get your thoughts. You're on 97.1.
First of all, that call made me feel weird, guys. It really did.
It was a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, but you got to realize that's his father, so that's why I let it go.
Stop it.
Okay, that was weird. Okay, but listen, fellas. All of this, and I know Tampa's got a good front, good players. Vita Vea, Devin, the kid
White,
from LSU,
and
Devin White,
yeah.
Run. Listen, I know that. But, okay, you keep talking about the runs game they stopped, led by Alexander Madison and Khalil Herbert. And then when they did play against a team with a good offensive line, with a decent running back, I think you know his name, DeAndre Swift, he went for 130 yards. He went for 130 yards on 16 carries. He averaged 8 yards a carry. Like, they went crazy, and Jalen Hurts he only ran for 28 yards. And he turned the ball over twice, and they still found a way to beat Tampa Bay by 14. And we know that the Saints weren't clicking 100% on offense last week without Alvin Kamara still or just getting back to the mix, whatever. So all of these stats that you're presenting talking about, what they've done in a against Justin Fields before they finally figured it out the last couple weeks. And when they did play a good playoff football team, they got beat by 14 at home. So I don't think the Lions are going to win every game.
So you're saying blowout.
Right.
So you're saying blowout.
No. See, I knew you was going to do that. Don't try to.
No, I'm not. That's why I asked. Antoine, I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm asking so you can explain because you said the Eagles blew out the Bucs, and I think the Lions are.
I didn't say blowout. I said they beat them by 14.
I think a 14-point win in the NFL is a blowout. Okay, what do you think the difference in this game is? How many points the Lions win by?
Listen, I'm not sure if they win, but what I'm telling you is what you're presenting to the fans.
No, Antoine, hold on. You're not even sure if they win. That's the point.
Against trash. They stopped bad running teams. They stopped bad running teams. Tell me I'm lying. And then they played a good running team, and DeAndre Swift had a $130 on 16 carries. Is that not a fact?
Rico, can you help this man make up his mind? Is this a spot that the Lions are overlooking Tampa or not?
The Lions still win. Look, if the Lions that we all beloved and we want them to do well, right? We want them to be able to compete or maybe even beat a Philadelphia. If Philadelphia win into Tampa Bay and beat them by 14 points, we should be able to find a way to go in and win the game. Now, I'm not saying we're going to win by 14 points, but the Lions should be able to find a way to win this football game. It might be tight, it might be gritty, and I'm okay with that. I'm not saying a blowout. But this is the type of game where if you're a good football team against a Baker Mayfield team that can't run the football, you better find a way to win the game. That's just it.
I'm with Antoine. That's why I said I'm not going to sit here and let them just keep going for it unnecessarily when you don't have to. This game may come down to a possession, and yeah, you want to gain extra possessions. You don't need to because you got a great defense. You can lean on them, get the ball back, and set yourself up in better position. But here's what I'm not going to take. You're not going to call here and say, well, they beat the Saints because the Saints didn't have everybody. Because if you do that, folks, you're opening up the door for something I don't think most Lions fans want to hear. So I don't want to hear that anymore. Okay?
Strike it from the record. 248-539-9797. The question was, are you overlooking the Buccaneers, implying that they're just going to go in, roll out the helmet, win by double digits again, or are you taking them seriously? And I think we are taking them seriously. It could be a close game down to the wire.
Right.
248-539-9797. It's Costa and Rocco. Valeni and Rico, 97.1.
It's like a Saturday show.
And, of course, Jeff Rieger's now freaked out because the fact that Verlander celebrated it means according to Rieger, he's going into the Hall of Fame as an Astro, not a Tiger.
He is so – everybody has their weird things. He's so paranoid about that. It's not going to impact me one way or another what the cap is when he goes in. It doesn't. They don't like Men in Black mind erase your memories from when you watch JV as a Tiger. Those things still happened. Right. You don't have to think differently about him.
Right. He's 13 years here. I think it'll be 8 or 9 with them. And if he chooses them because they had more postseason success,
whatever.
So be it. I feel he'll do the Mike Mussino route, which is just a blank hat.
My point is, it doesn't cheapen what he did here, and people like Rieger get very defensive over it.
He's ours. He's ours. He's not yours. He's ours.
Yeah, that's a good Jeff Rieger impression. It's actually really well done. We got a text that wants to know if that was TJ Lang that called us up earlier.
I don't even think TJ was that creepy. This sounded like
What
an
are your
opening,
favorite cookies?
Sounded like an opening scene out of To Catch a Predator. Like, tell me the cookies you like, and I'll make sure I have them for you.
Jim received the cookies, and then he died.
We never heard from Jim again.
We never heard from him again.
We'll know it's TJ if he shows up with milk and cookies at 3 o'clock.
I was very uncomfortable.
We'll move on. 248-539-9797.
I'm glad he used a fake name because I didn't even want to be a part of that replay segment. So, nope, that wasn't me. That was my twin brother.
Let's get Justin's thoughts. Our question, are you overlooking Tampa? Lions can't do anything wrong. This is a spot where, hey, you're going on the road. Tampa's off a bye. They've been winning games. Let's get Justin's thoughts. Justin, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, pleasant surprise to hear your voice, Costa. That means I don't have to listen to Mike disrespect Brock Purdy all day, so let's get after it.
That's a fact.
I really think a lot of no doubt. I'm with you, Rico. He needs more respect than he's getting. I think a lot of people are really underplaying Tampa. I think I kind of look at Tampa the same way I look at the Lions, right? Like, I'm a huge Lions fan. I'm a junkie. I'm all in. But they're kind of in a similar position, right? Baker's got a lot to prove. They do have a really good defense. Yeah, they don't have a run game, but again, like, the matchup's good because we're really good at stopping the run, and they're not going to be running the ball. Jerry Jacobs is really going to get tested. He did very poorly against Seattle when you got Lockett and Metcalf. Now, I understand Godwin and Mike Evans not maybe the same this year as Metcalf and Lockett, but they're going to test our secondary, and I'm nervous. Like, I'm nervous for this game. I think it's one we could lose. Obviously, I hope they don't, but I'm nervous.
Justin, I think they're going to win the game, but it's okay to acknowledge not every game is going to be easy for the Lions and that there will be spots they do lose. If they lose this week, it's not some unforgivable, they're no longer legitimate, no good. None of that's going to come up, at least not for me, and it doesn't sound like it's coming from you. No. This is the NFL. You don't just roll out and blow people out every week.
Every now and then you get a game where, yeah, that's a game. It's a no contest. You're going to get that. Like when they play the Bears, right? Both times. I will expect you to beat the Bears both times. It shouldn't be close. Mm-hmm. You're just better than them. And that's okay because sometimes you are. Dan Campbell spoke upon that in the post game when he was just like, hey, you guys handle your business. Doesn't matter what the record are. You went out there and you did what you had to do. This game, it's going to be a lot closer game. It's going to be on the road. And, yeah, you know what? As silly as it sounds, that fan – you know how we've been hyping up our fans here? Tampa's going to be hyped over this creamsicle stuff. Like, this is a big thing to them. And you're probably going to get former Buck players who will show up for this game, similar to a homecoming type of festival.
Give it up for Simeon Rice.
Just saying.
Mike Allstott in the building.
When you get the former players that
Rondé
come in there
Barber.
that have won Super Bowls who fire up the team, that means something. Now, that's something that we don't really get here because we don't have players who can come in here who've won Super Bowls with the Lions to fire them up and talk about what this means to them. But this is a big event for them. This is going to be a close game. This is where I need Dan to be the good Dan. Be conservative Dan. Dial it back, because when he dials it back, they win and they look good at doing it. When he's the gambler, he comes back and tells you that he spent the kids' tuition money.
Joe, you're next up. What's up?
Hey, guys, about this game, but don't forget that Tampa's got a lot of pressure on them, too, to prove how good they are. So I don't discount that. What I want to see the Lions continue to do is the unexpected. The first game, it was the fake punt from deep. In other games, it's been a flea flicker or going for it a lot on fourth. I want to see that continue, but I don't want to go line up and go for it on fourth. I want to see a fake field goal. I want to see something that nobody else has seen yet this year, and I think the Lions win by anywhere from 7 to 11 points.
Rico, your thoughts on a fake field goal?
Just kick the field goal.
He's shaking his head.
It comes with being when you're a good team, you don't have to do the gimmicks. It's why, once again, I'm watching the Kansas City game last night, and I'm like, you're better than this. You don't have to do this against this Bronco team. Are you serious? You don't need to run trick plays. Just line up, do your basic stuff, get the W, and get out.
Okay, but not every time you go for it on fourth are you doing a gimmick.
No, it's not a
Sometimes
gimmick.
it's supported by the numbers, and it's actually a winning play by good teams.
No, it's not a gimmick, but unless you're Philly, just kick the field goal or punt the ball. Let your defense do their thing, pin them in, and you get the ball back. And instead of fourth down, it's first down from the 50.
John, you're on 97.1.
Hi, this is John.
Hey, John.
Long-time listener, first-time caller. Love your show.
Well, thanks for calling.
Appreciate it.
I couldn't agree more with Rico. We have literally the best punter in the league. He's the highest-paid punter in the league. Let's utilize him, pin him inside the 10, give our defense a chance to get a safety. Trust in Ben Johnson's offense. He has 5 or 6 different plays off the same formation. We haven't even touched the tip. We've only on the tip of the iceberg of our offense. No need to do trick plays. Just run Ben Johnson's offense the way it's designed to be run, and we will end up winning the game. If we start gambling with 4th and 2s, I don't care where it's at on the field, we'll end up losing this game. We'll give it back. Can't do it.
Yeah, I'm with you, John. Just this is a game where you have to be smart and you have to realize you're a good team. And as you said,
good teams can go for it on fourth down, Rico.
But you're even a better team than them, then act like that. Let them play out of desperation. You just play your game plan and win the game.
I just fundamentally disagree that it's desperation to go for it on a 4th and 1 or a 4th and 2 inside enemy territory. Now, you want to do stuff inside your own 20, that's a little different. But if it's a yard or two in enemy territory, that's not desperate. It's supported by the numbers often and the personnel.
Right.
The Lions are built to convert those kind of short yardage situations.
Except when you go for it and you don't get it, and now you've handed them the ball in pretty good field position so that they can go down there. Rather than either kick the field goal or use your punter, have them angle it out, and put them in the coffin corner, lean on your D. That's a great defense. Use it.
Points for coffin corner. We've got the Prop Bet Casino. It's coming up next. It's a Football Friday. TJ Lang at 3. It's 97.1.
My skills have eroded over the years for sure because I just don't play anymore. But there was nothing more embarrassing than when I suited up to play in a charity event to raise money for dwarf awareness. So there were a lot of little people were there, and their lives are not easy by any means. So this was a great cause and was part of this great event. And I was in fear of taking a shot because I thought that one of the little people was going to jump up and block my shot. And I just got I got flustered when he came at me when I was getting ready to do a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
And it ended up being like the worst air ball ever. I launched it way too early. It was the ugliest shot you've ever seen in your life. Why? Because I thought that somebody that was 3 feet tall was going to block my shot. Absolutely pathetic.
That's my favorite one.
That time of the week. Looking ahead to football this weekend. Rocco's Prop Bet Casino.
All right. Shout out to me for winning. Hey, it's not my fault you guys can't make picks. So try again this week. And it wasn't even close. I won't even give you the number because it was embarrassing. So we'll start off with this. MSU on the road at Rutgers. Total amount of field goals made. Both teams combined over under 5.5. Just so you know, it's going to be a rainy day.
I was just going to say, weather impact. I'll go under. It could be one of those ugly games like a 14-10.
Yeah, both teams are going to have to get into field goal range for that to happen. So I will also say under.
Yeah, very low scoring. So for that reason, under.
I think the total's like 39.5. Yeah.
Which is why I'm going to go over. Tons of field goals. Just like that Iowa game. Not a lot of touchdowns, tons of field goals. Caden Hauser. He's going to be the QB of MSU. I do believe they haven't announced it yet. So over under touchdown passes 0.5.
Oh, he gets one. 2 weeks to prepare. They'll put in a couple things that are fit his game. Yeah, Caden Hauser throws a touchdown.
Yes, a single touchdown, one over.
No, they don't get a touchdown pass in the game.
Such a hater, David.
David, I'm with you.
That's that Michigan fan in him.
I think they'll score, but I think it'll be a rushing touchdown. It won't be him. So, which leads into Malik Carr. Over under 0.5 touchdowns scored.
Question is, does he throw it to Malik Carr? A pretty safe bet. He's been catching the ball up better since week 1. Sure, I'll go Carr with the touchdown.
No, I'll say under.
This is a definite under.
Well, it has to be. He's not throwing a touchdown to anybody, David.
Correct. Under.
Right. So I'm going under as well. Over under MSU total points 17.5.
Under. You're breaking in a quarterback on the road with the weather. Under.
I don't know that either team goes over 17.5. I'll also say under.
Under. They only get 7 in this game.
You know what? Just for that, I'm going to go over. More rushing yards. Blake Corum or Nate Carter?
On surface, Blake Corum, they'll roll Indiana, but because they roll Indiana, is this the week they try to get Donovan Edwards involved? I'll go against the grain. I'll go Nate Carter.
No, I'll be different. I'll go Blake Corum here. It might be the easy pick, but I'll take it.
I go Corum. I don't believe in Edwards, so Corum.
Wow. Edwards has nothing to do with this, David.
It does.
It does matter.
It does.
I brought him into it,
if
but
they
I do
try
think,
to bring him into the game, I don't think he's good enough anymore.
See, I think Corum gets rested probably at the end of the first quarter because you don't need him out there. You got bigger fish to fry. But speaking of Edwards, you know what we got to do? Over under, is this the week? Over under 0.5 touchdown score. He got to the 1-inch line last week, and then Michigan yanked him out the game. Is this the week, Kenny?
Listen, I'll start, and I think Michigan being, 5 touchdown favorites suggests they're going to score a whole bunch. Yes, he gets one of them. This is the week for Donovan.
I do it every single week, and I'm almost always wrong. Yes, this is the week.
This is the week.
Is the week.
Third and fourth stringers that have touchdowns, and he doesn't have a touchdown so far. So I'm going to continue that streak. He does not.
David's going under. You know what, David? I was going to go over. I'm going to go under based off of you. Indiana, total points. Over, under. It's now adjusted 8.5.
2 field goals, under.
1 touchdown, 1 field goal, over.
Yeah, I'm also with you, Kenny, so I'll go over.
I'm over as well. Kenny, this one's for you.
I feel like we gave ourselves a bad number in crosstalk. Yeah. Should have just shut my mouth. I would have got a better number.
What you got, Rocco?
J.J. McCarthy touchdown passes or the amount of goals the Wings scored later that day against Tampa.
I will be at that game Red Wings hat on, all of it. I'm going to say Red Wings.
It's Red Wings. Tampa's goalie on long-term injured reserve. Wings putting more pucks on net if you watched last night. I will take the Red Wings.
Yeah, JJ gets 3 touchdowns. Wings get 4 goals for Wings.
All right, Kenny, I'm going to go with the Wings.
I was going to say you should. Another piece of that is Vasilevsky is injured for until December.
Kenny, I just said that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Headphone. Over, under.
He's a big star now. He only listens halfway.
What, huh?
Over, under, top 25 upsets this week. 1.5.
It's getting to be that time of year. I actually think Halloween weekend has a few very juicy upsets. But yeah, I'll play the game. 2 this weekend. Over.
He's going over.
I feel like I always go under, and I feel like I'm usually wrong about it.
You are.
So I'll go over. We'll change it up.
David studying the board.
I am studying the board. This is an easy over.
Is it, though?
I do.
What do you count as an upset? I've already answered. I guess I should have asked that first.
I was about to say
So Notre Dame's number 21. If they beat number 10
counts?
USC.
If Notre Dame beats USC,
But they're the
that's an
betting
upset.
favorite.
No, it's about their ranking.
They rank.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I feel even better.
So but that's one.
Only need one more in all of college football.
So yeah. David, you going over? Yes. Yeah, I think I'm going to go over as well. Jared Goff interceptions. Over under 0.5.
They got a good defense. You know what I'm going to say. I'm going to say over.
I was going to say over until you smugly did that. Oh, I don't like Jared Goff. I'll do the
I
over.
didn't say that.
You implied it. I'll say under.
Yeah, I'm also with you, Kenny. I can't go over because Cookies is sitting in the seat, so I have to go under.
Well, I like winning, so I'm going to go over. I don't care who sits in that seat. This creepy guy calls up and wants to buy you cookies, fine.
Money's money.
Jameson receptions, over, under 2.5.
Under.
Are they going to target him more than 2.5 times?
He had 2 last game.
Under.
He was targeted 3 times last game.
Ooh.
Caught 2 of them.
I have a bold take on this one. I don't think he's active for the game.
What? What inside sources do you have over
I
here?
just believe all of a sudden Laporta said, I just have a feeling.
Phone call, JC on line 2.
David, this is me. Don't say my name out loud.
All right, so you going under? You going under?
Yeah.
I think he'll go over.
Is this going to get the blessing from Rico? Last year you called his touchdown.
I didn't call a touchdown. I think he'll get 3 catches.
Is this a JMO game is what I'm asking.
He'll get 3 catches.
Okay.
Okay. Looks like Laporta's going to play. So if he does, over under 58.5 reception yards.
And this number just keeps going up every single week.
Well, he keeps getting better every week.
Over. He's a reliable target. It seems like they're only going to use him more and more. I'd say over.
I will say under. St. Brown should be playing, and there's good linebackers for Tampa. I'll go under.
There are good linebackers in Tampa. Laporta is on fire, though. I'm going to go over.
I am going to go under because of the linebackers in Tampa. All right, who scores more points? The Giants with their, was it Tyrod Taylor?
Yeah, the B team.
Or was it PJ Walker?
Oh.
Jimmy Walker? Somebody Walker.
Johnny Walker.
Walker, Texas Ranger, and the Browns. Who scores more points between those 2 teams?
Oh. Not PJ Walker. The other side.
So you're going with Tyrod?
I guess.
I'm about to pick Tyrod Taylor. This is a first.
Revenge game.
I guess so. Yeah.
All right, so I have to go.
Giants versus the Bills.
Yeah.
Cleveland versus the Niners.
Yeah, I don't think the Browns can score on the Niners, but I do think that Josh Allen can throw an interception, give him a short field for the Giants. I'm going to go Giants. They score more points.
It's good logic.
It is good logic. I don't know. Niners defense not that great. Maybe I'll take them.
What a sandbagging.
All right, and this is just, we're going to finish out with these 2. No point spreads.
Just winners. Washington, Oregon.
Washington.
Oregon.
Washington.
I'm going Washington as well. Finally, Notre Dame hosting USC. USC or Notre Dame?
The Irish. Kenny Cott.
USC.
Notre Dame.
Kenny going USC, Notre Dame. I'm going Notre Dame as well. That is your prop bet casino. 97.1.
My skills have eroded over the years for sure because I just don't play anymore. But there was nothing more embarrassing than when I suited up to play in a charity event to raise money for dwarf awareness. So there were a lot of little people were there, and their lives are not easy by any means. So this was a great cause and was part of this great event. And I was in fear of taking a shot because I thought that one of the little people was going to jump up and block my shot. And I just got flustered when he came at me when I was getting ready to do a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
And it ended up being like the worst air ball ever. I launched it way too early. It was the ugliest shot you've ever seen in your life. Why? Because I thought that somebody that was 3 feet tall was going to block my shot. Absolutely pathetic.
That's my favorite one.
I think it's already wrapped up.
What'd I miss?
NFC North.
Oh, you stop it.
Mike said a few weeks. Doesn't it kind of feel like we're already there, TJ Lang in the studio?
No, not yet. A lot of work left to be done, Jimmy.
Oh, it's such a football player response. I expect that from Jansen. 1 week at a time.
Yep, one day at a time.
There it
one
is.
play at a time.
By the way, Mike.
Quarter at a time.
Mike, he is at a fall wedding this weekend. That is why he's not here today.
Yeah, congratulations. His lovely sister getting married. What?
He's in such a bad mood, has to be at a fall wedding.
He's not happy about it.
No. Miserable. He's miserable.
We'll talk in a break.
See,
Anyway.
I'd rather go to a fall wedding when it's 50 degrees out than a summer wedding where it's 90 degrees.
I do not want to do a fall wedding.
Is the wedding tonight?
It's tomorrow. He's going to miss all the good college football games.
So that's a problem.
If you're going to do, I've never understood if you're going to do fall, why not just do Friday?
Amen.
You get the whole, the person can take, your guest can just take Friday off from work, and you can celebrate, do whatever you want, and you got Saturday to recover.
I think they're doing it a week too early. Should have did it next week.
Oh.
I believe that almost happened, I think.
Should have waited for Michigan State weekend.
TJ, that's what. Okay.
Is that next week?
Yeah.
It is?
Hey.
Oh.
TJ Lang,
TJ Lang,
I thought they were going on a bye.
Anyway, welcome in on a Friday.
That's his fault. That's his, it's family member. Come on. I blame Mike for that.
Anyway, have him in your thoughts and prayers. I mean, clearly, what a miserable experience.
What a poor fella.
Yeah. We started the show with Lions fans feeling good, wind beneath our wings, all that stuff, riding high. As you look at Tampa Bay this weekend, do you feel like fans are overlooking this matchup?
Are people pretty confident?
Oh, yeah.
Rico, you've been on air all week. People pretty confident?
They win every game by double digits.
I'm confident in this team. I think they're a really good football team. I think Tampa's a sneaky good football team as well. I think watch it, and I might have heard you guys talking about this earlier. Tampa kind of reminds me of Seattle a little bit. They take care of the football. They run the ball. Their offensive line isn't great. Tristan Wirfs, the left tackle, is a good player. But the rest of their O-line isn't great, but they don't put those guys in positions where they have to one-on-one 30 times a game, right? It's a lot of max protect, play action, tight ends chip in, the running backs coming out and helping. You don't get many one-on-one opportunities against those guys, and I think it's by design. It's good coaching, and they haven't been forced yet to score too many points. I know their offense is probably bottom third of the league when it comes to points per game, but their defense is good. I mean, they've got some players, especially the front seven. Both linebackers are fast. They can go sideline to sideline in a hurry. Vita Vea is obviously a beast there in the middle, but I think their strengths match up well with our strengths. I think that anytime you have a top 6 run game, you've got a top 3 run defense. Those are pillars of a team in the NFL, and those usually travel with you, and they have so far this year on the road games that this team has played. I don't think it's going to be an easy win. No. I think this game is probably going to maybe look a little bit like the Jets last year, where you're going to have to grind it out and you're going to have to try to find a way to make a play late in the game to win. I don't think it's going to be a blowout by any means, but I'm confident in this team. I am. I think what we've seen not only this year, but really the last 15 games, right? 12-3 over that stretch. I think that's who they are, right? That's no mistake. They're not doing it by accident. They're not doing it like last year's Minnesota team that won 13 or 14 games, and you're saying, "Oh, come on!" Like they're getting lucky. They're converting 4th and 30. You know what I mean? It doesn't have that type of feel to it. It has the feel that what they're doing is sustainable. Now I know that some of the injuries are a concern, and we'll get to that. Hopefully by 4:00, but. They've got depth on this team. They've got players on this team. They've been able to focus in each week like that's the only thing that matters. You know what I mean? They don't read their press clippings. They don't worry about, we just won 3 straight games by double digits and 2 scores, whatever it was. They forget about it. They keep their focus, on the next goal, and that's this week. I'm confident in them going down to Tampa. I just don't think it's going to be an easy game. I think Tampa's got plenty of power to throw punches with you and make it kind of a dogfight, and you're probably going to have some sort of spark play from either your defense or special teams, because offense, I do think it's going to be a grind this week, but I think they're a team that's capable of doing that.
See, I'd rather the spark play come from the defense or special teams than what he is saying. Just go for it on every 4th
That's
down.
not what I said. He's accused me of playing Madden
Just
over
go
here.
for it on
Brandon
every 4th
Staley
down,
over
right?
here, huh?
No punter needed,
CJ.
no field goal kicker needed. We're going for
Leave
it.
them both at home. Yeah.
Don't even activate Scott Daly.
My
Leave him
thing
home
is,
this week. No long snappers.
Because I think you have a great defense, lean on them. And if you have to, just punt the ball from midfield, pin them in there, get it back, and start all over again. Don't take unnecessary chances, because this is the type of game where I see you know what? It's a field goal type of game. So every field goal that you make will count. So rather than keep being risky, because, yeah, it looks great when you go for it and you get it. But if you don't, and now you hand the ball over at the 50-yard line, now they just got to travel 20 yards for them to make 3 points, and that could be the difference in the game.
Yeah, and I think, look, field position in these type of games, it's a big deal, right? Punting isn't the worst thing that's going to happen to you. If you're facing a
say that again for the people in the back.
It's not, well, in these type of games, it's not where –
Thank you.
We could be totally wrong. I think we're all on the same page where we don't expect this to be a 38-35 type of shootout game. So, yeah, I mean, if you're pinning them deep and you're pinning them inside the 15, inside the 10, that's not a bad thing. That is a win against teams where it's going to be a dogfight. So, but I'd say, I mean, you said we have a great defense. I think the great defense has been playing really good. We know they're going to slip up eventually. This is the NFL, right? You're not going to win the rest of your games. This team is not going to be 16-1. They're going to have a game that they're probably going to drop where maybe a couple plays here or there. Do you have more confidence in the offense being able to sustain what they've been doing, or the defense? Because I look at this week and I say, I don't expect the Lions to go out there and lay a dud offensively and score 13 points or 14 points. I know they're on a streak of 15 games or so of scoring over 20. I look at the offensive, that's who they are. You know you're going to get probably 23, 24 points out of this offense. I look at it and say, when that time does come, when we're going to slip, it's probably going to look like something in Seattle where you just can't figure them out, and it's just one of those days where the offense, the other team's offense is just making plays, and they're getting the 50-50 balls, and they're getting all the bounces. You know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say?
I do, but see, I look at it the other way.
I think our defense is good, but
I think the defense is – I lean on the defense more because it seems like it's just been a merry-go-round of who's going to be playing in the game. This guy's not playing this guy, but they still just come out and get it done. And defense – when you start getting good, it becomes contagious, and you just start believing in yourself, and you put that fear factor in other teams. And I kind of see that with this defense now, where Bryce Young just looks like the last three quarterbacks all just took off their helmets and were just like, wow, I don't know what I'm going to do with this front four. I mean they all TJ, you're at the game, but if you go back and watch it. The TV shot, and they'll take off the helmet, and it was, there's Jordan Love, and it's that same look like, we're only in the second quarter. I got to go.
Yeah, you just
I got
can't
2 more
figure 'em out.
quarters of this. Right.
Right.
It becomes contagious, and this defense, I think they swarm to the ball. They're just getting it done. I like what they're doing. That I think that when they do slip up, it's probably going to be because Goff, or maybe he threw a pick, or tip ball got intercepted, or a fumble, or something like that. I don't think it's going to be on the defense why they lose.
And I think that's probably going to be the breaking point this weekend is when you play a team that pretty evenly matched, in my opinion. I think the Lions are slightly better, but the turnovers are going to be a difference, right? I know the Lions got back into positive territory last week after the 3 takeaways they had against Carolina. But Tampa Bay, a big reason why they're 3-1 is because they're the 10 takeaways in 4 games that are +7 through 4 games, which is – you're getting, 2 takeaways a game. That's how you win football games. So I think that, yes, if there is a way that they find a way to slip or maybe give away a game, it's probably going to be because of the turnover differential. But, man, I really can't. It's almost like last week where you couldn't really picture Carolina scoring a whole lot of points. I'm kind of thinking the same way. I don't picture Tampa maybe going over 17-20. I think if the Lions, if you stay on the streak you're at of 20 points plus in 15 straight games, that might be enough to win this game. It might be a race to whoever gets to 21 or maybe 23 first. I think the Lions got to have a better chance of getting there.
You don't break out the creamsicle jerseys to score 13.
That was like a homecoming choice that they made. Like they thought they had an easy team coming in for the creamsicle reunion. I'll tell you what, I mean, and you go back and you listen to the teams that the Lions have played. You listen to post-game press conferences, coaches, opposing players, whoever it is. It's been nothing but, not shock, but we knew this is a good football team, man, and they kicked our ass, right? Like, that's how the last 3 games have been. It's not embarrassing. I can't believe we lost to that team, what we heard out of Aaron Rodgers last year when the Lions knocked him off that first game at Ford Field.
Right.
This year's different. I think every team knows now this is a real team. This is a legit team, and they're proving that, and they've obviously been able to do it the last couple weeks, and I really don't feel this week's going to be that much different. But you got to go out there and take care of business. And that's something that's been admirable about this team is that they don't celebrate wins like it's the Super Bowl. They don't celebrate wins like, oh, they were the underdog and they just shocked the world, right? They go in, they take care of business. Bam, we got this one. Let's move on to the next one. This just so happens to be the next one.
Look, it projects a lot of confidence that they're favored on the road against a first-place team. And they've earned that with the way they've been playing. They have. And I think fans are starting to get used to this, but this is uncharted territory for Lions fans. Like, oh, we're good, and we beat people by double digits back-to-back-to-back weeks, favored going on the road against a team with a winning record, expected to win. And that's where we said, well, how far are you willing to take this? Because if you think you're just going to roll in and roll up and beat everybody handily, not so fast. Sounds like you're making the case. Low scoring, close game, down to the wire. Got to make a play at the end to win it.
That's kind of what I'm saying, yeah. And I mean, this could be a 34-20 game, right? Like, I don't know, but it just, you look at everything, you look at the way they kind of compare. I mean, Baker Mayfield is playing pretty damn good football. I mean, he leads the NFL right now on third down. I think he's completing about 80% of his passes.
He doesn't get hit.
He doesn't get hit. He does a nice job scrambling
all year.
But even when he does see pressure, he also leads the league in passer rating when he's getting pressured. I mean, I'm not trying to say he's some MVP type guy, but he is a guy that's good enough where if you let him get comfortable, he can beat you.
He reminds me of Geno Smith last year, where everybody was just kind of like, Geno Smith, this guy?
Yeah, he can't keep doing this, right?
And then he just kept doing it and doing it, yeah. So.
And they've got, I mean, Mike Evans, I mean, he's a different animal out there on the outside. Godwin's good. Their run game, obviously, has been struggling. I don't think they have a run longer than 15 yards this year. They're not an explosive offense. I think they're almost dead last when it comes to offensive explosive plays. You know where the Lions rank in explosive plays in the NFL?
Where?
Second, behind the Miami Dolphins. And they have the most explosive pass plays, which is surprising. The Dolphins have the most run plays, over 20 yards.
Wait. So I can call you guys all privileged now? So I can call you privileged?
Isn't that like
so Goff is just like Purdy. They're both privileged.
Isn't that like a sneaky stat? Like I had to do a double take. Like, no way. You don't look at this Lions offense as being explosive.
Has a good offense.
Well, right, but you look at them as being kind of the, hey, we're just going to hammer you, and then by the fourth quarter, we're going to wear you out, right? The body blows. You don't think of this team as being an explosive team, but they are. They're second in the NFL right now in most explosive plays. I thought that stat was shocking.
TJ tells you, Lions privilege. Or TJ, your calls, text, next, 97.1. You've heard me talk about Specs at LTU, located right here in the heart of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech University. Look, if you want to do radio, if you want to pontificate the way TJ did, or you want a career in radio or a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can help you out. It's very simple. What they need you to do is be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. And while you're there, you'll learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program through Specs at LTU. Now, once you're at that website, remember, ltu.edu/specs. Make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today. You're going to be taught by instructors who work in the business like yours truly. Means we're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in the radio, TV, or graphics design industry. Once again, ltu.edu/specs. Do that today.
This was a great cause and was part of this great event. And I was in fear of taking a shot because I thought that one of the little people was going to jump up and block my shot. And I just got flustered when he came at me when I was getting ready to do a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
And it ended up being like the worst air ball ever. I launched it way too early. It was the ugliest shot you've ever seen in your life. Why? Because I thought that somebody that was 3 feet tall was going to block my shot. Absolutely pathetic.
That's my favorite one.
97-1. Get
of
back to
course,
the
Jeff
phones,
Rieger's
ticket text,
now
Lions,
freaked
Bucks.
out
Just trying to assess, is there any concern this week? Lions have handled the last 3 teams they've played. Now they go on the road, 3-point spread, a Tampa team that can stop the run. In the red zone, they really knuckle down and hold teams to field goals. Can they make this a close game, force a turnover? Baker makes a play to Mike Evans. Or is this, hey, Lions roll. This is who they are. Brand new Lions, no sweat, blow everybody out. 248-539-9797. Rico, you were team blowout last week, but you say, hey, this is different. Totally different animal.
This is totally different. This is not the same confidence that I had all last week because I was just like, this is a no-brainer, this game. And it went exactly how I thought it was going to go from the opening kickoff. Like, yep, Carolina's in over their head. This one I think is going to be a battle. This one I think you got to play smart. You got to play conservative. I know fans don't want to hear that, but yeah, it means punting the ball when it's 4th and 1. But that's okay because field position in games like this will help you win. Think chess, not checkers. Don't overreact.
Yeah, and you got to play, you nailed it, you got to play smart. And you got to stick to your identity. I think sometimes when you play teams like this that have a good defense, that have a good front seven, if the first couple runs, you're getting 2-3 yards, sometimes that can scare the play caller away and just say, oh, we're just passing, right? We can't run on these guys. The Lions, your identity is running the ball. Your identity is stopping the run. So as long as you stick with what you're good at, stick with what your strengths are, like we've seen every game, you're eventually going to start popping those big plays. And that's something that I look at Ben Johnson and say, man, this team has an identity. They do. Not many teams, 5 weeks in have a solid, this is who they are, foundation and identity that you can look at and say, yep, we know exactly what we're getting. I think the Lions are one of those teams. And, for me, it's about don't get spooked by the Tampa Bay front seven. Don't get spooked by, their linebackers making tackles, right? Just keep at it. Like your good friend says, keep chopping, right, Rico? Just keep chopping. Yeah, just keep chopping. The big plays are eventually going to come.
I think the Lions are the better team. No one's disputing that. I think all of us believe the Lions will win the game. We'll get to the picks later in the hour. The question is Tampa kind of a bad matchup in the sense that, TJ, they are fundamentally going to throw a 340-pounder in the middle of that defense, Vita Vea, and try to stop and slow down the run game. Levante David and Devin White are going to fly around sideline to sideline, outside zone, inside zone. They're going to be all over the place. And then Tampa, off a bye, chance to throw a couple new wrinkles into the game. Oh, Lions, you want to stop the run? We're not used to having a run game. So we'll challenge your secondary in a way that maybe you haven't been challenged with the likes of Bryce Young and Jordan Love and Desmond Ridder. There's a shot that despite the fact that the Lions are the better team, will finish with a better record, find themselves in a spot where they lose this game. And I don't know if Lions fans have really considered it because of how good things have been. So let's get back to the phones. We've got Doug. We'll start with you. You're on 97.1.
How's it going this Friday, fellas?
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Rico. So, I couldn't agree more with what you and TJ just said. We have an identity, and not, like you said, TJ, not many teams have that at this time of the year, but we have to just stick to our guns. We got to give it to Monty and just chop and chop and chop, but also use that fantastic Mr. Fox to do the field position thing. And I think every Lions fan, we are scared every week. Like even last week, I had a little bit of nervousness, obviously, with the pass, but it's just weird to have a team that's doing this well, but you still have to go into every game with a plan and know who the opponent is and just stick to who you are, which is running the football. I think we have a good enough secondary, and with Branch coming back, hopefully, I don't know what the injury report is. I haven't checked it, but
4:00.
We will be okay. We will be confident in that, and I think we can get some pressure, hopefully, with that kind of young offensive line, except for that guy on the left. But I think overall, if we stick to who we are, like TJ, you said it perfectly, man, we will be just fine. And Dan Campbell knows that. The players know that. Brett Holmes knows that. And I believe that we will come out on top in this game. And if we do, it's a big win, and we'll just keep rolling. Now, will I believe it will be closer than last week? Absolutely it will. But I think we're a good enough team with a good enough identity and who we are that we will come out on top. So I appreciate the phone call, fellas. Have a wonderful rest of your day and a good weekend, and one Pride.
Thanks for the call,
Yeah.
Doug.
Let's see it. He says identity. You've said identity. You know, part of the identity, though, and Rico doesn't like this, going for it on fourth down. The Lions have gone for it the third most on fourth down. This team stops people on third down in scoring position.
But see, I think
they're going to go for it. Now, I think that's an asset because you're on the road, don't settle for field goals. But Rico, if they're living up to their identity, that could hurt them in your mind because you don't want them to do that stuff this week.
I think they have evolved from that identity. I think that was the identity of a team that didn't know who they were. So we got to rely on gimmicks. We got to rely on going for it on fourth down.
They're still doing
Not as much. Now they're playing smarter football. Yes, you pick your spots. Early, like in the Chiefs game when they went for it, they caught everybody off guard. You pick your spots. It's not just lining up and like, what we're going to do. Kind of like Philly on 3rd or 4th and 1, we all know what you're going to do. They're getting smarter now where, even he said, and I forgot it was one game where he was just like, it was the most conservative game I played and I didn't like it. It was tongue in cheek.
Yeah, it was Atlanta, I think.
Yeah, but he realized, I don't have to do this anymore. Like it's like when you start making money, you don't have to go out and eat bologna and stuff. Like you can actually buy real food now.
You don't have to full court press, right? You're not a team anymore that if we don't maximize every possession we have, man, we're going to be in trouble, right? That was last year's team, and that was a little bit of
you evolved.
What we saw at Kansas City, right? Hey, man, we can't have empty possessions with that guy over there, right? We can't do that. You have to pick and choose. You don't want to start pressing where, hey, we go for it, and now we didn't get it. Oh, well, the next time we get it, we got to go for it again because we got to try to make up for the first one.
Now you're chasing points.
You're getting in trouble, right? But kind of to your point, Jim, was I don't think I haven't felt that from him recently, at least the last couple games. And I think a big part of that is because you haven't had to, right? You had a gigantic lead against Green Bay. You had a gigantic lead against Carolina.
But we don't see that happening
weekend.
this week. We don't see a gigantic lead.
No, and that's where I think we're on the same page of, yes, if the time calls for it to be aggressive and, hey, you got 3rd and 2 from the other team's 40, probably 4-down territories. If you can't get 2 yards, probably going to be in trouble anyways. I don't have an issue with that. I just have an issue when it starts to compound. And I don't like using the Stoney math that he did against Seattle where you went for it here, didn't get it, and then you went for it again and it touchdown, so you're really +3 in the point. Like, that doesn't matter to me. You got to feel out the game. And I think that's something that Dan Campbell is learning. He's not going into games anymore saying we have to be aggressive on every 4th down, right? You don't make up your mind before you see the flow of the game. You get into the game, you see the rhythm of the game, you see how your offense is playing, you see how your defense is playing, and you decide, you know what, we need a spark here, we got to go for it. Or you know what, defense is playing great, they're not running the ball, we're covering well, let's punt it and pin them back, right? I think that's been the biggest improvement that I've seen from Coach Campbell is he's not going into these games already with a preconceived notion of we have to do this or else this is going to happen. See how the game works out, and then if the timing of those decisions allows you to be more aggressive, go ahead and take a chance. And I think that's something that I think has been noticeable how much he's improved at that.
Can you give me some more examples of Stoney math?
Please don't.
We got the picks coming up next. 97.1.
And of course, Jeff Rieger's now freaked out because the fact that Verlander celebrated it means according to Rieger, he's going into the Hall of Fame as an Astro, not a Tiger.
He is so, everybody has their weird things. He's so paranoid about that. It's not going to impact me one way or another what the cap is when he goes in. It doesn't. They don't like Men in Black mind erase your memories from when you watch JV as a Tiger. Those things still happened.
Right.
You don't have to think differently about him.
Right. He's 13 years here. I think it'll be 8 or 9 with them. And if he chooses them because they had more postseason success,
Whatever.
so be it. I feel he'll do the Mike Mussino route, which is just a blank hat.
My point is, it doesn't cheapen what he did here, and people like Rieger get very defensive over it.
He's ours. He's ours. He's not yours. He's ours.
Yeah, that's a good Jeff Rieger impression. It's actually really well done. Now this is a scene. TJ Lang strutting into the studio. Title belt over his shoulder.
3 weeks in a row, Jimmy.
Got the Axel Foley jacket on. Okay.
Says 3 weeks in a row as he sits down.
I realize that's why Mike's not here today. Did you look at the standings from last week there, Cookies?
He had a 3-7 week.
You're going to help him out a little bit this week?
Well, there's a little controversy before we get into the picks.
It's embarrassing.
Mike has handed me his picks. He did not trust me to make any picks for him. But the fact that he went 3-7 last week, I may go off script to help this man out.
Hey,
this is a tight race.
You got to sit next to him in the Cash the Ticket podcast.
Kenny,
you know?
can we get a ruling on that?
Mr. Celebrity, sir?
How about you do your picks?
Yeah.
Do his, whoever has the better
we
picks
got to be timely.
Gets to do them moving forward.
We'll be fine. Let's start now.
All right, let's just jump right in then. Can you bet that player prop? All right, let's go through the games. We start with Tennessee -3.5 against Texas A&M. TJ.
No, we start with Rico.
Oh, I'm sorry. We'll go the other way around the room.
That's okay, buddy.
This man, you're
okay.
afraid. You're
new,
afraid of things getting.
No, this is how it goes.
All right,
This is how it goes.
Fine. Rico, start us off.
I'm going to go with the home team. I'm going to take the points. Texas A&M being a home dog, not as bad as they look, and Tennessee is fraudulent. Give me the Aggies.
The game is in Tennessee.
I don't love.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Does it change your pick?
Go to Kenny.
I don't love Tennessee as much as the AP. I'm going to go with A&M here.
Yeah, that's not your fault, Rico. Mike typed on here and he put the game this way, so I should have corrected it. I am still going to go with Texas A&M though. Tennessee, sorry, that black guy is not good, Joe Milton.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to stick with A&M as well.
I'm going with Tennessee. A&M, kind of a heartbreaker last week. Alabama, probably put a little damper into their hopes. I just think Tennessee's a more physical football team, and they're at home. So I got to take the Tennessee. What's their mascot?
The Volunteers.
The Volunteers. I'll take the Volunteers.
Joe Milton, when pressured, completes 29% of his passes. Texas A&M's second most sacks in football. We'll go A&M. Next matchup, number 18 UCLA, plus 3.5. The game is in Corvallis, Oregon State.
So this is in Oregon State.
Yes.
And you know what? I'll simply say chainsaws will be banging against the walls. Give me the Beavers.
UCLA covered last week. UCLA will cover this week.
Listen, I enjoy the Beavers as well as
we know you do.
much as anyone. But I'm going to go with UCLA in this game.
Everything David said, I agree with you, except I'm going with the Beavers.
So not what he said. All right.
The first part of what he said.
Okay. UCLA is the pick for Mike as well, plus the
Well, who would you
3.5.
pick?
And I would also take the Bruins.
Dante Moore on the road.
UCLA number 1 rush defense in the country. Good luck, Oregon State. All right, next matchup, Air Force. See, Mike does this. He puts these games on here so he can gain an edge. Nobody cares about Air Force Wyoming.
Exactly. When he has a bad week, we start getting all these crappy games on here because he's the only one that can handicap.
Right. What channel is that
Air
on?
Force versus Wyoming.
Yes.
He's the only person that's watched more than 20 seconds of either of these teams.
Air Force Wyoming on the Food Network.
We should all just pick Air Force
You know
so that he
what?
doesn't
I am
get the
Air
edge.
Force.
Air Force solidarity.
Air Force.
Who's he picking?
Air Force.
Yeah, so we're all going Air Force. CBS Sports Network, the game is on.
Like I said, True TV.
I'm going with whoever Mike picks.
Air Force minus 10.5 all around. Mike's not gaining any advantage on this garbage, these shenanigans.
We showed him.
That's right. All right. The Jeweled Shillelagh is the matchup on Saturday night. USC at Notre Dame, the Irish minus 2.5.
You know what? Even though this is like their third tough, big-time game in a row, USC has absolute zero defense. I think this is what Marcus Freeman and the boys need to kind of pick up their spirit after last week and at Louisville. Give me the Irish and the point. They'll cover.
Mm-hmm.
USC no defense, but I think Notre Dame is on their way to being cooked, so I'll go with USC here.
Rico, this is their 4th straight game. Ohio State at night, Duke at night, Louisville at night, USC now at night, but it's at home, so I have to go Notre Dame.
I'm going USC only because I don't think I trust Freeman's coaching. We saw it against Ohio State, giving away that game last couple plays, 10 minutes. Lost again last week to Louisville. That was kind of their last shot for me to kind of turn the season around. I think it's only going to continue to get even more ugly for Notre Dame moving on here on out, and I'm taking USC on the road.
Notre Dame 4th in pass defense efficiency. It's how you slow down Caleb, and then you score a whole bunch of points against that weak Trojan defense. Mike and I both on Notre Dame. Oregon, Washington, top 10 matchup, unbeaten teams in the Pac-12. Washington at home, minus 3.
Yeah, Michael Penix will win the Heisman in this game. Give me Washington in a rout.
This is why I picked the over for top upsets here, so I'm going to take Oregon.
Look, I understand what Bo Nix has looked like, but Penix, I think he is that much better than what Bo Nix is. So I have to go Washington at home. They get the edge.
I'm taking Oregon. I think they're, once again, more physical team. They're able to run the ball a little bit more effective, and if you can find a way to slow down Michael Penix just a little bit, he's kind of shown he'll make a mistake every now and then. I'm going to take Oregon with the upset on the road.
Oregon plays defense. Oregon runs the ball. They're more balanced. Take the field goal. Take the Ducks.
You all are wrong.
Michigan State and Rutgers matchup this week out in Piscataway. Michigan State getting 4.5 points. Rico's up first.
You know what? Just make me happy. Win the damn game. Give me him. Give me something to root for and look forward to. Don't embarrass yourself. In the rain, give me the Spartans.
They will not. It's going to be Wreckers.
Oh. I really rooting hard for Michigan State this weekend.
No, you're not.
I am. You need this victory. You really do. I just don't think you get it. I'm sorry, Rutgers.
I don't know if Michigan State gets the victory, but that was a much-needed bye week that they're coming off of. I think
I Honestly, they should just say they got COVID for the next 5 weeks.
With everything that's happened this year, you feel like that team more than any team needed a break, right? Hopefully they regrouped a little bit. I don't know if they win the game, but sloppy game, rainy game, it's going to be ugly.
They needed a break, and they came back. They're still the same team.
I'm going to ask them to make me happy just by covering the 4.5 points. I don't know if they're going to win. Just cover the 4.5. I'm going to take Michigan State.
New spark at quarterback, 2 weeks to prepare him.
It's going to be raining. He's not going to throw the ball.
Take the points in a lousy environment. Michigan State the play. Indiana at Michigan. The Wolverines minus 33.5. Rico.
33 it's a large point spread, but honestly, I don't see how Indiana scores anything. I normally don't do this, but give me Michigan in the 33 points.
Yeah, Michigan playing some of their best football right now, but man, 33 is just too much for me. I'm going to take Indiana.
I don't think Indiana can score a point.
I think we're on the same page, Rico. I don't see where Indiana can score in this game.
Even try-hard guy can't help him out.
Correct. So 33 is a lot of points, but just have to trust Michigan. Michigan here.
33 is a lot of points, and it's supposed to be bad weather again tomorrow in Ann Arbor, too. I think 90% chance of rain. Going to be a run fest, probably tick the clock out. I don't know if either team gets to 33 points. Indiana ain't for sure, but I think it's going to be an ugly game, to be honest with you. I think Indiana can maybe hang around if it's going to be one of those sloppy type of games. Michigan's going to win, but I think Indiana's going to cover that 33 points.
Mike is taking Michigan minus the 33. I agree with him.
All right.
Let's go to the NFL, pick up the pace. Seattle against Cincinnati. The Bengals minus 2.5.
I know Ja'Marr Chase says he's always open. He had a bounce-back game last week, but I think that ends. I think Seattle is – I think the Bengals are not that good. Give me Seattle on the points.
It's a get-right spot. I think the Bengals cover.
Over to David.
Oh, my gosh. I believe in the Seahawks. They are really good, but I think the Bengals hit their stride last week. I think Ja'Marr Chase gets another 180 in this game, so I'm going Bengals.
Seahawks, third time now in 5 games. They're going out to the Eastern time zone. I think eventually that's going to wear on you. They took care of Detroit. They took care of the Giants, but I think this is the week he catches up. I'm going to take the Bengals to cover.
Burrow says he's 100%. Take him as a favorite. Giants and Bills. Bills minus 14.5 at home.
In the NFL, that's normally too large of a number, but the Giants really don't have anything. This is the varsity versus the freshman squad. Give me the Bills. They'll cover.
Yeah, the Giants aren't even fielding an NFL team. The Bills have to cover this.
Yes, a lot of points here, but the Giants are starting Tyrod Needle-Taylor, so I'm going to go with the Bills.
Yeah, why is this game even on here?
Because we needed 4 games.
Sunday night. It's Sunday Night Football.
This game is on here.
Josh Allen and the Bills, big time.
This game is on here, but Air Force is on here.
Kenny, you can't explain it. Mike's going with the Bills. It's the side you got to play. Cowboys and Chargers on Monday night. Cowboys minus 2 on the road.
Cowboys got embarrassed. They're going to bounce back. Give me the Cowboys. They'll cover.
No, I'm going to go with the Chargers here at home.
Chargers are bad. I got to do this for my uncle. Go Cowboys. Rest in peace.
I do not trust Dak in primetime games. I just don't. Too many mistakes in the big moments. I'm going to take the Chargers.
Dallas off a bad loss. Bounce back spot. Everybody's betting Brandon Staley? Yeah, best of luck with that. Cowboys are the play. We end with the Lions minus 3.5 at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
As we said before, I think this is going to be a close game. This may be a field goal game, which means give me the Buccaneers and the points.
If it was the Devils' number 5.5, I would agree with you, Rico, but it's 3.5, so I will take the Lions.
Doesn't matter that it's not the Devils' number. This will be a close game. I understand a lot of Lions fans will be down in Tampa, but sorry, doesn't matter. Buccaneers win this game close.
Riley Patterson, walk-off field goal, Lions 23-20. So I guess the Bucs are going to cover that 3.5. The Lions still get a win.
Mike Valeni has selected the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Is that who you would select?
Sell out.
At 3.5, I would too. That hook.
Fair.
What's your favorite cookies?
And those are the picks, 97-1. let's get back to people on this. Football Friday, Lions on the road, North versus South. How do you feel about it?
We still want to know, what's your favorite cookie? Don't look at me that way.
He looks like an oatmeal raisin type of guy, doesn't he?
What does that mean?
You know what that means.
I think I know what
you
that
know
means.
what that means. Come on.
We're talking macadamia nuts.
Snickerdoodle.
We're talking macadamia nuts. Let's talk to Jackson. You're on 97.1.
What's going on, guys? You all right today?
What's going on, Jackson?
Quick question. Well, two things. I have a problem. I'm scared outside of St. Brown. I think we'll let down at the wide receiver mark. That scares me. If they crowd the line and play man-to-man and stop the run, I think that's where we'll lose the game. Another thing is Cookies and Rico, did the shirts fit?
The shirts. What are we talking about?
Sunday.
I don't know what you're talking about.
They were fine. Thanks.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I remember now. Let's get to Luke. Luke, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Luke.
Luke, what's up, buddy?
Hey, I just wanted to talk to Rico. I know he was worried about the offense showing up Sunday, but man, I got to tell you, if you look at that Seattle loss, the offense put up 31 points, and we allowed. Granted, it was overtime, but the defense allowed Seattle to get 31. We can't have that Sunday versus the Bucs. We got to have the defense show up. Offense is going to do their thing. They're going to put up 20 plus, but I'm looking at let's call it 28-17 Lions victory. Write it down.
No, and Luke, I feel you on that, but I still harken back to that Seattle game, and I still say the offense just kind of stuttered at the end of the game.
You threw a pick six and you fumbled on the first possession of the second half.
And then when you had a chance to go for
10 points.
The kill shot in the final minute, you chose the ladder and kick a field goal. Let's go to overtime.
Well, and that's how you talk about, when a team loses, did they give a blueprint to the rest of the league? Well, if the blueprint to beat the Lions is we got to get a pick six and force a couple fumbles, that's pretty much a blueprint to beat anybody in this league. So, right? I mean, take care of the football. That's what I was saying earlier in the show. As long as you do that, as long as your defense can find a way to get one takeaway, sometimes that's the difference in winning and losing, especially in these tight games.
Todd, you got a difference in this game. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Todd.
What's up, Todd?
Well, okay. So, anyways, hey, TJ, having a beer for your dad.
All right,
here we go.
Guy.
Well, hey, he was my softball coach from 4th grade to 6th grade, so
nice.
I grew up a few houses away. Anyways, oh, Jesus.
That wasn't me, Todd. Sorry.
I know it wasn't. It was Verlander. He always pulls that bullshit. BS.
All right, we're going to.
Oh, Todd.
We're having a day today. 248-539-9797.
What's going on with Hollywood today?
All right.
I don't know what's going on with Hollywood today, but he needs to be checked.
This guy over here does one commercial.
He needs to be checked.
Call me Hollywood one more time, David. See what happens.
I'm having a beer with your dad.
This is worse than the day I was on the phones. Come on.
Well, you put all-time great. You had, hey, what's your favorite cookie? You and Rocco, they're like, what are we doing today? Have we started tailgating already?
What about those T-shirts?
Todd's enjoying happy hour. Todd is enjoying happy hour. Let him be. He's having a good old Friday.
The shirts fit.
I want to follow up on the shirts.
Do the shirts fit?
What was the shirt?
A guy dropped off some shirts at the tailgate show that we do on Sundays. I was not thinking about it, but yes, that's what that was.
Did they fit?
They were like fine. SOL is dead shirts. They were fine.
Oh, okay.
I love how both of you were like, what?
I had no idea what he was talking
without
about.
Explaining that.
Yeah, that's what it was. I wish it was juicier than that. That's all it was. Can we try to get a sober member of the audience on the line? Matt, that is the only task you are given. Be sober, be coherent, don't lose the license. What's up?
No pressure, Matt.
Oh, man, I can't go there. Hey, Rico, you there?
I'm here.
Hey, you're great, man. I don't know how you put up with these guys. But anyway.
All right, that's enough, Matt. What's your question?
No, I have people call, or we hear people calling in, and I don't know
it drives me crazy. So I just had to call in that we're the Detroit Lions, right? We know that. So, but we're getting better. It's all good. I'm a huge Lions fan. But Goff came in, and he's been one of the best quarterbacks in the league since he came to Detroit. And even Stoney said, to quote, he's not terrible. I mean, what? And Dan Campbell, have we had a better coach in the past?
Not in a long time.
I mean, these guys are what we've needed, and you still have people complaining about the team we have.
Who's complaining?
Like,
I'm just curious. Who's complaining?
What people? Stoney. Stoney
Well, hold on. We got
Goff
to clarify something.
No. Stoney said Jared Goff isn't terrible. What do you mean he isn't terrible? He isn't good?
So this is where we've arrived, is if you aren't full defense of everything and anything, beat everybody by any amount all the time, all the players are Pro Bowl, then you hate the Lions. Like, that's the stage we've reached.
David, you got ticket text.
This is getting wild.
What a day.
Everyone keeps acting like it's going to be a close game. What will you think of the Lions when they come out and beat the crap out of Tampa? Pat in Novi.
Awesome.
Great. Right, all right.
Yeah.
If they beat the crap out of
Sweet.
Tampa, you know what? You exceeded my expectation because I thought it was going to be a close game. Saying it's a close game does not mean you don't believe in the team. You're actually giving respect to the other team, saying,
how dare you?
You may be just as good as this team, but I think the Lions are slightly better. That's okay in the NFL because most games are somewhere between, 3 to 7 points, unless you're a really bad team. Tampa, they're 3-1 for a reason.
They're better than the teams the Lions have been beating up on the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's a lot of people listening this week have, well, look at Tampa's wins, right? They beat Vikings and the Saints and the Panthers. It's like,
I'm not.
I've beat the same
said,
teams too. I know we beat Kansas City on the road. Now, huge win. But,
well, I had people they beat the Saints, and the Saints didn't have all their people. Like, guys, we're not opening that door.
No, absolutely not.
Because if you open that door, take a look at one of your wins this year.
Yeah,
you can say the same
I'm
thing.
with you. And this is the NFL, man. And that's the beauty of this game is you got to go prove it week in, week out. Nobody cares about what you did last week. The only thing that matters is what you do this week. And now if they go down to Tampa and absolutely pound them in, 38-10 type of game, I think that would just solidify what we're already all saying is that this is a pretty damn good football team, right? I would be surprised if that happens, but I don't think it would change my mind one way or the other saying, now they're right there with San Fran, or you know what I mean? There's none of that going on. It's just you kind of solidify our beliefs, and this is really good football team.
You going to stick around for Who Said It?
Yeah, I'll hang out.
All right.
Well, thank you. We're so privileged.
I usually don't like staying with Mike any longer than I have to, but Costa's been okay today. As long as we just no more phone calls.
Yeah, hey, Kenny Cott. You're not terrible.
Rough Friday.
It's 97.1.
My skills have eroded over the years for sure because I just don't play anymore. But there was nothing more embarrassing than when I suited up to play in a charity event to raise money for dwarf awareness. So there were a lot of little people were there, and their lives are not easy by any means. So this was a great cause and was part of this great event. And I was in fear of taking a shot because I thought that one of the little people was going to jump up and block my shot. And I just got I got flustered when he came at me when I was getting ready to do a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
And it ended up being like the worst air ball ever. I launched it way too early. It was the ugliest shot you've ever seen in your life. Why? because I thought that somebody that was 3 feet tall was going to block my shot. Absolutely pathetic.
That's my favorite one.
Roberto, can you be better than some of the callers today? That is your task.
I just want to know. I know what size shirt do you want? What kind of cookie do you want? You just let me know.
And those were the better of the phone calls we've had.
I feel like we should get on the same level as the callers and maybe roll a keg or two in
imbibe
here,
a little
Roberto.
bit.
Oh, jeez. Hey, you're the
Couple
boss.
bottles in there. Let's get it going.
TJ's the boss.
Kenny's cheering.
You don't have to twist Roberto's arm. All right, let's play Who Said It.
All right, gentlemen, we have audio heard this week on this station, a whole potpourri of items. Are we ready to play?
Yes, sir.
Here we go. First one. Fortunately, the Lions have two really good tackles. One is banged up and is fighting through it in Taylor Decker, and the other is maybe the best right tackle in football.
God, I can see the person saying this. God, that sounds Doug Karshian to me.
Evan Jenkins joining us.
Yes, Evan is in studio. It feels midday.
It does.
I thought it was Gator when I first heard
That's
it.
who
Maybe
I
I'm
thought.
wrong.
I thought Gator.
One more time, Roberto.
Fortunately, the Lions have two really good tackles. One is banged up and fighting through it in Taylor Decker, and the other is maybe the best right tackle in football.
I'm going to stick with Gator on this.
See, I think you guys are right show, wrong person. That's Kang.
I don't know if he's saying fortunately though.
That's yeah. I think that's how Kang. That's Kang.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Gator here.
Of course you are.
TJ, when you're driving around town, who does this sound like?
I kind of got you or Mike vibe there. Now, you were in this week for John
I
in the
was
morning.
2 days, Wednesday, Thursday. I didn't say
You don't
this.
think you said that?
I don't think so.
I don't know. Mike was the first voice that kind of popped up when I heard that quote. I'm going to go with the long shot and say Valenti.
All right. Roberto.
All right. Who said it?
Unfortunately, the Lions have two really good tackles. One's banged up, and he's fighting through it, and Taylor Decker.
We're in the ballpark.
And the other is,
I thought it was
maybe
the other
best
co-host.
right tackle.
That's enough. You don't need to play the whole thing.
No, we need to play the whole thing.
Who'd you say, Cookies?
I said Gator.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Don't get snippy.
You listen to every show, though, every day. That's not fair.
Yeah, that's what he does. When he wakes up, he turns on his
P1
radio.
over here.
Sits there.
Well, that's what's making this hard to do this game, I got to tell you. But all right, here's the next
Here we
one.
go. What's your favorite cookies?
Mike Valenti.
Caller John.
I shot a TV commercial last night. No.
Ooh, I know that guy.
Here we go. Here we go. All right, here we go. Seattle has had one bad thing this year, and Buffalo has had two, which is basically just their losses.
Dynamite analysis.
Wow.
Could be anybody.
Did you start with they had one bad thing?
Seattle has had one bad thing this year, and
Thing.
Buffalo has had two, which is basically just their losses.
Can you have bad things that aren't losses? How are we tallying this?
Bad thing.
I'm getting Stony vibes from this. Just losing all hope of the English language.
Kind of a word soup?
Yeah.
I was thinking Tom. He was like all hot and bothered about something.
Oh, yeah. Seattle's only had one bad thing. That was a
Bad
loss.
guess. That's not a bad guess at all.
So let's go around the room. What do you got, Rico?
You know what? I'm gonna stick with my original and say Stony, but man, you're trying to get me to go Gov, but I'm gonna stick with Stony.
I'm going Milliken.
I'm sticking Stony as well.
David.
So idiotic. Oh my god.
Oh, gee.
He might be taken out of context.
It may be. I don't know, man. Give me John. I have no clue.
One bad thing, two bad things. I mean, I'm going to go Gov. I don't know why. I'm going to go Gov.
So I know who said this. It's not me, but I'm going to.
So somebody's right in this room.
Yes, someone's right, and I will reserve.
I told
from
you. You
playing.
listen to every
So
show.
this is the.
I was there
Dankins
for
rule.
it.
Yeah.
It's the morning show.
filled in
All
the-
right.
You can go ahead. We've all said it.
Okay. It's Gov.
Yes. I want to hear it. Was he all hot and bothered?
Please
No, I
play
don't
it.
think he was hot and bothered at
Play
all.
it.
Go ahead, play it.
Seattle's had one bad thing this year, and Buffalo's
One
had
bad
two,
thing.
which is basically their losses.
Damn it.
Oh.
They've had one bad thing.
Roberto, play another one. What do we got?
Seattle's had one bad thing this year,
play that again.
and Buffalo's had two, which is basically their losses.
Come on, come on.
All right, here's another one. Here we go. I would give up a number one if you could get Brian Burns extended. Absolutely.
That sounds like something so stupid and idiotic.
Yeah, and I think it's cookies.
Oh, no.
I mean, honestly, what person in their right mind would even come up with that? Whoever did that, God help you.
I can't believe I get to make fun of someone that's sitting in the room.
I mean, geez.
What a stupid take. That's got to be Jim.
You know, I think you could probably trade J-Mo and get Patrick Mahomes if you threw in a second-round pick.
Sure. In Madden, like 2028, maybe.
Yeah.
Gosh, that sounds like Stoney agreeing with somebody. Just Jim put it out. We all saw that Jim put it out there on the Twitter or X or whatever it is.
We did it on the show, too. I just don't know if I said it or if Stoney
One
responded to it.
more time.
I would give up a number one if you could get Brian Burns extended. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's probably Stoney replying to what Jim had to say.
I'm going to use the logic of Roberto's doing like the weird voice inflections.
Yeah, because he's doing the little stutter in the front to make us think
It's got
was...
to be somebody more monotone. So I'm going to go Jansen.
You didn't do the show with Jansen.
You didn't do the show with Jansen.
Maybe it's, you know what? Maybe it's Heather with the news.
Or they brought it up to John the next today.
We also brought
There's
it up
no
with
way.
Wojo.
Yeah.
Oh, the Wednesdays with Wojo.
It is a response while I'm having fun with Jim because you're sitting in the room.
What a dumb opinion.
It is a response.
No, that's true. That's not me having fun.
Yes, it is a response.
That's bottom of the chili pot right there.
I'm going to go with Stoney.
As Mike would say, do better.
It helps both sides.
It does not.
Carolina needs a number one. It's his college teammate.
If you're Carolina, like
a first and JMO, Lions get a 25-year-old pass rusher on an extension. Opposite Hutchinson, chase a title.
Yeah, your pick is not going to be that good. If you were picking top 10, yes.
TJ, do you have a guess?
I'm going to go with Stoney. I think maybe just agreeing with something that you said.
I think it was Stoney. Roberto, who said it?
Who said it?
I would give up.
Damn it.
Wednesdays with Wojo.
You planted the seed, too. I almost took it.
And that's
So is it still stupid because Wojo agreed with it?
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's
yeah, makes
not
it more.
reinforcement for you,
That doesn't
right.
help its case. That doesn't help its case at all.
Sure.
Hey. Do we have time for one more, Roberto?
Sure. Let's go. Here we go. That is not how you talk about a player you are truly excited about or who is killing it at practice.
So it's definitely about JMO.
I think that's Mike.
That's what I was going to say, Mike or Rico.
Yeah, it's one of the. It's Mike or Rico. I just can't remember which one. Oh, Mike or Rocco.
Oh, Mark and Rocco?
Mark and Rocco.
I'm going to say Mike Valeni.
Can I hear it one more time?
Rico, did you guess yet?
No.
Could it be you?
That's not how you talk about a player you are truly excited about or is killing it at practice.
I'm going Rico.
I think it's
I
Rico.
think it's Rico. Yeah, I do too.
I'm getting a Rico vibe.
Because you did the whole thing, like he tied his shoes and he ran the right route.
Right.
Yeah.
He put
Double
on
knots?
his pants. You know, he put on his pants today. I mean, and that's a win. Roberto.
Everybody in? Yeah. All right. Who said it?
That is not how you talk about a player you're truly
that was
excited
me.
about or who's killing it at practice.
Yeah, the killing it is Mike. That wouldn't have been Rico.
Damn.
I nailed that one.
I heard Mike's trying to run. I heard Mike's trying to run him out of town. Did you guys hear that rumor?
Mm-hmm.
Like you have another one, Roberto?
You got one more? Okay, we got one more.
Yeah, let's do another one.
Okay. If the Lions stay hot, they could really deliver early knockout blows to the rest of this division.
That sounds like Scott the Gator.
Could be anybody. Middays.
Knockout blows.
Any, mini, money, mo at this point. Who hasn't we? Have we done a,
You know what?
done a Jansen yet?
We haven't.
He only did a couple shows.
Yeah.
You know what?
He wasn't digging through that many days.
Let's go Kang.
I'm going to go Doug.
I'm going Gator.
I was thinking Kang too, TJ. I'm going to go Kang.
Yeah, let's go Kang.
Listen to the movie star.
I'll go Kang.
I'll go Gator. TJ, who would you go with?
Kang.
All right.
All right. Who said it?
If the Lions stay hot,
Yes! Now we can quit. I got one.
Knockout blows to the rest of us.
Roberto, now you can go. Back to your hole.
Oh, I can go home?
No, back to your hole.
And
Need
that's who
something to
said
do.
it.
Let's go, Roberto. We're going to meet up with Todd.
Oh, okay.
Happy hour.
All right.
97-1.
That.
And, of course, Jeff Rieger's now freaked out because the fact that Verlander celebrated it means according to Rieger, he's going into the Hall of Fame as an Astro, not a Tiger.
He is so – everybody has their weird things. He's so paranoid about that. It's not going to impact me one way or another what the cap is when he goes in. It doesn't. They don't like Men in Black mind erase your memories from when you watch JV as a Tiger. Those things still happened. Right. You don't have to think differently about him.
Right. He's 13 years here. I think it'll be 8 or 9 with them. And if he chooses them because they had more postseason success, whatever. So be it. I feel he'll do the Mike Mussina route, which is just a blank hat.
My point is, it doesn't cheapen what he did here, and people like Rieger get very defensive over it.
He's ours. He's ours. He's not yours. He's ours.
Yeah, that's a good Jeff Rieger impression. It's actually really well done. Let's check on that Lions injury report, get some ticket texts and calls in the mix. David, what do we got back there?
Yes, so here is the Lions injury report. I think as expected, Branch out, expected, Gibbs out, Jonah Jackson out, James Mitchell out. For some reason, Emmanuel Mosley's still on here as out. They have not officially put him on the IR. Josh Paschal out. Khalil Dorsey and Sam Laporta questionable. So off the list, which will be full play, will be Amon-Ra, Frank Ragnow, Taylor Decker.
So Branch is a big deal.
Yes.
Not playing this week.
Yes.
But other than that, everything else trending the right way.
Correct. And for Tampa Bay, they have not released their report yet, but it was reported earlier in the day Mike Evans is expected to play.
Right.
Yeah,
I was talking with TJ. Laporta playing, right?
Questionable.
So that sounds like he's playing. He looked, I saw a short video of him.
Well, he practiced today,
Yes.
so that's good. So, I like Branch. I really like Branch.
Yeah, I know.
I know everybody's all on the Laporta train. Branch, to me, is that guy. I mean, he can cover anybody coming out the receivers, tight ends, whatever, and he could also help out on run support. I would feel better if he was playing because, once again, Tampa's not going to try to run. That's not their game.
I do have a small update here on Tampa Bay. The only player that is questionable, Shaq Barrett, for them.
Pass rusher, yeah.
So everyone else is a go.
As you'd expect. I mean, 2 weeks to get ready for this. They should be the healthier team. And you're right. When you go up against Godwin and Evans, to not have Gardner Johnson, Brian Branch, Emmanuel Mosley, like big secondary additions from this offseason, that's part of why we said don't overlook this game. Don't expect to win easy.
Right, because
they are built to win tough, but it may be one of those games.
And you don't get an opportunity to really get to Baker Mayfield because the ball gets out quickly. Yep. So, the pass rush has been playing phenomenal for the past few weeks. You may not see any sacks. The best that you could do is hope to get a lot of pressures and maybe force him into throwing some picks or 3rd and long, incomplete, run out of bounds, and then you get the ball back. But we're going to see. We're going to see what this defense has. We're going to see what this makeshift secondary is going to look like because I'm not too happy about this. That's why I said this is a game that I think I had in the next 4 games. This is one that they could possibly lose. But hear me out, Lions fans. After this next 4 games, I only see one more loss for the rest of the year. So I don't want you thinking, oh, he's predicting. I'm not predicting gloom and doom. I'm saying tighten your belt, buckle in. The next 4 weeks may be a little rocky for you. But after you get past the Chargers, I think it's going to be smooth sailing.
Well, yeah, then you get the Bears twice, the Vikings twice, the Broncos. That's a home game for the Lions.
Right.
Yeah.
You get a lot of teams that you're going to beat. And I think that the only other game that they may lose is either at Dallas
or at New Orleans.
Or, no, I was going to say, or you split with the Vikings.
Okay.
That's it.
Because you guys did that earlier in the week, like find the losses. There are not many on the schedule. The Lions have the 31st schedule moving forward, easy schedule moving forward.
If you make it through this next 4 weeks at 4-0 or 3-1,
you're fighting for the 1 seed.
Now you're putting pressure on Philly and San Francisco. And like I said, I told you, like San Francisco, they still had to play Seattle twice. They got to play the Eagles. Mm-hmm. Like they got a lot of tough games on the back end. You don't. You got a lot. Kind of how the games you saw last week with the Carolina Panthers, multiply that by 7 for your final weeks. The Vikings and the Cowboys, maybe. If you get, too much fun on Bourbon Street, maybe. But I think you can beat the Saints. You got the Bears twice. You got the Broncos. If you're a fantasy owner, play all Lions in those games.
And how about this one, too? Packers, Thanksgiving. You feel like you own Green Bay. That's a home game. That's a win.
Another short week. Green Bay comes here. They're playing catch-up. Heck, at this point, they may be done and just start thinking about draft picks.
Yep. David, ticket text.
Just got home from work. Can't wait to pound a 12-pack and call in and blabber about J-Mo's character.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, why not?
Oh,
you know what I don't like about this guy is... Oh, boy.
I mean, that's been the theme for today.
Oh,
Not a banner day.
It is a thing because someone's was wondering, what is the drink minimum you need to have to call in?
Like it's a bar, like you got to order 2. Comedy club. Yeah, 2 drinks before Kenny will take your phone call.
Next call. So, David, what are you preaching this Sunday?
Someone says, wow, cookies and T-shirts. Costacholi gets all the goodies. That is from BC.
No, the people love him. On the pregame show, they love Costa. They all want Costa.
You're the star every week. Buddy of yours, someone from your past, everybody walks up and says nice things about you. Don't do this.
I pay these people. It's all Costa. They love Costa. I'm sitting there like, hey, can I get something to drink? Jim, oh, Mr. Costa, what would you like? No, hook my buddy up. Yes, sir. Thanks, Jim.
I'm just glad this isn't directed at me anymore. I'm glad that you found a new victim to terrorize.
Hey, Kenny.
There last night. It was you last night.
All I'm saying, pregame show with Costa, hey, if I had to do a pre or post-game show, I get to do it in the presence of greatness.
Kenny, real quick, did you know your lines? Did you expertly deliver them?
I figured them out on the fly. I'm a great improv actor. What can I
say? Lines are so passé. I channel the vibes and the energy in the bar.
Yeah, they gave him the lines, and he said, but if you don't want to do these, you can do whatever you want to do.
Right.
Just be yourself.
Kenneth, my friend Cott.
I just hear a voice, and it speaks to me, and it tells me exactly what I need to be saying.
One of the great actors of our generation.
Right. I mean, Brad Pitt, George Clooney, Kenny Cott.
Kenneth Cott.
OMG, I'm dying on the Gov laugh.
Oh, TJ had that ready.
Oh, my gosh. If Tampa can't run the ball, that makes them a one-dimensional team that usually doesn't fare well for an NFL team. We focus on their receivers, and it's an easy win.
Easy wins. That's all we do now. I'm telling you, people are getting conditioned to this, that every week is an easy win for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, I can tell you right now, guys, next 4 weeks, you know what? It's not going to be how you think it's going to be.
Paul, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing, Jim?
Great. Rico's here, too.
Yeah, I know that. Rico, David, Roberto, and Tom Cruise answering the phones. My goodness gracious. Yeah, I'm sure that he just channeled his inner Admiral Nelson for his Tito spot, so good for him. Star in the making. Anyway, got some pecan sandies coming down to the station for you a little later on today.
But so listen, guys, I don't know why everybody thinks this train is going to stop rolling. I really don't. I know it's a cliche, but with the Lions, it's been next man up, and everybody's gotten the job done. We've got a Ben Johnson. We have a Jared Goff. You look at Khalif Raymond's season unfolding. You look at, it kind of sucks that we don't have Branch. I agree with Rico. I mean, that guy is just a ball player, man. He really is. But Baker Mayfield is going to be, as it was pointed out in the text, a one-dimensional quarterback, and it's Baker Mayfield, guys. I mean, come on, man. This is a win for the Lions. I don't know what's going to happen after this game, but I'm going to call it now. 31-20, Lions. 31-20, guys.
Double-digit win. Back to back to back to back. A month of double-digit wins for the Lions.
Yes, I truly believe it. I really do. So, listen, you got a lot of calls stacked. I love you guys. You know that. Jim, congratulations on the morning show. Rico, you're the best. I gave you a big shout-out on social media. Take care, gentlemen. Good day.
Thank you, Paul. All right. We've got the prop bet casino. We got to get to that. The Michigan State flavor mixed in. It's all coming up, 97.1.
And, of course, Jeff Rieger's now freaked out because the fact that Verlander celebrated it means according to Rieger, he's going into the Hall of Fame as an Astro, not a Tiger.
He is everybody has their weird things. He's so paranoid about that. It's not going to impact me one way or another what the cap is when he goes in. It doesn't. They don't like Men in Black mind erase your memories from when you watch JV as a Tiger. Those things still happened.
Right.
You don't have to think differently about him.
Right. He's 13 years here. I think it'll be 8 or 9 with them. And if he chooses them because they had more postseason success,
whatever.
So be it. I have a feeling he'll do the Mike Mussino route, which is just a blank hat.
My point is, it doesn't cheapen what he did here. And people like Rieger get very defensive over it.
He's ours. He's ours. He's not yours. He's ours.
Yeah, that's a good Jeff Rieger impression. It's actually really well done. That time of the week. Looking ahead to football this weekend. Rocco's Prop Bet Casino.
All right. Shout out to me for winning. Hey, it's not my fault you guys can't make picks. So try again this week. And it wasn't even close. I won't even give you the number because it was embarrassing. So we'll start off with this. MSU on the road at Rutgers. Total amount of field goals made. Both teams combined over under 5.5. Just so you know, it's going to be a rainy day.
I was just going to say weather impact. I'll go under. It could be one of those ugly games like a 14-10.
Yeah, both teams are going to have to get into field goal range for that to happen. So I will also say under.
Yeah, very low scoring. So for that reason, under.
I think the total's like 39.5. Yeah.
Which is why I'm going to go over. Tons of field goals. Just like that Iowa game. Not a lot of touchdowns, tons of field goals. Caden Hauser. He's going to be the QB of MSU. I do believe they haven't announced it yet. So over under touchdown passes, 0.5.
Oh, he gets one. 2 weeks to prepare. They'll put in a couple things that are fit his game. Yeah, Caden Hauser throws a touchdown.
Yes, a single touchdown, one over.
No, they don't get a touchdown pass in the game.
Such
so
a hater, David.
David, I'm with you.
That's that Michigan fan in him.
I think they'll score, but I think it'll be a rushing touchdown. It won't be him. So, which leads into Malik Carr. Over under 0.5 touchdowns scored.
Question is, does he throw it to Malik Carr? A pretty safe bet. He's been catching the ball up better since week 1. Sure, I'll go Carr with the touchdown.
No, I'll say under.
This is a definite under.
Well, it has to be. He's not throwing a touchdown to anybody, David.
Correct. Under.
Right. So I'm going under as well. Over under MSU total points, 17.5.
Under. You're breaking in a quarterback on the road with the weather. Under.
I don't know that either team goes over 17.5. I'll also say under.
Under. They only get 7 in this game.
You know what? Just for that, I'm going to go over. More rushing yards. Blake Corum or Nate Carter?
On surface, Blake Corum, they'll roll Indiana, but because they roll Indiana, is this the week they try to get Donovan Edwards involved? Go against the grain. I'll go Nate Carter.
No, I'll be different. I'll go Blake Corum here. It might be the easy pick, but I'll take it.
I go Corum. I don't believe in Edwards, so Corum.
Wow. Edwards has nothing to do with this, David.
It does.
It does matter.
It does.
I brought him into it, but I do
try
think,
to bring him into the game, I don't think he's good enough anymore.
See, I think Corum gets rested probably at the end of the first quarter because you don't need him out there. You got bigger fish to fry. But speaking of Edwards, you know what we got to do? Over under. Is this the week? Over under 0.5 touchdown score. He got to the 1-inch line last week, and then Michigan yanked him out the game. Is this the week, Kenny?
Listen, I'll start, and I think Michigan being, 5 touchdown favorites suggests they're going to score a whole bunch. Yes, he gets one of them. This is the week for Donovan.
I do it every single week, and I'm almost always wrong. Yes, this is the week.
This is the week.
Is the week.
Third and fourth stringers that have touchdowns, and he doesn't have a touchdown so far. So I'm going to continue that streak. He does not.
David's going under. You know what, David? I was going to go over. I'm going to go under based off of you. Indiana, total points. Over, under. It's now adjusted 8.5.
2 field goals, under.
1 touchdown, 1 field goal, over.
Yeah, I'm also with you, Kenny, so I'll go over.
I'm over as well. Kenny, this one's for you.
I feel like we gave ourselves a bad number in crosstalk.
Yeah.
Should have just shut my mouth. I would have got a better number.
What you got, Rocco?
J.J. McCarthy touchdown passes or the amount of goals the Wings scored later that day against Tampa.
I will be at that game. Red Wings hat on, all of it. I'm going to say Red Wings.
It's Red Wings. Tampa's goalie on long-term injured reserve. Wings putting more pucks on net if you watched last night. I will take the Red Wings.
Yeah, JJ gets 3 touchdowns. Wings get 4 goals for Wings.
All right, Kenny, I'm going to go with the Wings.
I was going to say you should. Another piece of that is Vasilevsky is injured until December.
Kenny, I just said that. Oh,
I'm sorry.
Headphones. Over under.
He's a big star now. He only listens halfway.
What, huh? Over under top 25 upsets this week. 1.5.
It's getting to be that time of year. I actually think Halloween weekend has a few very juicy upsets. But yeah, I'll play the game. 2 this weekend. Over.
He's going over.
I feel like I always go under, and I feel like I'm usually wrong about
You
that.
are.
So I'll go over. We'll change it up.
David's studying the board.
I am studying the board. This is an easy over.
Is it, though?
I do.
What do you count as an upset? I've already answered. I guess I should have asked that first.
I was about to say
So Notre Dame's number 21. If they beat number 10
counts?
USC.
If Notre Dame beats USC,
But they're the
that's an
betting
upset.
favorite.
No, it's about their ranking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I feel even better.
So, but that's one.
Only need one more in all of college football.
So yeah. David, you going over? Yes. Yeah, I think I'm going to go over as well. Jared Goff interceptions. Over under 0.5.
They got a good defense. You know what I'm going to say. I'm going to say over.
I was going to say over until you smugly did that. Oh, I don't like Jared Goff. I'll do the
I
over.
didn't say that.
You implied it. I'll say under.
Yeah, I'm also with you, Kenny. I can't go over because Cookies is sitting in the seat, so I have to go under.
Well, I like winning, so I'm going to go over. I don't care who sits in that seat. This creepy guy calls up, wants to buy you cookies, fine.
Money's money.
Jameson receptions, over under 2.5.
Under.
Are they going to target him more than 2.5 times?
He had 2 last game.
Under.
He was targeted 3 times last game.
Ooh.
Caught 2 of them.
I have a bold take on this one. I don't think he's active for the game.
What?
I say
What inside
that's
sources
under.
do you have over
I
here?
just believe all of a sudden Laporta said, I just have a feeling.
Phone call, JC online too.
David, this is me. Don't say my name out loud.
All right, so you going under? You going under?
Yeah.
I think he'll go over.
Is this going to get the blessing from Rico? Last year, you called his touchdown.
I didn't call a touchdown. I think he'll get 3 catches.
Is this a JMO game is what I'm asking.
He'll get 3 catches.
Okay.
Okay. Looks like Laporta's going to play. So if he does, over under 58.5 reception yards.
Damn, this number just keeps going up every single week.
Well, he keeps getting better every week.
Over. He's a reliable target. It seems like they're only going to use him more and more. I'd say over.
I will say under. St. Brown should be playing, and there's good linebackers for Tampa. I'll go under.
There are good linebackers in Tampa. Laporta is on fire, though. I'm going to go over.
I am going to go under because of the linebackers in Tampa. All right, who scores more points? The Giants with their, was it Tyrod Taylor?
Yeah, the B team.
Or was it PJ Walker? Jimmy Walker? Somebody Walker?
Johnny Walker.
Walker, Texas Ranger, and the Browns. Who scores more points between those 2 teams?
Not PJ Walker. The other side.
So you're going with Tyrod.
I guess.
I'm about to pick Tyrod Taylor. This is a first.
Revenge game.
I guess so. Yeah.
So I have to go.
Giants versus the Bills.
Yeah.
Cleveland versus the Niners.
Yeah. I don't think the Browns can score on the Niners, but I do think that Josh Allen can throw an interception, give him a short field for the Giants. I'm going to go Giants. They score more points.
It's good logic.
It is good logic. I don't know. Niners defense not that great. Maybe I'll take them.
What a sandbagging.
All right, and this is just, we're going to finish out with these 2. No point spreads, just winners. Washington, Oregon.
Washington.
Oregon.
Washington.
I'm going Washington as well. Finally, Notre Dame hosting USC. USC or Notre Dame?
The Irish. Kenny Cott.
USC.
Notre Dame.
Kenny going USC, Notre Dame. I'm going Notre Dame as well. That is your prop bet casino.
That time of the week. Looking ahead to football this weekend. Rocco's Prop Bet Casino.
All right. Shout out to me for winning. Hey, it's not my fault you guys can't make picks. So try again this week. And it wasn't even close. I won't even give you the number because it was embarrassing. So we'll start off with this. MSU on the road at Rutgers. Total amount of field goals made. Both teams combined over under 5.5. Just so you know, it's going to be a rainy day.
I was just going to say weather impact. I'll go under. It could be one of those ugly games like a 14-10.
Yeah, both teams are going to have to get into field goal range for that to happen. So I will also say under.
Yeah, very low scoring. So for that reason, under.
I think the total's like 39.5. Yeah.
Which is why I'm going to go over. Tons of field goals. Just like that Iowa game. Not a lot of touchdowns, tons of field goals. Caden Hauser.
And here we are on a Friday. Rico, people really think the Lions are going to win every game by double digits, don't they?
Well, I mean, you know what? They're feeling good about the team. You don't see any chinks in the armor. They just go out there and they're getting the job done. So I'm not shocked. I'm not angry. I'm not saying, oh, you guys need to pump the brakes, because if you feel that way about your team, God bless you, because you haven't felt this way in a long time.
That's a great feeling.
Okay? This is normally the letdown feeling. We're talking overconfidence. I'm simply saying that ain't the Panthers. This is a team that's going to present some problems. You're missing some people on defense. Branch not playing. You know, your secondary's patchwork. They got some good receivers. They're going to go out there to try to play. This is like a homecoming game. They're breaking out the creamsicle jerseys. They're probably going to have a lot of former Buck players there trying to, get the crowd hype. Like, here's what I'm thinking, and it may be early in the season. I kind of liken this to a little bit of almost a pseudo playoff type of game where the game could go either way. You just want to see which team is going to be able to win this battle of attrition. They're going to come out and try to throw. You're going to come out and try to run and establish it and get Montgomery going and keep Baker Mayfield and that offense on the sideline.
The way the Lions play, we talk about things that travel. Running the ball and playing defense. Yeah. Cliche, those things travel. So when people get excited, I get why. I'm all gung-ho too. Like, I think they've got this division on ice. Mm-hmm. They're in a great spot. They should win the majority of their games. They're not going to win all of their games. So you start looking at spots where you could potentially trip up. This, to me, is one of them. Because of what you said, they are going to challenge you down the field in a way that the last three teams haven't. This team has won, unlike the other three teams they just blew out. Mm-hmm. And Rico, I know the Lions' formula, it's been very simple. Stop the run, then tee off on the quarterback. The Bucs are not a good running team. I think they're still going to try to run the ball, but I think what's going to happen is inevitably they're going to fall back to where they are, which is they're used to operating without a run game. The other side of the ball, the Lions want to run it. Tampa's a good run defense. They got 8 guys on that team that won a Super Bowl on defense. They have the nucleus to make this kind of a grimy game that's not going to be easy to just go in and run up and run all over them. Mm-hmm. So if you find yourself in a situation where 3rd and long, red zone, you got to make that decision, go for 2, or go for a field goal or go for a touchdown, they're going to put you in those tough spots. And if Dan Campbell gambles and gets 2 or 3 of them, you probably win the game. If you gamble and you don't get 2 or 3 of them, you may lose the game. I mean, that the razor's edge of going on the road in the NFL against a team that has the personnel to stop the run and can score a little bit, this is a spot they could lose. Now, people are going to take it. We had a guy calling early. He's like, everybody's so negative. Stoney said Goff isn't terrible. Okay, just because people don't praise every single game or every single player doesn't mean we don't know how good this football team is. It's a good team. They're not invincible. Maybe that's the adjustment. This uncharted territory for Lions fans, Rico, because people have gotten, I don't want to say used to it. It's only been a couple weeks, but people are starting to get used to this as a juggernaut. You're right. It feels good. It's kind of addicting, this feeling where, we just roll up and roll out and beat everybody.
That's why I get made fun of. Oh, you're privileged. Well, congratulations, guys. This is what it feels like to be privileged.
Do you think, and Mike's not here, he'd be the perfect person to gauge this with, but do you think the Lions are privileged in a similar way that the Niners are?
Yeah.
Because TJ gave the stat, they've generated more explosive plays than your San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, because you're winning big. Like, everything is falling and breaking right for you. Yeah, this is a game. This to me has a little bit of a playoff feel. So, yeah, if you could go down there and handle business and you could win this thing by 10 points, man, that's a feather in your cap.
Yeah.
But bottom line, you just want to walk away with the W. Plain and simple. I don't think it's going to be that easy. I think it's going to be difficult. I say play conservative. Don't go for it unless you have to. Just punting the ball. You have one of the best punters in the league. Use that weapon. Pin them deep. Use your defense. Make them get it back. You get it back, and now it's 1st and 10 from the 50 instead of 4th and 1 from the 50. Now you have 4 more cracks to go ahead and do this. Eat the clock. Use everything to your advantage. Just play chess, not checkers. You don't have to When you were bad, you had to take chances. You had to do that stuff. You're not bad anymore. You've grown up. Act that way.
They're going to keep taking chances.
I know.
They're going to keep taking chances.
know.
Let's go to Joe. Get some of his thoughts. Joe, how you feeling on a Friday?
Hey, I'm feeling good. Cookies and, what was it, Rocco?
Yeah. Now, Joe, did you reach the 2-drink minimum? I know Kenny's been screening. I want to make sure.
no, I'm good. I'm on my way home from work
Good.
right now.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. So I just wanted to, talk about the way, people are somehow overlooking the Bucs here. Now, I was a Baker Mayfield fan in college. I thought, people hated him because of his confidence, and I thought that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, like Colin Cowherd, backwards hat guy type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
When Baker Mayfield has weapons around him, he's a good quarterback. He's not an elite quarterback, but I mean, in the last 7 games, I think he has around 8 touchdowns and 2 interceptions.
7-2 is the ratio. And to your point, Joe, his last game that they played before the bye was against the Saints defense. Now, we could say the Saints and Carr was injured, but the Saints defense has been good all year. He threw 3 touchdowns. He completed 78% of his passes. He is playing confident. That's a dangerous quarterback, a confident quarterback.
Exactly. And, I think his last games with the Browns when he was healthy, he had something around 2,300 yards and I think a 106 rating, before the injury. And I just think the Browns are too quick to give up on him. You're going to have bad games in your first few years in the NFL, but he shows spurts of wow, this guy can be a quarterback if someone just believes in him and builds a team around him.
Well, I'll give Rico
He
the
was good
credit.
with Nick Chubb. Yeah.
Rico made the comparison to Geno Smith, someone who they wrote off, but what did he say? I ain't right back. I mean, Baker Mayfield was written out of Cleveland, had to bounce around as a backup, and there he is for the Rams for 5 games last season. And then he resurfaces in Tampa with his version of DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. Yep. And here he is. No one's going to confuse him with Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or Jalen Hurts, but the guy's he's playing well right now.
Exactly, and when he had Nick Chubb when he was healthy, he was throwing 2-3 touchdowns a game, 300 yards. He's a fun quarterback to watch. I think he rubs people the wrong way because he's overconfident, and then he got kind of knocked down a couple pedestals when he became a backup.
See, you mentioned in college, I loved when he taunted. Was it the Ohio State game? He planted the flag afterwards.
The flag and the O, one of my favorite moments in college football history in the last 5 or 8 years, I think. Been great.
I do think there was a reality check when he got to the NFL and he wasn't one of the most talented players like he was in college. But I think that there's no doubt
a quarterback is.
Yeah, exactly. But there's no doubt that he can keep you competitive.
Yeah. I mean, people just wrote him off oh, well, he did those commercials and now he sucks. No, he actually doesn't. He was just in a really bad spot. A lot of people from Cleveland just can't get it right. Heck, I don't even know what's going on with Deshaun Watson right now.
Yeah, what's the deal there? We should ask TJ about that.
Yeah, I wish, you know what? Yeah.
Hey, TJ, if you haven't already started on your 12-pack.
He's not playing. They've cleared him. But for the second straight week, he's just not playing.
Well, they said it's a pain tolerance thing.
I don't think they know.
Then why clear him?
That's what I'm saying.
Clear him and not play him?
This to me is Cleveland saying, guys, this ain't on us. We've cleared him medically. He's just choosing not to play. We're not holding him back. We can't force him to go out there, but that's on him. That's a head scratcher because you're married to him. And it looks like something is going down that nobody wants to talk about. I don't know what it is, but that ain't something that it doesn't pass the sniff test to me.
248-539-9797. All right, Lions fans, we're getting used to winning. We have a good football team. This team's going to win a lot of games. They won't win all of the games. Is this a spot that they could lose? Or are you coming in confident? Are you coming in expecting a blowout? 248-539-9797. We'll get some more thoughts. 5 o'clock hour right around the corner. 97.1.
My skills have eroded over the years for sure because I just don't play anymore. But there was nothing more embarrassing than when I suited up to play in a charity event to raise money for dwarf awareness. So there were a lot of little people were there, and their lives are not easy by any means. So this was a great cause and was part of this great event. And I was in fear of taking a shot because I thought that one of the little people was going to jump up and block my shot. And I just got flustered when he came at me when I was getting ready to do a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
And it ended up being like the worst air ball ever. I launched it way too early. It was the ugliest shot you've ever seen in your life. Why? Because I thought that somebody that was 3 feet tall was going to block my shot. Absolutely pathetic.
That's my favorite one.
It's gotten to his head. Some of the call screening today, Kenny, we've noticed. Rein it in. We're very happy for you. Rein it in. 5 o'clock on a Friday, 97.1. Before we get back to the phones, David, ticket text. Lions, Bucks. What's the vibe?
Pressure will get to Baker. Stop being scared. Game over. Someone else says, you guys clearly haven't watched Tampa play. Lions will roll this game. They're trash. Another person says, I need Mike. I can't stand listening to the negativity.
What a statement. Can we just pause for a second? I need Mike to get away from the negativity.
And newsflash, Mike feels the exact same way that we do. Guys, we've reached a new high here in Detroit. by saying that the Lions are going to play a close game is deemed to be negative.
We're disrespectful.
Think about that. We're not saying they're going to lose.
You're right.
We did not say we said they're going to play a close game. We said it's going to be a game that may be settled by a field goal. We said it's a game that you can't go out there and be super, aggressive. That in this city is now being deemed too negative.
Rico's right. We're like, hey, they're going to go on the road. They're going to beat a first-place team, but it's not going to be by 1,000,000 points.
Saying
haters.
This could have the feel of a playoff game. Too negative.
Hey, don't join us at the parade, you haters.
This shows you that some fans, the bar has changed. The bar is high.
I don't disagree that the bar's high, but like
this is now considered negative talk.
I think the fans may not be ready for this territory.
Because we're negative. We're too negative, and this is Tampa radio because we're saying the secondary's decimated. Tampa likes to pass. Like, normally, the past few games, which I guess because I came out and said it was BOGO because, hey, you know what? Carolina has a bad QB. They're not going to be able to move the ball.
They're a better team. They're off a bye. They're at home.
Lions have a great run defense, but Tampa's not going to try to run. That's just it. They don't attempt to run. They'll run to try to keep you honest, but they'd rather play 7-on-7.
Yeah, but Rico, you're a hater. You're a Niner fan.
Your secondary is not as good as it was at the beginning of the year. You're missing players. That's not negative. That's saying you can't turn the ball over, kick field goals when you have to, win the game, be smart. But you can win the game.
This stretch is going to be fascinating. The next 4 games, I think, are pivotal because the end of the schedule looks softer with this division and some of the opponents. Lions' schedule, one of the 2 easiest schedules the rest of the way. The most daunting part is right now. Back-to-back road games against teams that are in first place in their division. They have to go to the Chargers in this next 4-game stretch. Rico, if they take care of business, doesn't have to be pretty. If they take care of business and win 3 or even all 4 of these next 4 games, we're talking 1 seed. We're talking home field throughout. We're talking real conversations about nobody being better in the NFC. Yet we're not giving them big enough wins, so we are afraid. We are haters.
Basically
we are Bucks radio. Pewter City radio.
Yeah, saying that, you know what, your next 4 games will probably be all of your losses for the year. If
however
you
many
get
happen.
there.
Yeah.
If you may go 4-0. But if you're going to lose, you're probably going to see maybe 2 losses and you split these next 4 games. After that, it's a cakewalk for a season. If that's negative, hey, you know what? Detroit, congratulations. Guess what? You're now privileged. Because if you feel like this is negative, I don't know what to say. Because, yeah, you're up there with the whole, now we're talking Chiefs and 49ers and Eagles. If you feel like every game has to be a blowout victory, it's not going to work out that way. You're setting yourself up for disappointment, but hey, what do we know?
In some fans' defense, this is new for us. This is different. We're not used to it. Let's check in with some fans. We've got Dennis. Dennis, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
So, look, nothing you guys have said is negative at all. But what I will say is that I disagree with Rico on saying that they have to be conservative to win this game. This is not what got us here. This is go in, like Valeni says, go in, business trip. Go in, punch them in the mouth, handle it, take care of it. I understand secondary is decimated, but guess what? We got that defensive line. Get after him. Get after Mayfield. Take care of business up front. And everything else falls into place. I will not agree with them being conservative. I will take a loss on this game based on Dan Campbell making some freakish, 4th and half a yard call. It doesn't matter. Go in, punch him in the mouth, show everybody what you're about. Do not play conservative. Take it to him. Take it to him every play, every second. Do what you got to do.
Dennis, I'm with you. I think this can be a Dan Campbell game where, hey, Bucs are good in the red zone. They're going to force a ton of teams to settle for field goals. Dan Campbell is not someone who settles. This team has gone for it on fourth down, third most in the NFL. It's who they are. Even as a winner, that hasn't changed. I think if he gets a shot inside enemy territory, yard or two, it's supported by the numbers, and it's winning football. You got to go on the road and make those plays.
But here's the thing, Dennis and Cookies. It may be winning. You've evolved. You're not the same team that you used to be. You're better now. So you don't have to take as many chances because you can rely on your punter and your defense. You have a lot more players. You have a lot more confidence in other positions, whereas before it was kind of risky. You didn't know if you were legit or not. I think they know we're legit, so we don't have to do all of this stuff.
But Dennis is right. Why change who you are? It's what got you here.
But see, here's the thing. I think Dan Campbell's known the whole time they were legit. He's been doing that the entire time. Go in, smack him in the mouth. Take care of business.
Dennis, I'm with you. Let's get to Teddy. Teddy, sounds like you're on the other side of things. What's up?
I am 100% on the other side. I'm 100% with Rico. Rico, just a side note, you sold me last week with the BOGO. I wasn't positive because of Mike's BOGO with the Seahawks, but I went to beat ups, had a beer in your favor.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Teddy.
No, but I 100% agree with Rico. I think this is exactly like the Seahawks game in the sense of, being aggressive is where you are when you're playing a team like Kansas City, when you're going into Lambeau, and you got something to prove, keep them out of the playoffs. But, I think the Lions, and I still think they are a better team than Seattle. I think they're a better team than the Bucs, but I think both teams have the capability of coming back and winning if you are too aggressive, if you go for it on fourth down. If you start making some too aggressive choices, they can come up, bite you in the rear end. So I think this is one of those games. You let them play, you take the points, and, I think this is just a game where talent is going to win.
I'm just saying, if you go on the road and kick field goals, that's a recipe to lose, especially against a team that we think is at least decent. I don't want to over-exaggerate who the Bucs are, but that's a decent team at home. You go on the road and you kick field goals, that's one of the surest ways to lose.
No, I think when you go on the road and you just become aggressive and you don't need to be, and you start chasing points, that's how you lose. But if the points are there, I mean, you kick a couple field goals here and there. You kick 3 field goals, now you put the onus on them. They got to score a touchdown and a field goal because you're up 9 instead of, we score a touchdown and we get a walk-off victory. Well, you could probably kick the field goal in the second quarter, but you decided to go for it and you didn't get it. So you pick and choose. I'm not saying, from here on out, never go for it again. But, man, it better be less than a yard. Fine. 4th and 2, you got one of the best punters in the league. You're at your 50. You kick the ball. Lean on your defense because your defense is a lot better than it was when it was 1-6. That's the thing. Lions fans have to realize you're not that team anymore. You've grown up. You don't have to do what you did then because you were desperate. You're no longer desperate. You're a have now. You're not a have not. Act like it.
Drew, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Fellas, I love the conversation. Cookies, I couldn't agree with you more. Rico, you got to understand something. You're talking about you're not that team anymore, but guess what? That's who we are. We are. This is how we got here, is by taking that chance, going for it. Touchdowns win football games. Because I tell you right now, the first time that Campbell doesn't go for it on 4th and 2 at let's say the 30-yard line or the 29-yard line, and that kicker misses the field goal, you know what's going to happen? The whole momentum and our whole attitude is going to go sucked right out of us because now we just change who we are by going with the numbers and taking the points, and we didn't get the points. I'm telling you, you have to don't fix what's not broken. Stay who you are. You know who we are. That's what we've got here. Keep it going. Don't stop the train. I mean, I'm just telling you this. We got an identity. Don't change it. That's all I got to say.
Drew, I'm saying, okay, so the flip side, they go for it and they don't get it. And you end up losing by 2 points or less when you could have kicked that field goal. People, maybe I'm simply saying you take the points.
If it's 2 yards, you can't get 2 yards, you didn't deserve to win anyway. That's
and I would simply say there are games and there are teams where, yes, you probably need to be a little more aggressive to beat them. And then there are other games where you're equal or have more talent than them. Act like it. You don't have to be desperate. If you don't make it, you punt it, you'll get it right back. Yeah, you know what? You know which team I think has one of the fewest fourth down? They don't go for it on fourth down.
Who?
49ers. And I know St. San Francisco, because they realize we got a defense and we're going to get the ball back. So doesn't matter. It's plenty of time. I'm sitting in my living room at 4th and 1 like, guys, go for it. Nah, punt it.
Rico, I have the stat in front of me. San Francisco, 31st in fourth down attempts this season. You know your team. You know who's right beneath them, dead last in fourth down attempts?
Who?
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
You lean on your defense. You play ball. You don't – when you're going – if they were going up against the Eagles, I would sit here and say, you know what, you got to be aggressive because Philly's going to go for it on fourth down. They're going to do that brotherly shove. They're going to do a lot of different things, so you got to match them. You don't have to do this in this game. You have more talent than Tampa. You go down there and you act like it, and you play smart.
It's a fun subplot to the show today. We have the obvious, the matchup, the game, your thoughts, your confidence. But now, aggressive, conservative. Do you want to be aggressive? Just play conservative and get the win. 248-539-9797. We'll keep talking to Lions fans. It's 97.1.
You know, you can save yourself a lot of time and energy by being prepared for the unexpected. That's why I keep an extra key under the doormat. I probably shouldn't have said that. Now I got to find another hiding spot. All I'm saying is there's a reason why cars come with a spare tire. Unfortunately, there's no spare tire when it comes to your internet going out unless you have storm-ready Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Storm-ready Wi-Fi is a battery-powered backup that automatically switches your Wi-Fi to cellular connection in the event of an outage. And we get a ton of outages here in Michigan. So you can either stream or search even when the power is out. Give your home Wi-Fi some backup and stay connected for up to 4 hours with storm-ready Wi-Fi only from Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/stormready. Restrictions apply. Storm-ready Wi-Fi limited to customers within the range of 5G LTE cellular signal. Speeds reduced to 30 by 7 megabits per second. Let me try that again. Speeds reduced to 30 by 7 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. For more details, visit xfinity.com/stormready.
Of course, Jeff Rieger's now freaked out because the fact that Verlander celebrated means he's, according to Rieger, he's going into the Hall of Fame as an Astro, not a Tiger.
He is so, everybody has their weird things. He's so paranoid about that. It's not going to impact me one way or another what the cap is when he goes in. It doesn't, they don't like Men in Black mind erase your memories from when you watch JV as a Tiger. Those things still happened.
Right.
You don't have to think differently about him.
Right. He's 13 years here. I think it'll be 8 or 9 with them. And if he chooses them because they had more postseason success,
Whatever.
so be it. I feel he'll do the Mike Mussino route, which is just a blank hat.
My point is, it doesn't cheapen what he did here. And people like Rieger get very defensive over it.
He's ours. He's ours. He's not yours. He's ours.
Yeah, that's a good Jeff Rieger impression. It's actually really well done. We touched a nerve. This aggressive Dan Campbell style, Rico says, dial it back against Tampa Bay. Rico, they can't change who they are. You can't play scared. You can't settle or play conservative.
You have to if you want to win. This is a type of game.
I disagree.
If this is a business trip, you treat it like a business trip, which means you don't go out drinking and all of that. You just go out of town, suit and tie, go to the meetings, go back to your hotel room, hop on the flight, get the W, come home.
This is just a classic misunderstanding. For Dan Campbell, that is what going for it on 4th and 1 and 4th and 2 is. That is business. That is backed by numbers, backed by personnel. Those are winning plays. For him showing up, going to work, it is going for it in the red zone with a yard to go or right on the edge of field goal range. Not going to chance it. It's a yard or two. We're going for it.
No, it is. But you're seeing now that he's not doing it the way that he used to do it before. Even in Atlanta, he was like, yeah, it was weird. I didn't do this. You didn't have to.
Well, they're up double digits.
Right, but you played smart.
But we don't think this is a game where they're going to be up double digits.
No, but you relied on your defense, and you let your defense do that. You didn't put them in a bad spot.
Well, hold on now. You have said multiple times, Baker's going to make a couple throws with these receivers. So you can't just say we're going to sit back and play defense the whole game and wait for him to make a play.
No, it's not that. But if your offense couldn't convert the first down, don't then put your defense in a worse spot because you went for it instead of either getting points or you went for it around the 50-yard line.
You get 4 downs. I like that he uses all 4. Most coaches only use 3. That's their prerogative. Not this team, not this staff.
Okay. But you know what? Here's the thing. It's gambling, right?
Yeah.
You know what happens when you gamble too much? We all say, be responsible, call the number. You start gambling too much. There's a reason why Vegas is recession-proof.
Yeah, it's me this week with 14 plays on college
Everybody
football.
always thinks, I can beat the system. No, you can't. System has never been beaten. It's undefeated.
Okay, clearly you don't want 4th and 16. He trots out the offense and says we're going for it. That's reckless. But I think most decisions he's made have been justifiable. And I want him to keep doing that type of thing because it helps propel this Lions team to new heights.
It is, but like this, the Kansas City game, you kind of got lucky. You went for it at midfield. Was it 4th and 2?
The very end of the game, yep.
Okay.
Didn't get it.
Horrible play call.
Mahomes has the ball.
No.
Yep.
Horrible play call. Goff didn't want to run, and Kansas City gets the ball back. You were fortunate you walked away with the victory. I'm not going to let you
say that.
I'm not putting an asterisk. I'm saying you gave them the ball back, and they couldn't do anything, but you put Kansas City in a spot where it was like all they needed was 20 yards. They couldn't get it. But you put them in a spot where they had the advantage.
I'm just saying, it's been brought up. You can't spell Tirico without Rico.
Jesus.
No, they went for it on 4th and 2. I didn't like the play call. They didn't get it. However, their defense came up with the stop. That's not lucky. That's a credit to the defense.
No, I didn't say they were lucky. You're being a listener right now. I didn't say they were lucky. I said Kansas City could not. They didn't make it down there, and you won the game. But you put Kansas City in a spot where they could have taken it from you. They didn't get it done.
Rico, the alternative was you get it and it's over. You never give Mahomes the ball back if you convert the 4th down. I thought it was justifiable. I'd do it again.
Okay, but like when Philly does that, okay, that play's unstoppable. If that was your fourth down play, yeah, that's not the play you ever want to use again. Now, if you had better plays, okay. If you had an unstoppable play, okay. But with 4th and everything on the line, that one, no.
Hey, you see where people want to go with this. 248-539-9797. Let's start with Avery. Avery, you're on 97.1.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Hey.
Yeah, you guys are preaching to the choir when you're talking to me. I listen to your show, back and forth. But I just want to tell you, I want to let you know, Lions fans, I don't know what's in the Kool-Aid, man. I don't know what's in the Kool-Aid. Maybe there's some extra sugar in there if you catch my drift. But at the end of the day, no team is beyond reproach. You go in there, you play conservative, you do what it takes to win the game. And as a locksmith myself, I bring the tools out that I need. If you need to go for it, go for it. But if it's going to put you in some dire position, don't do that. These Lions fans forget that the Bills just lost to the Jaguars last week. I think we live in our own little bubble where they forget it's any given Sunday, anytime. And that these guys for Tampa Bay, like you said, it's a homecoming game. They're going to bring the unis out. They're going to have the players out. This is going to be a show affair. For them, they want to prove that they're legitimate, just like we have proven we're legitimate. So this is a game of the week, and my idea is, look, play conservative, do what you need to do, and let's see if Goff can play from behind. Let's see if he can make the throws to play from behind. That OC over there for Tampa Bay is the same guy. It's the same guy who brought Geno Smith back to life. So I'm not taking this team lightly.
Yeah, neither of us are taking them lightly. It's just how do you go about getting a win this week? 248-539-9797. Max, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hello, good afternoon, gentlemen. Happy Friday to you.
Happy Friday.
Love the show. Enjoy the show very much. Here, a couple of counterpoints to Rico's. Obviously, I don't promote being reckless and aggressively reckless, but here is my point. As compared to San Francisco, I don't think we have the defense they have. And when it comes to kicking field goals, long distance, again, I don't think we are as good as they are.
Good point.
So we have to be a bit more aggressive from those two, perspectives, per se. And so that I look at last week's game. We gave a rookie quarterback 3 touchdowns. And so I'm not as confident in our defense as, Rico may be, that we can just punt the ball and rely on our defense to stop them. What do you guys think?
I guess I'm a little more confident in the defense because I don't think that Tampa is world beaters. I think they're a step up in competition from what you've seen in the past 3 weeks. But they're not, oh, my God, these are the greatest teams out there. I think just on the road, lean on the defense, try to make some stops, get this thing done, get some quarterback pressures, get the ball back. That's what I say. I don't think you have to go in there gambling like you're this bad team. You're a good team. And I'm simply saying go act like it. Go act like you're expecting to win and not that you need to do some gimmicky type stuff to win. Because you're better than that. You've evolved from where you used to be. That's a good thing. Every team eventually hits that evolution where it's like, okay, we used to do this, but now we do this and that. Or we moved on past that, and now we do this. Like the Kansas City Chiefs are a team to me that has not evolved. They're actually regressing because all of a sudden they're just doing things. It's like, well, why are you doing this? Why are you running these trick plays against the Broncos? Why are you trying to do this? You're better than this. And I know I'm being negative. I'm telling Lions, you're better than this. You don't have to do the trick plays.
Mike, you're next up. What are your thoughts?
How you guys doing today? The reason why I'm calling, I'm agreeing with Rico on this. The only 2 times that we chose to be aggressive this year should have resulted in losses. Luckily, once again, I'm going to piggyback off of Rico's point. Luckily, because we got lucky. If Tony did not drop that pass, we lose that game. We didn't make a defensive stop or nothing. It was a drop pass by Tony.
Mike.
Let him finish.
Okay.
It was a drop pass.
I'm not disputing that. But...
Yeah, so it's not like we made some great defensive play. And then we gambled against Seattle, and that resulted in the loss. So, once again, like I said, I'm agreeing with Rico on this. Go in there, handle business. Don't sit there and be risky. In my opinion, watching Campbell, every time that he decides to gamble, more than likely we don't win.
Mike, I could not disagree more. They lost to Seattle because they settled for a field goal at the end of regulation. They slow played the clock. They should have been aggressive playing for a touchdown because they have to know, and they do know, the rule. If you go to overtime, they flip the coin up in the air, and you never touch it again. They weren't aggressive in their only loss this year. But Mike, win against Kansas City, yes, that's a drop by Kadarius Toney. Absolutely. Even if you don't want to give Brian Branch credit for being there and making the play.
No.
But Mike,
like I said,
Mike, they didn't win that game.
Mike, did he make a play?
Oh, don't do this, Rico.
He didn't make a play. Tony dropped the pass.
Cookies.
He had to go make a play on the ball in the air. Ball in the air, go make a play.
Oh, are we talking about the same play?
The
I'm
pick
talking about
six?
No. I'm talking. No, the pick six was a great play.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking, and I think Mike is talking at the end of the game.
Oh, okay.
Where Tony
Okay.
is 10 yards behind everybody, and he just flat out dropped it.
I'm sorry. Branch makes so many plays, it's hard to keep track of
Mike,
which one we're talking about.
I understood what you were talking about.
Yeah, so I'm going with the Kansas City game. That was a head, like Rico said, call a play that you know is going to get you the first down. Golf was scared to run. They give the ball back to Kansas City in Arrowhead, and if it wasn't for a Tony drop pass, the defense did not make a great play. It was just a drop pass. He catches that pass. Buckner goes there and ends the game.
What I would just say about Kansas City is you didn't give up a single touchdown in the second half. I don't think they gave up a first down in the second half. I just don't want to be like, they got lucky.
No,
they played well.
It wasn't lucky.
I'm not okay. Maybe I used the wrong word. It's not lucky, but we shouldn't have escaped with a win.
Mike,
they had two of their stars weren't there.
Mike, you're never going to win. Mike, you're never going to win this argument. I understand what you're saying. He was flat out wide open, and
like
he
I said,
dropped
I'm
the
a big
ball.
Lions fan. I'm 36 years old. I've seen the Lions struggle over and over. Do I believe in them this year? Kind of, sort of. But the two good teams that we played, Seattle beat us, Kansas City, whatever you can say, whatever you want about that, and then we beat up on three other teams that we obviously had more talent than. So this game this week is going to be a huge test for us. Like Rico said, I don't think we need to go in there and gamble. Go in there and handle business. I know we have some injuries. That's fine, and it's it. Just go in there, get the W. Don't risk the biscuit. Don't let Dan Campbell make some crazy calls because, like I said, every time he makes them crazy calls, it costs us the game. That's my opinion.
I don't think they've been all that crazy. Now, if he goes out and does something this week, 4th and 12 and his own 15, that's crazy. I can't possibly defend that.
Well, you never, ever, ever question anything that happened in that Kansas City game, ever. But he was wide open. He dropped, and then, you know what? It's okay. You won the game, but you can't deny the facts. 97-1.
Now this is a scene. TJ Lang strutting into the studio. Title belt over his shoulder.
3 weeks in a row, Jimmy.
Got the Axel Foley jacket on. Okay.
Says 3 weeks in a row as he sits down.
I realize that's why Mike's not here today. Did you look at the standings from last week there, Cookies?
He had a 3-7 week.
You're going to help him out a little bit this week?
Well, there's a little controversy before we get into the picks.
It's embarrassing.
Mike has handed me his picks. He did not trust me to make any picks for him. But the fact that he went 3-7 last week, I may go off script to help this man out.
Hey,
this is a tight race.
You got to sit next to him in the Cash the Ticket podcast.
Kenny,
you know?
can we get a ruling on that?
Mr. Celebrity, sir?
How about you do your picks?
Yeah.
Do his, whoever has the better
we
picks
gotta be timely.
gets to do them moving forward.
We'll be fine. Let's start now.
All right, let's just jump right in then. Can you bet that player prop? All right, let's go through the games. We start with Tennessee -3.5 against Texas A&M. TJ.
No, we start with Rico.
Oh, I'm sorry. We'll go the other way around the room.
That's okay, buddy.
This man, you're
okay,
afraid of things getting.
No, this is how it goes.
All right,
This is how it
that's
goes.
fine. Rico, start us off.
I'm going to go with the home team. I'm going to take the points. Texas A&M being a home dog, not as bad as they look, and Tennessee is fraudulent. Give me the Aggies.
The game is in Tennessee.
I don't love.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Does it change your pick?
Go to Kenny.
I don't love Tennessee as much as the AP. I'm going to go with A&M here.
Yeah, that's not your fault, Rico. Mike typed on here and he put the game this way, so I should have corrected it. I am still going to go with Texas A&M though. Tennessee, sorry, that black guy's not good, Joe Milton.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to stick with A&M as well.
I'm going with Tennessee. A&M, kind of a heartbreaker last week. Alabama, probably put a little damper into their hopes. I just think Tennessee's a more physical football team, and they're at home. So I got to take the Tennessee. What's their mascot?
The Volunteers.
The Volunteers. I'll take the Volunteers.
Joe Milton, when pressured, completes 29% of his passes. Texas A&M, second most sacks in football. We'll go A&M. Next matchup, number 18 UCLA, +3.5. The game is in Corvallis, Oregon State.
So this is in Oregon State.
Yes.
And you know what? I'll simply say chainsaws will be banging against the walls. Give me the Beavers.
UCLA covered last week. UCLA will cover this week.
Listen, I enjoy the Beavers as well as
we know you do.
much as anyone. But I'm going to go with UCLA in this game.
Everything David said, I agree with you, except I'm going with the Beavers.
So not what he said. All right.
The first part of what he said.
Okay. UCLA is the pick for Mike as well, plus the 3.5. And I would also take the Bruins.
Dante Moore on the road.
UCLA #1 rush defense in the country. Good luck, Oregon State. All right, next matchup, Air Force. Mike does this. He puts these games on here so he can gain an edge. Nobody cares about Air Force Wyoming.
Exactly. When he has a bad week, we start getting all these crappy games on here because he's the only one that can handicap.
What channel is that?
Air Force versus Wyoming.
Yes.
He's the only person that's watched more than 20 seconds of either of these teams.
Air Force Wyoming on the Food Network.
We should all just pick Air Force
You know
so that
what?
he doesn't
I am
get the
Air
edge.
Force.
Air Force solidarity.
Air Force.
Who's he picking?
Air Force.
Yeah, so we're all going Air Force. CBS Sports Network, the game is on.
Like I said, True TV.
I'm going with whoever Mike picks.
Air Force -10.5 all around. Mike's not gaining any advantage on this garbage, these shenanigans.
We showed him.
That's right. All right. The Jeweled Shillelagh is the matchup on Saturday night. USC at Notre Dame, the Irish -2.5.
You know what? Even though this is like their third tough, big-time game in a row, USC has absolute zero defense. I think this is what Marcus Freeman and the boys need to kind of pick up their spirit after last week at Louisville. Give me the Irish and the point. They'll cover.
Mm-hmm.
USC no defense, but I think Notre Dame is on their way to being cooked, so I'll go with USC here.
Rico, this is their fourth straight game. Ohio State at night, Duke at night, Louisville at night, USC now at night, but it's at home, so I have to go Notre Dame.
I'm going USC only because I don't think I trust Freeman's coaching. We saw it against Ohio State, giving away that game last couple plays, 10 minutes. Lost again last week to Louisville. That was kind of their last shot for me to kind of turn the season around. I think it's only going to continue to get even more ugly for Notre Dame moving on here on out, and I'm taking USC on the road.
Notre Dame 4th in pass defense efficiency. It's how you slow down Caleb, and then you score a whole bunch of points against that weak Trojan defense. Mike and I both on Notre Dame. Oregon-Washington, top 10 matchup, unbeaten teams in the Pac-12. Washington at home, -3.
Yeah, Michael Penix will win the Heisman in this game. Give me Washington in a rout.
This is why I picked the over for top upsets here. So I'm going to take Oregon.
Look, I understand what Bo Nix has looked like, but Penix, I think he is that much better than what Bo Nix is. So I have to go Washington at home. They get the edge.
I'm taking Oregon. I think they're, once again, more physical team. They're able to run the ball a little bit more effective, and if you can find a way to slow down Michael Penix just a little bit, he's kind of shown he'll make a mistake every now and then. I'm going to take Oregon with the upset on the road.
Oregon plays defense. Oregon runs the ball. They're more balanced. Take the field goal. Take the Ducks.
You all are wrong.
Michigan State and Rutgers matchup this week out in Piscataway. Michigan State getting 4.5 points. Rico's up first.
You know what? Just make me happy. Win the damn game. Give me him. Give me something to root for and look forward to. Don't embarrass yourself. In the rain, give me the Spartans.
They will not. It's going to be Wreckers.
Oh. I really rooting hard for Michigan State this weekend.
No, you're not.
I am. You need this victory. You really do. I just don't think you get it. I'm sorry, Rutgers.
I don't know if Michigan State gets the victory, but that was a much-needed bye week that they're coming off of. I think
honestly, they should just say they got COVID for the next 5 weeks.
With everything that's happened this year, you feel like that team more than any team needed a break, right? Hopefully they regrouped a little bit. I don't know if they win the game, but sloppy game, rainy game, it's going to be ugly.
They needed a break, and they came back. They're still the same team.
I'm going to ask them to make me happy just by covering the 4.5 points. I don't know if they're going to win. Just cover the 4.5. I'm going to take Michigan State.
New spark at quarterback, 2 weeks to prepare him.
It's going to be raining. He's not going to throw the ball.
Take the points in a lousy environment. Michigan State the play. Indiana at Michigan. The Wolverines -33.5. Rico.
33 is it's a large point spread, but honestly, I don't see how Indiana scores anything. I normally don't do this, but give me Michigan in the 33 points.
Yeah, Michigan playing some of their best football right now, but, man, 33 is just too much for me. I'm going to take Indiana.
I don't think Indiana can score a point.
I think we're on the same page, Rico. I don't see where Indiana can score in this game.
Even try-hard guy can't help him out.
Correct. So 33 is a lot of points, but just have to trust Michigan. Michigan here.
33 is a lot of points, and it's supposed to be bad weather again tomorrow in Ann Arbor, too. I think 90% chance of rain. Going to be a run fest, probably tick the clock out. I don't know if either team gets to 33 points. Indiana ain't for sure, but I think it's going to be an ugly game, to be honest with you. I think Indiana can maybe hang around if it's going to be one of those sloppy type of games. Michigan's going to win, but I think Indiana's going to cover that 33 points.
Mike is taking Michigan minus the 33. I agree with him.
All right.
Let's go to the NFL, pick up the pace. Seattle against Cincinnati. The Bengals -2.5.
I know Ja'Marr Chase says he's always open. He had a bounce-back game last week, but I think that ends. I think Seattle is – I think the Bengals are not that good. Give me Seattle on the points.
It's a get-right spot. I think the Bengals cover.
Over to David.
Oh, my gosh. I believe in the Seahawks. They are really good, but I think the Bengals hit their stride last week. I think Ja'Marr Chase gets another 180 in this game, so I'm going Bengals.
Seahawks, third time now in 5 games. They're going out to the Eastern time zone. I think eventually that's going to wear on you. They took care of Detroit. They took care of the Giants, but I think this is the week he catches up. I'm going to take the Bengals to cover.
Burrow says he's 100%. Take him as a favorite. Giants and Bills. Bills minus 14.5 at home.
In the NFL, that's normally too large of a number, but the Giants really don't have anything. This is the varsity versus the freshman squad. Give me the Bills. They'll cover.
Yeah, the Giants aren't even fielding an NFL team. The Bills have to cover this.
Yes, a lot of points here, but the Giants are starting Tyrod Needle Taylor, so I'm going to go with the Bills.
Yeah, why is this game even on here?
Because we needed 4 games.
Sunday night. It's Sunday Night Football.
This game is on here.
Josh Allen and the Bills, big time.
This game is on here, but Air Force is on here.
Kenny, you can't explain it. Mike's going with the Bills. It's the side you got to play. Cowboys and Chargers on Monday night. Cowboys -2 on the road.
Cowboys got embarrassed. They're going to bounce back. Give me the Cowboys. They'll cover.
No, I'm going to go with the Chargers here at home.
Chargers are bad. I got to do this for my uncle. Go Cowboys. Rest in peace.
I do not trust Dak in primetime games. I just don't. Too many mistakes in the big moments. I'm going to take the Chargers.
Dallas off a bad loss. Bounce back spot. Everybody's betting Brandon Staley? Yeah, best of luck with that. Cowboys are the play. We end with the Lions -3.5 at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
As we said before, I think this is going to be a close game. This may be a field goal game, which means give me the Buccaneers and the points.
If it was the Devils' number 5.5, I would agree with you, Rico, but it's 3.5, so I will take the Lions.
Doesn't matter that it's not the Devils' number. This will be a close game. I understand a lot of Lions fans will be down in Tampa, but sorry, doesn't matter. Buccaneers win this game close.
Riley Patterson, walk-off field goal, Lions 23-20. So I guess the Bucs are going to cover that 3.5. The Lions still get a win.
Mike Valeni has selected the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Is that who you would select?
Sell out.
At 3.5, I would too. That hook.
Fair.
What's your favorite cookies?
And those are the picks, 97-1. Now this is a scene.
My skills have eroded over the years for sure because I just don't play anymore. But there was nothing more embarrassing than when I suited up to play in a charity event to raise money for dwarf awareness. So there were a lot of little people were there, and their lives are not easy by any means. So this was a great cause and was part of this great event. And I was in fear of taking a shot because I thought that one of the little people was going to jump up and block my shot. And I just got I got flustered when he came at me when I was getting ready to do a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
And it ended up being like the worst air ball ever. I launched it way too early. It was the ugliest shot you've ever seen in your life. Why? Because I thought that somebody that was 3 feet tall was going to block my shot. Absolutely pathetic.
That's my favorite one.
David, we can get these phone calls in before Wojo and Rieger. Do we have any ticket texts more importantly?
Someone's saying the Lions got to make Mayfield look like Rex Grossmanziel from LONA2. Lions are insufferable. Lions fans are insufferable. These fools need to be knocked down a peg or two. I hope Tampa Bay wins now. That is from Mike.
As Rico expressed to start the hour, he thinks they're going to win. I think they're going to win. We both believe the Lions will win, but we didn't think they would win easily. Therefore, we were haters. Lions fans are getting very big for their britches, and it's because the team's winning by double digits every single week. It's a good problem to have. You'd love to be this kind of football team.
Someone else texts in and says, I'm a Lions fan, which means I can easily see them losing.
Okay.
One of those
And
Lions
that's the other side of the coin.
The X
And you know what I've learned?
Yeah.
When it comes to that first game, I'm not even going to say the name of the team. Just say nothing. Because Lions fans just lose it. They just do. Whatever. I'm done. Go ahead.
The X factor is how many Lions fans will be at the game. How many do you think will travel down to Tampa this week? I've heard fans text in. A few of I know people that are going.
What's the breakdown for the crowd?
It's about 60,000. They fit in the stadium. So
How many Lions fans, Wojo?
I'd say about 10%.
Down there, I think it'll be half of my family. They all live in Florida. Seriously, they'll be there.
Tampa area?
Yeah. Even when Tampa sucked way back in the day and the Lions sucked, tons of Lions fans went. I think it'll be.
It's a trip to Florida.
Yeah. But a lot of them live there, too. I would say it's
10,000?
No, I'd say probably 15,000.
Because, like 25% of the stadium.
Even when the Bucs are good, it's not like it's a passionate fan base. Everybody's from somewhere else.
I saw the Crack Man.
Yeah, the Crack
He's
Man's
on his way down
way.
there. He's probably there already.
Mhm.
That dude in the overalls.
You know what? When he gets down there, he can find a lot of Crack Man. I guarantee in Florida. Woo! Hello.
So I was listening to your show today. Great show as always. Why?
Yeah.
Wait. You were listening to
why?
You were listening to Cookies and Rocco? That's entertaining.
How disturbing was that caller? Did you hear
I
him?
didn't hear that guy. What happened?
Right.
Oh, yeah. It was a little creepy, but I got to be honest. I think I'm going to run with it. Cookies and Rocco.
He called you Rocco?
Yeah.
That was the least
was
creepy thing.
I heard Kenny say.
Wasn't he?
Oh, no. It was like.
Yeah, he was
So,
the same
Jim.
T-shirt guy, right?
No.
it's a different guy. We have quite the caller base today.
Jim.
Yeah.
How'd you get the name Cookies?
Yeah.
What kind of cookies do you like?
I'll send them to you.
I'm going to send you those cookies. How about that?
Did you set that up off the air?
And then Rico gave out my address. It was a whole thing.
And then he said, "And hi, Rocco."
Right? He's like,
And Jim's movie.
Don't listen to that Rocco guy. I was like,
Hey.
yeah.
So you cleared out all the strange callers, so we get like normal ones going forward.
Hey, surprisingly, 5 o'clock was more sober than early in the show.
Oh, Friday
People
night for
started
us.
early, yeah.
Oh no, we get the drunks and the high people.
Oh, yeah,
for
that's right.
sure.
7 o'clock hour for you guys?
Oh
We
my
love
God.
the high people.
Oh, they're
The
so
high
awesome.
people are the best. Yeah.
They
They're
really
very
are.
deep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
They think
I'm
of
not
things
even
that I've
kidding.
never thought of before.
Their texts are really deep. I'm high and I just feel, and they go on and on and on. We love it. Yeah.
Life's like a game of football.
Yeah.
You know?
Someone's
Well,
the
doesn't your
foot
brother
and
deals with
someone's the
the
ball.
high people?
Yeah.
He makes the bongs.
He does.
Yeah.
Oh, he's still doing that.
He is.
The dong bongs,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Right? I heard there was a song about
Would
that.
you like one, Wojo?
No.
How much does a bong go for?
I think it depends. They're all custom.
Like, I want a big one.
Why do they have to be custom?
Because that's
Figure
I don't
out?
know. No, not like the designs. They're one of a kind. That type of deal.
I see what you
the,
mean.
the
yeah.
people that enjoy the marijuana.
They
Woj.
take gummies.
Yeah, but the people that take bong hits,
Yeah.
you probably want like a personalized bong.
Well, let's ask Rocco. Rocco, when you're hitting on the bong, is it a green one? A white one?
I'm contractually obligated to sit here till 5:55.
It plays music. Dun, 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 dun.
What are you guys going to talk about tonight?
Bongs.
You know, it's Friday the
No,
13th.
lions.
It is.
Yes.
Very, very, very scary.
Yeah, we're going to talk about, well, Wojo thought of this, the biggest fear in Detroit sports on Friday the 13th.
You know what one of the biggest fears is that I hear more and more of, and although I don't share it, is people are afraid that Iserman won't be able to turn it around. For the first time, they're afraid. Here's the
After
other
the
big
loss
fear.
yesterday?
Yeah,
it's over.
We're talking sports again. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Rico's back in. Get back to the bongs.
Who? Oh.
Sorry, Rocco.
And also, the Lions Buccaneers, and I heard you guys talking, and it is amazing. They're a 3.5-point favorite on the road against a team that technically leads this division. I know the Bucs haven't really beaten anybody, and I think that's more about the Lions being good than the Bucs being good.
You better say the Lions are great.
Oh, great. Did I say good? Oh, I meant to say
we
great.
We actually had somebody say, we're too negative. Where's Mike? I kid you not. I kid you not.
Well, you guys did
was
have
that the Rocco guy that said it?
No. This was some. You guys are. I can't wait till Mike gets back because you guys are way too negative.
Did you both pick him to win?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh.
And
negative.
said that it was be a close game because we didn't sit here and say they were going to beat them by 20.
Well, they're not going to win every game by 2 touchdowns. Do people not know
Wojo,
that?
Dare you say
I'm just
that?
saying, be prepared.
Isn't it nice though? Everything's flipped. This is
This
great.
is the new.
It
This
is
is the
kinda
new
fun.
Detroit.
Cool.
That if you don't say they're going to go out there and beat somebody by 20 points, you're being a hater.
Oh, we're not haters. Oh, no. Oh,
I simply said go
Bigger
out
is.
there, play conservative, play chess, not checkers, get the W. And no, you got to go for it, and you got to do
gamble.
this. And you gotta,
Campbell don't play
That's
checkers.
right.
No, he plays
Connect 4.
chess. Oh yeah,
Pick
we'll
up
talk
sticks.
about that and what you're frightened of.
Wojo Rieger next, 97.1.